infrastructure, a typical architecture. Those architectures will have to change dramatically. The conventional way of AI is to kind of bring in an enablement layer above your data layer and then kind of build AI on top of it. But this has one drawback, This has, it needs you to get most of the insights and, facts into your data warehouses and then build AI on top of it. That cannot sustain the kind of scale at which you can grow if you were to look only at data. So if shifting from horizontal AI to a vertical AI architecture means that in your regular business architecture, you will have to start extracting or think about extracting different facts, knowledge, business rules, business process, working logic, application, code level logic, and so on, right? Because if you have to build a central intelligence of your organizations, like how a human brain works, you need three things. Number one, you need facts, you need information, you need data, right? And that is available in plenty. You get it in your warehouses, you get it from your databases and so on. But you also need kind of memory, what you have done in the past, what events have taken in the past, that has to be stored, the actions that you took in the past, right? That's your memory. And the third thing a brain needs is actually the understanding of how to use all of this together, right? And that's the intelligence. So to be able to do that, extracting all of this to create an enterprise context, which is very dynamic in nature, will create your enterprise memory, and then you have to put an orchestration layer on top of it of agentic orchestration to create your enterprise brain. And then this brain can actually feed into automating significant processes at all layers. Jumping from a business user-driven AI automation to IT creation or, AI where you can create and deploy or at scale and be the real R&D hubs, that shift needs to happen only if you look at, or that will happen only if you shift from data to context. Okay? Now, when it comes to doing all of this, doing all by yourself is definitely a slower option than doing it with an AI partner. How do you choose an AI partner? Okay? You need an AI partner that is deep in AI expertise. What does deep in AI expertise mean? You need to have engineers or people and talent who understand context more than data, who have spent enough years in building enterprise agentic AI, and AI partners who have a very well-established ability to bring in talent from the local academic institutions, like continuous AI grooming, putting them on real-time projects and then making them actually working for clients and GCCs, right? So you need an AI partner because this process is going to change at all levels. Even business analysts today, when they design their processes and flows and business applications, they'll have to think agentic. Instead of saying, this step can be done, this workflow can be done in 5 minutes, 5 steps, I will put an agent that will do it just by one conversation. It will kick in one conversational request, and it will do all the 5 steps dynamically. That's how business analysts will have to start thinking. And that's also included in the talent. It's not just a technology creation, it's how you think business. That also will, the functional requirement documents will have to write agentic workflows as their requirements, right? So that all is composed in the talent. So when you want to really create a AI COE, the talent aspect covers all of these. And then you need an AI partner who brings that kind of talent aspects to you. Now, the second thing is you need to have proven experience. The AI partner needs to have proven experience in productionization of AI, in validation of AI. We will be talking a little bit about, when you do your transformation programs. Your master data could be a transformation. Your data, fractured data kind of unification could be a transformation. Upgrading or unifying your ERPs could be a transformation. And even migrating many of your legacy systems to new data, technology stacks could be a transformation. So the validation of the fact that the functions and the ability of the systems before the AI transformation is exactly replicated after the AI transformation happens, or after the AI, impact happens, that validation is very, very important. And that's what I mean by validation of agentic systems. The next important aspect is go for AI partners which make you immediately start off, either by offering their accelerators or offering their infrastructure, labs. And then last but not the least point is a very flexible operating model in which outcome is more important than capacity or effort or efficiency. Okay? So the a vendor that understands business impact, a partner that understands business impact, will bring you much more value in your AI journey. Okay? So having said all of that, we are Axion Labs. We are US-based with 4,400 people. We have been working with GCCs for last 15 plus years. So the oldest GCC that we have worked with is 16 years ago. We started 16 years ago. We have been influential in setting up the AI journeys of many of those. 40% of our 40 plus GCCs we have engaged in AI-led transformation. And if you see, we have 5 acceleration programs to use AI at scale. We are not a product company, but we have significant accelerators, which actually I'll ask my colleague to talk about, and or he will cover in the facts and the observations that we have to put in front of you. And so with that, the maturity of AI partner, as I said, the AI partners, AI maturity, AI investment, AI talent, all of that has to look at, and we are Axion Labs who can do that for you. With this, I invite Jayvant on the stage to talk about 5 AI lessons that nobody talks about, okay? Jayvant, can you please come forward? All right. Okay. So
good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Go on, sorry.
Right. Yeah, go on.
So for some reason, we lost it's back again, okay?
Right.
All right. Okay, so Jayvant leads the creation of AI at Axion Lab. He's the Chief AI Innovation Officer. So he's going to talk about, so Jayvant, when we work with GCCs, there are few really key observations or questions that will always pop up in mind. We've always been kind of hearing but not wanting to hear really the debate between whether human will remain in the loop or human will go out of the loop. So an observation is agent in the loop will be the paradigm, not human in the loop. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, okay. So first of all, I'll tell you the thought process is, I thought we'll cover things around our experience of implementing AI and few learnings, mainly that we believe that help audience here in GCCs as you work or start your AI journey, because there is a lot of noise and there are certain things that we learned through hard work last 4 years. And one of that thing is like, we always hear like, oh, you need a human in the loop. And what we have found regarding this is like, yes, it's a great idea because we don't trust AI today and it hallucinates and things like that. All of that is true. But the major challenge that we have seen when we implemented such system is that we don't see ROI or impact or enough impact that justifies the case, because there is a major impedance mismatch between agent, the pace at which they work, and humans. And then what we found is that, okay, any task that humans do today, if task-specific agents are built, we found that the agents are actually better than human. And they are cheaper, like 1,000 times probably faster or cheaper. And so why not even leave the validation to agents? So that's where we come up with this agent in the loop as opposed to human in the loop. And we found that that approach really helped us a lot to deliver impact, what typically we talk about, like a 10x productivity and things like that. We have seen that. So that becomes one thing that not get talked as much, but putting LLM or agents in the loop does help. And that doesn't mean you don't have human. You have humans to handle exceptions, because AI that validates can actually throw the areas where AI is not confident, AI can detect whether this task is for me or for human and things like that. So you can call it also deflection strategy, but it's not get talked again as much. Humans in the loop get talked a lot, and that's what we thought we would talk about.
So thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
It's not kicking the humans out.
Right.
It's actually bringing in more agentic control in the loops where humans can actually be deployed or kind of sectioned off to do more important things. So the second observation we see, Jayant, is the shared, we talked about enterprise context enterprise, the shared enterprise memory and the context engineering.
Right.
Yes.
That this you talked about, yes, but this is again a big learning. See, when ChatGPT was built or any Anthropic or any AI tool, they use internet information, which is ready for AI consumption. But our enterprise information assets are not ready for AI. You talk about data, the schema is opaque to AI agents, they don't understand databases. Even we think that we understand, they will understand our documents, contracts, and so on. But again, that's not true because they lost metadata. When it comes to that code base, they don't understand directly as well, and same with process knowledge. So the idea is that we need to prepare data for agents, and that's what we call an enterprise, shared enterprise memory or shared enterprise context. And that is something has been phenomenally effective because it's a shared context, means you don't have to reinvent every time for different kinds of agents. They rely on the same we create knowledge graphs of enterprise context, and that has been served us really well.
So do you want to explain a bit, just
I think
briefly?
we are over time, so we can just
No, I think there's a little bit of problem in the terms of this.
Okay,
but
okay.
we can actually take a few moments to talk about, the third aspect or the third observation, which is software engineering in autopilot mode. Yeah.
So software engineering is again an area where we feel that AI disturbs a lot, but the approach there is more of using code assistant. And what we thought is, especially with our success of agent in the loop, we thought, can we take software engineering and autopilot? And the area that we picked is, can we migrate legacy applications? Because all the knowledge is there in the existing code base. Can we migrate it completely in agentic manner or an autopilot mode? And we have been successful, and there are stories like this is an example where we migrated for one client 34 applications totaling to 2.3 million lines of code, migrated in less than 4 months, end-to-end, completely by agent. When I say completely by agent, almost 99% code is not touched or looked by humans. And this application is already in production, and that's what I'm talking about. And there are several such examples now. We are working on a lot of projects, including mainframe migrations with this approach. These are some of the tools that explains like how do we do the whole code knowledge graphs and then functional ontology that helps us in doing automated testing and so on. So
there's a difference between the application migration and the new application modernization or generation. Is this what Breeze AI is talking about?
Yeah, so Breeze AI is more about, just like we have these Asimov frameworks that does agentic migration, this is about how do you do greenfield work. So we are currently in the process of using the same approach for greenfield development where agentic loops actually deliver high quality code base.
So the fact of enterprise context, you can the unified semantic model, even when you build new applications, you mean to say the semantic context, building that will accelerate your SDLC significantly.
Correct, yeah.
All right. Okay. The fourth lesson, Jayant, we see is repatriation of AI infrastructure. What do you have to say on that?
Again, this is the question we get often asked about large model versus SLMs. And our actually what happened is our clientele is largely healthcare, finance, where they are there is a fear of using either going on cloud still and using cloud LLMs, using cloud LLMs for private data and code bases and things like that. So this is really a really handy things, but it's more than that. See, the challenge is when we use AI in an enterprise context, a lot of the work is like very task focused, which means we don't really need large models. So we don't want to boil the ocean, spend a lot more tokens and money when you can solve the problems with smaller models, SLMs, and so that helps in cost because it's cheaper to run them. It's sort of faster and it's also sustainable. So there is we have this ready-to-go offering. The challenge with on-prem, air-gapped environments that has GPUs and all is the upfront time. So we have this ready-to-go offering. We have partnership with Dell, Lenovo that actually they supply all the boxes, but it's ready-to-go GenAI environment for in-house.
So you mean to say that while these folks are bringing in AI, Gen AI at the operating system and computation level, we kind of provide this AI enablement framework, which is very business specific.
That's right, yeah. So it actually gives a layer of security, privacy, and so on. So it's a very suitable for many use cases. And it's also it's freed us from the worries of, okay, how costly it's going to be, because you can very easily make mistake and consume a lot of tokens and therefore cost when you use cloud LLMs. Especially for pilots and experimentation, research, it's really great things. Yeah. And some of our work that we do is very token hungry. So most of our work we do is on local SLMs and
a very important point you made, the token explosion, the cost aspects of it.
Correct.
So which means, brings us to the fifth observation is what not to AI. Do you want to AI everything? Right. What do you have to say on that?
Okay, so this is interesting because a lot of time we hear about, okay, AI for this, AI for that, and I had the AI practice. And when people ask me like, okay, when should we use AI and when not to, and I say that, okay, as far as possible, don't use AI, and people get surprised, and that's my advice. So if you can avoid AI, like if you can write code, because it is 1,000 times cheaper, 1,000 times faster, and accurate. So AI only helps when you can't solve problem in any other way, or solving problems means even if people can do it, you just ask somebody to do the work, you don't need AI. You need AI when human find it's really daunting to do something, or developer finds this like too hard to solve, like migrating mainframe. Like for developers, there is no guarantee. Most project fails. MDM, many projects fail even after years of effort. So when you have team of developer or team of people, maybe tens or hundreds of people have to work for not hours, but for days or months, then you think of that is the scenario when you look at AI. So most of the time, not use AI if there are alternatives available, because the alternatives could be better. That said, there is plenty of room. Why? Because so far, the problems that our technology couldn't solve, we had to rely on people's intelligence, and no matter how slow, how expensive, and how inaccurate they are, we have to actually leverage them. And those problems today can get solved by AI. So you don't look for technology. So AI is not technology, it's actually an alternative. When you think your teams, it's very hard to build teams to solve problems, or you find developers, it could be too daunting or to take years. So identifying the right problem is very important in order to get ROIs. Otherwise, what we hear is 90% projects really fail because they don't get to production. And that's primary reason, because most of the time we use AI when we not to, right?
Wonderful.
I think that's...
Yeah, so I hope this was very helpful to you. So do visit us at our booth, Axial Labs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Like they said, in case you have any questions, you can visit them at their station and have a conversation with them. The next session was supposed to be by Mr. Priyank Kharge. Unfortunately, he has expressed his regrets and will be unable to attend due to ongoing political developments. However, representing the minister's team, I'm going to request them to stand up. Can we have the lights in the audience, please? Mr. Harshit Bhatt and Mr. Utkarsh, can I have you all just stand up? There they are. Just get a look at their faces. Gentlemen, during the networking breaks, if you can have a conversation with people, these are the people who are handling the GCC investment facilitation and policy implementation for setting up operations in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities as part of the government of Karnataka's effort under the latest GCC policy to expand beyond Bengaluru's areas like Mysore, Mangaluru, Hubli, Dharwad, Belagavi, and they'll be available to address any queries that you'll have regarding the latest Karnataka government GCC policies. So like I said, but only during the networking hours, if you don't mind, please do have conversations with them. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. May I request the stage to be set up, please? May I request the stage to be set up? Thank you. While they're setting up the stage, I'll just give you a quick introduction into our next session, which is a panel discussion. But before that happens, actually, do we have a video? I'm just double checking if we have a video. We do. We have 2 videos. Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to just clear the stage and we'll just have a look at the video. Eyes to the screen, please. You can take the lights down.
The knowledge capital, the skill capital, the biotech capital, the information technology capital, the innovation capital, the startup capital, the unicorn capital is now also the global capability center capital. Over 900 global capability centers call Bengaluru home. From agritech to artificial intelligence, fintech to pharmaceuticals, they innovate, design and deliver for the world. Right here and every day, more global leaders choose Bengaluru to shape their future. With over 1.5 million skilled professionals in GCCs alone and a deep pool of engineers, designers and analysts, Bengaluru is where the brightest minds meet the boldest challenges. Talent is our greatest currency. Our policies are built for tomorrow by proactive governance, ensuring the businesses scale faster, smarter and globally. The Karnataka government has introduced India's first GCC policy and set ambitious goals for 2029. 500 more GCCs, $50 billion in economic output, 3.5 lakh new jobs. India's biggest reskilling and upskilling initiative, Nipuna Karnataka, creating nano GCCs beyond Bengaluru. To accelerate this journey, we introduce Catalyst, an ease of doing business initiative tailored for GCCs. Catalyst is your all-in-one enabler, streamlining your journey from idea to impact. Faster setup timelines, seamless access to approvals, talent and real estate, hand-holding at every step from exploration to expansion. A single window and dedicated team for all operational leads. Through 3 powerful mandates, empower, enrich and engage, Catalyst delivers what GCCs need most: speed, clarity and continuity. Bengaluru's GCCs are innovation engines, designing next-gen semiconductors, pioneering AI solutions, building sustainable products for a better planet. Come, build the future with us. Bengaluru, your gateway to global innovation.
Requesting your continued attention to the screen. We have another video coming up. Thank you for those videos. Thank you for putting your hands together. This is going to be the first panel discussion of the day. This is going to be on policy and regulation that strengthen India's GCC advantage. The gentleman having the honor of moderating this conversation and also giving you context to all that is going to unfold on the stage. Please welcome the Chief Architect, Kimberly Clark, Sandeep Podar. Please give him a big round of applause and welcome him to the stage. Welcome to the stage, Sandeep. Joining him on the panel are the following gentlemen requesting the MD India and VP CR&D Engineering Alpha Wave SEMI. Please welcome to the stage Sandeep Gupta. Give him a big round of applause. Welcome to him to the stage. Come on. Welcome back. Joining them, we have with us the Global IS Director and GCC Head, Expeditors. Please welcome to the stage Kevin George. Joining them, we have the India GBS leader, Warner Bros. Discovery. Please give a big round of applause and welcome Jaideep Agarwal. Welcome to the stage, Jaideep. I leave all of y'all in very capable hands. Sandeep, handing this over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Hope you had a great breakfast, right? Look, I think I've got a fantastic job of moderating this session. And the topic was kind of flashing on the screen. And then, of course, we have got three brilliant minds. And to put them in a flow is like putting the Bangalore traffic in a single lane. I've got 30 minutes. Of course, we'll try to work it out. And of course, we'll have a question answer session towards the end. But keep them going as you kind of think along. And let me give you some numbers and context about, what are we talking about, right? Today we have close to 1.9 million people working in GCCs. That is equivalent to the population of Sri Lanka. We have got one GCC opening up every 4 days. That's before even if you finish a new Netflix series. We've got contributing to $65 billion annually to the GDP, going towards 100 billion in the next 3 to 5 years. And more than 50% of the new roles that are coming in are in AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, R&D, product design. So I think the entire landscape is changing, and it's quite important that we talk about, what are the states and the policy framework is helping us to achieve this. And let me start this with Jaideep, you first, right? We have seen this very closely, and when you look at the entire policy framework, what thoughts come to your mind? What has happened in the last few years, and what can we do more in terms of the overall policy framework to augment the cause of GCCs in India?
Sure, Sandeep. So before I begin, I thought since I was sitting here, you would say the new HBO Max release and not new, God knows what streaming platform you are referring to.
This is Goa.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Jaideep Agarwal. I run the Global Capability Center for Warner Brothers Discovery. Naam to sunai hoga, Friends, Big Bang Theory. We've got Harry Potter, several of those franchises as part of our bouquet. We are a 102-year-old company, but clearly we are a startup from a GCC perspective here in Hyderabad. Honestly speaking, referring to the specific aspect of policy and regulations on the past, I did not ever think that in my living lifetime, we would literally have states rolling over each other, literally stepping on each other to welcome organizations to say, hey, come into our space, we are here to help. And obviously, I mean, when you think and reflect on it, it's pretty simple. The fact that this is leading to some of the numbers that Sandeep mentioned, huge potential in terms of employment generation, etc. Very logical for us to say. Clearly, when we were to, if one is to think from a policy and regulation standpoint, what are the top two or three things an organization or any firm needs to help set up a flourish? Rather, more than the setup, is the flourishing. It's the fundamental predictability of a policy framework. I think if you do have a lot of back and forth in those aspects, clearly, I think that's not an acceptable answer to the organization. Second, is the unlimited supply of talent. Of course, I'm dramatizing it, but there is enough talent availability for us to look at. Third is the ability to skill that talent, because at any given point in time, the way at which technology and those aspects are moving forward, we need the ability to skill up that talent in a much better manner. So absolutely, those are the aspects which we are clearly seeing. Multiple states are coming forward. And what gave impetus was, I think it was last year's union budget, when our Honorable Finance Minister actually kind of accorded it a status of an industry by itself by saying that, hey, we need to come up with the GCC policy. Now, so that's all hunky-dory, right? All the right ingredients to have a very successful GCC policy, etc. The question is how homogenized that is, how we are making sure that all the ingredients which we are putting in, we are sourcing the best ingredients and we are able to put those things together. For example, some of the infra issues which we face with sudden mushrooming of GCCs in a specific area of the city, we clearly need to think through a little longer term, like 5, 10, 15 years, versus as an afterthought in terms of what do I need to do in terms of infrastructure. Clearly, the government has done a phenomenal job. The central government has done, again, a phenomenal job with the new labor codes, realizing the fact that so far what we were going as an exception in terms of, hey, night shifts and 12-hour work days, etc. and all, there is a policy recognition that, yes, that's essential for us to go down in that direction. So I think a lot has happened in these spaces, and only time will tell what are the other next 2 or 3 ingredients which we need to be successful in this GCC space. So that's how I would like to address or begin on this one, yeah.
No, that's very interesting, and you say that GCCs have almost acquired the status of an industry, which is quite true, and I think we are, of course, moving in that direction. Let me come to you, Sandeep, and I think, you are much more closer on the operational side, on the semicon as well. What do you think is one policy which can really help solve some of the operational issues, maybe a single window clearance, customs, infrastructure, any one that you would like to kind of elaborate on?
Thanks, Sandeep. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Sandeep Gupta. I am the country manager and VP Central R&D for AlphaWave Semi. We are a semiconductor company. I feel a little kind of out of place here because there's no one from my industry except maybe this gentleman over here from BlackBerry, sort of related. So we build the chips that are used for AI. We are basically servicing the tier 1 companies in the world, the AMDs and the Googles. That's the kind of work we do. We are doing very innovative work back here in India, absolute cutting edge work. Now, from our industry point of view, right, we do have to import a lot of stuff. This is not just laptops, right? We are importing test equipment. And if you're importing stuff which is on the regular basis, it's fine. Customs get used to it. But when we have to import something very specific, there's a lot of explanation that needs to come in. So for example, for any mobile chip testing, you need to test it with jammers. And if you have a jammer written on the custom slip, they're going to just block it. But having said that, there's prototypes which are much more expensive than the regular product. We have to pay a lot of customs duty on that. So we have to do some creative pricing or creative shipping, however you want to put it. But so customs is one big problem. I don't think from an establishment point of view, on a regular day-to-day basis, there's a problem. But tax laws, maybe on the transfer pricing, could be another area which could be looked at. Like we have cases which are going back 7, 8 years and still in kind of discussion with the tax department. And that's one area I would say really which would help all the companies around.
Of course, I heard that we also have Deloitte here. We can talk to them and see whether we can really, influence and talk through about some of the challenges we are facing as well from a rec perspective. Coming to you, Kevin, I think, of course, you run a logistic shared services, and there's a lot of scope there. But in terms of the overall talent, and Jaideep, you talked about talent, right? India produces close to 2.2 million STEM graduates every year, annually, year on year, which is not much, right? Just equal to population of Australia. But unfortunately, half of them are not ready to be deployed in GCCs today because of the skilling challenges. And if you look at the overall demand now, we're talking about cyber, we're talking about AI, we're talking about R&D, innovation. So what do you think is happening now from overall policy perspective? What skilling programs are successful? How do you see this? For example, we have these boot camps on AI, on cyber. We have this industry academia tie-ups. Where do you think we can do more of, and where do we need support?
Thank you, Sandeep. We are at the crossroads today. Why do I say we are at the crossroads? Jaideep talked about the importance of talent and skilling that is essential for us to scale it forward. India, indeed, is the capital of talent, and that was 40 years back. That showed us the success of offshoring, outsourcing, and we have scaled significantly, and that has been contributing closer to $250 billion to the GDP. Now, what's happening today is a very impetus point, a pivotal point we are in. How can we pivot from that inflection point and enable a skilling ecosystem that could fit into the GCC side? I want to break down the entire GCC ecosystem into three paradigms. One is predominantly most of the GCCs are the business GCCs. They develop a product, they have a solution globally, but they have their back office in India. And they could continue to contribute to the global office, but they also have a sales office in India. And second is the services GCCs, all the HR, finance, all other platform-related support services, they do it from India. And third element is the product. Let me pass on the business GCCs that continue to do, because most of the headline work that is happening in the global organizations, because from here it's more of a sales and other stuff. But the services GCCs, if I say that is going to vanish in 2030, will you believe it? Because you talked about, Sandeep, one important aspect. The skilling is very essential. But what kind of skilling we are giving into this ecosystem today? I call that the most essential skilling that need to be given into this services component is AIQC. You talked about AI, quantum. People are not talking about the quantum. That's a big wave that is going to happen in 2027 and 2029. Why I'm clearly calling out these 2 years, there are two big announcements that's going to happen from the global companies. A lot of these services get incubated from this quantum. And the C is a cyber. So the service component, they will become a service GCCs providing, delivering value adds on these three areas in next 2 to 3 years. Now the question you may ask, what happened to the rest of the service what we are delivering? So this will become a platform. And all the other services will become a tenant. It could be either operated in the quantum platform and delivered through the AI. And the rest of the service will get vanished. The third most important aspect I want to touch upon is the product. I think in the yesterday conversation, also someone talked about that we need to lead into a product nation, and product component is a very key aspect. Now, if you see, we had an opportunity of China plus one. Then India got the manufacturing impetus and growth of manufacturing happening in India. Now, we have to launch, or we have to evangelize the product aspect into the GCCs. The moment the GCCs turn to deliver IP-led, product-centric work, that's where the next big growth that is bound to happen. Now, if I come down, how the entire training ecosystem is supporting these three types of GCCs. That's the key essential component. Because 70-80% of the training programs, everything is fed into the service GCCs. What I'm saying is that will become invalid next to 2 to 3 years. What will happen to these people? Right? All the state governments, my request is all the state governments, right? empower the people to deliver in this AIQC platform and product. The policies has to be centric around that. And talent is the new currency. And whoever is going to print it, they will lead the new economy. And the state I come from, they produce 20% of the STEM graduates. You never know which state is going to lead. But as long as the country is going to lead the next economy in terms of the talent transformation, I think we all will be happy. Yeah.
Can I just add something to on the talent side? Look, I think I want to acknowledge while we are sitting here and having a conversation about GCCs, but clearly it is the service provider, the SIs, who really are the ones who started providing that talent. As any one of us in the GCC would have, none of us on day one have gone to the universities to hire talent. At least up to 2 to 3 years, we have literally hired from the other service providers or the other GCCs. So I really want to acknowledge the effort of the service provider organizations, because they are the ones who have channelized those resources coming into the GCCs. I think it's critically important for us to understand. We are not living in an isolated vacuum out here. Point number one. The point number two is, I think it's not just 50%, it's probably a higher percentage where even though we have as many graduates, but what's the percentage which I can really bring on and from day one, can I get the maximum output out of them? The answer is, it's a very minimal number, right? So a lot of us are ending up spending a significant amount of time helping reskill or upskill. And again, I want to acknowledge the work which the service industry has done to provide us those. Of course, after 3, 4, 5 years, we are getting into our own university programs, our upskilling programs, etc. and all. That's the second part. And then the third part is around the curriculum. And I'll share an personal example in my family. My daughter, she did her engineering from one of the best engineering colleges in the country. Then she went on to do a master's outside of the country. And she told me that in the 1 year, what she learned in the master's program, she didn't learn even half of that in the 4 years of her undergrad program here. Now, what does it tell? It tells us that we need to fundamentally reinvent ourselves, even from an academic standpoint of how we are running those programs. I think those are the 2 or 3 thoughts I thought I'll leave with you on the talent side. Yeah.
I mean, quite insightful, and I don't know, I was just making some notes. Few thoughts you mentioned, right? Tamil Nadu produces 20% of the STEM graduates, and it's not enough to just kind of produce the graduates, but reskill them, upskill them, and especially with skills like AI QPC, right? So I think moving on to you, Sandeep, and of course, in SemiCon and otherwise as well, we are talking about moving from cost centers to innovation centers, and R&D is a very important part of the whole innovation program. Now, you see a lot of states are offering a lot of rebates, subsidies, almost up to 50% in terms of setting up GCCs or attracting R&D. Do you think is this good enough? And is just the incentive going to kind of take us to become the overall global R&D powerhouse, or there's something more that we need to do? What are your thoughts coming from an industry where R&D is quite key?
Yeah, so first of all, so there are 2 aspects very broadly at a high level in semiconductor. One is manufacturing and the other part is design. In design, we are a powerhouse today. 20% of world's chip designers are out of India, and I'm not counting people who have migrated to other countries. These are people in India, and probably I think 60% of the chips in the world, an Indian has put some line of code over there. So we are a powerhouse. In our company, we are doing absolute cutting edge work, which probably only 4 or 5 companies in the world do. And this is happening right out of Pune and Bangalore. But from a manufacturing point of view, we are 30 years behind. And so those incentives that you're talking about, the 50% from the central government, 20% from the state government, those are very important for manufacturing setups. And we are catching up. It'll take us a decade or so to catch up. And research is now happening. So I think that is going to have a snowball effect over time. And definitely that is going to happen. But having said that, right, a general theme, and what Mr. Rahul Bose said yesterday regarding the Rugby Premier League was something which stuck with me. It was very important and very relevant to all of us. If you have the best coaches, the best players will come. And the best players, if they come, they will train our people from the bottom of the pyramid, and they will pick them up. So we gotta get the best coaches, the best software architects, hardware architects into our system, into the country, call them back. And not only that, we are about 100 GCC heads here. Pick a person that you can mentor, more than one person. We are mentoring through our organization, which is the India Electronic and Semiconductor Association. We are mentoring a lot of startups to build them up, to help them grow, guide them with the expertise in the field. I would highly, highly recommend that everyone over here pick someone or mentor someone and create the leaders for tomorrow. We should be seeing the new batch of leaders maybe 5 years from now sitting over here amongst us. And that is what is going to lead to innovation. When you get the best people in the world to work on the products, you will get innovation out of that. Innovation is just not going to happen by itself. Just because Rahul Bose wanted to start Rugby Premier League, it's not going to happen, right? So.
No, that's a great call of action for this audience as well. When we are in a position of influence, and if you can be a coach and a mentor to kind of have more of us, I think that would be a great contribution to the community. And talking of that, Kevin, that's the incentive side, right? What are the rebates? But more than that, I think from a compliance side, when you look at recently the data protection, data privacy rules, policies came out. And don't worry, if you have not read it, half of the LinkedIn doesn't know about it. It's a new policy which has come, but more than in the overall context, we are now expanding to tier 2 cities where infrastructure is catching up. We need to be kind of smart in terms of managing all the digital infrastructure. So how do you see the policy framework, the entire work that we're doing on the data privacy, having the right level of infrastructure in the expansion to be able to kind of go back to where the talent is and make sure that we have an ecosystem?
Yeah, I think it's promising, definitely. These things need to happen, and these are happening at the right time, and I highly appreciate the team, whoever is doing that. Now, you asked about the digital infrastructure. It's a very pneumatical point, because if I compare India with the global, because that is where we are competing and we are scaling up in the infrastructure, and specifically talk about digital infrastructure, just a question to all of the leaders here. Do you know, how many data center or from the data center capacity that India holds today? And it's measured in megawatts and gigawatts. But as on today, 2025, what's the capacity India holds? Any guess? 40%? That's a big guess. So 2018, we used to operate closer to 300 megawatts across India. But definitely, Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu are leading in this space. They are the top 2 distributor of data centers for the country. Now, 2025, from 300 megawatts, now we have scaled up to 1.2 gigawatts, right? It's a great scale. It's like a multi-X of growth that happened in 6-7 years. But just let's pivot that into US, right, where the digital infrastructure magnanimously happening. They are going to go from 57 to 60 megawatts to gigawatts to 110 gigawatts in 2030, right? By the time, we will be growing from 1.2 gigawatts to 8 gigawatts in the next 5 years. So relatively, we are growing significantly well, but if you do a comparison, we'll be like 10x below the global competition, right? Now, we are talking about AI. AI is the engine of growth, and consumerization is happening. 1.4 billion people are here. These all great policies are in place, but where is the infrastructure? How are you going to scale this infrastructure? Are we fulfilling the demand of today's in yesterday, or it should be like yesterday's demand should be fulfilled today? It's a kind of a crossroad question, because predictably, what is happening is we are always have a nature of fulfilling the 2020 demand in 2025. Now, 2025 demand will be fulfilled in 2030. Instead, can we fulfill 2030 demand in 2025? That is where the real growth engine and multi-X growth will happen, because this is a very crucial point. And again, I just want to touch upon other policy aspects. You talked about digital infrastructure and other infrastructures. All governments have phenomenal policies. And me and Jaydeep, when we were talking in our breakfast, I think most of the states in the country have a GCC policy. Can we say any other state doesn't have a GCC policy? Right? And what this GCC policy outlines, it gives a talent incentivization, capital incentivization, good infrastructure, whatever they claim, right? It's good. All are pretty much, if we compare to, side by side, mostly equal. But I'll tell you, what is going to decide in the next few years is air, the purity of the air in the city. That will become a one measure. The quality of the water, that will become another measure. Infrastructure, for a common infrastructure for common people, that will become another measure. Today, from some of my research, and I talked to some of the global leaders, I understand why they choose a particular location from an outsourcing perspective. There are two top things. One, the person from the state or the city, he's sitting at the seat at the table. He may be a CIO or a board of director or someone. And he says that, I'm from this place, Chennai, I want to be in Chennai. I'm from this Bangalore, I want to be Bangalore. Second is, like Jaydeep talked about outsourcing. These people have already done and tested this outsourcing for the last 40 years, and they already have offices in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, and they prefer to continue to have their GCC in the location. But things are changing. The other three parameters, what I talked about, that will become the policy impetus. Again, some of the policymakers are here to take note of and to consider for the future. Thank you.
Hey, Kevin, I thought you meant Hyderabad first and Chennai and Bangalore later, right? I mean, that's what we discussed outside, that you will call out Hyderabad.
I heard Pune. Okay. Look, I think, you're talking about measure, and I'm just thinking that, we're coming towards the last section. Give me one measure. We all love Twitter, now it's called X. We love hashtags. Future ready GCCs, hashtag. What policy do you think should happen in the next 12, 18 months which can really augment the GCCs? It's a lightning round, 30-second answer. Who wants to go first?
Hashtag infrastructure.
I'm at a loss because I think, at least in the semiconductor industry, I would say most of the policies are in place apart from the couple of things that I mentioned, but those are at a very low level. Yeah, give me a minute to think.
No, you don't have. It's a lightning round.
I would say hashtag livability. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I agree with those. Absolutely, infrastructure and livability. That's a tongue twister, but yeah.
No, thanks, gentlemen. I hope that I was able to keep the Bangalore traffic in a single lane. Not sure how I was successful. I'll probably now open up to the audience question. We can take a couple of questions. And just to kind of start it on that, which state has got the best GCC policy? Any takers on the audience here? Karnataka? Okay. Any contrarian views? Okay.
Someone saying Telangana at the back.
Telangana? Okay. You have a question there? Okay. Can we have a mic there? Yeah.
Can we have a mic also move to the other end of the room?
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Sharang Gaikwad from Genpact. Absolute beast of a panel discussion, by the way. Great points, great learnings. One point that came up, employability of talent in colleges and schools. Like there was a big gap that was mentioned. Can GCCs or even service providers do something to increase or improve employability of students in terms of skills, in terms of applicability of how real world works versus what is taught in academics, and how?
Yeah, let me pick that. Thanks for bringing it up, first of all. I think, and this is a very segment-specific response which has gotten initiated, at least in Hyderabad, and now it's getting extended all the BFSI organizations have come together creating what is called as a BFSI consortium. And what they have done is they have devised some kind of a standard curriculum which now is actually going, and the professionals from these organizations are going and teaching that curriculum in year 3 and year 4 within the, say, I'm giving you an example, say we've identified 20 colleges in the JNTU framework and people are going and teaching them. So typically what happens is that when they come on and become part of you in the industry, you don't have to teach them banking or financial services or insurance. They know that on day one as they're coming in and all. And slowly I'm also hearing that that's getting picked up and getting replicated in a couple of other places as well. So great point, absolutely. Now the question is, potentially I also heard that the healthcare industry, now that Hyderabad's almost got like top 5 or 7 of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in the world, we are beginning to see some of those conversations also beginning to happen as well. Yeah.
Just to add on that one, I see a lot of industry, academia partnership happening. And you have a chance to go back to the universities and colleges, set up programs which are very relevant and successful for the needs of the industry. And I think I see a lot of us going to the colleges and universities to even coach, mentor, and make them ready. I hope that all these investments in the future will really yield results. But of course, a lot more can be done.
Just to add on what Jaideep said and Sandeep said, I think student development is one component. I think more important is also the faculty development, because they are the one who are teaching the students, and they need to also aware of what is happening in the industry. Some of the programs I'm foreseeing, it's a faculty mentorship program. They're coming into the GCCs, they're learning about the day in, day out, what the work is happening, and they're going and sharing those knowledge within the students.
And since you brought this up, I was in a program in Pune, and the director of AICTC was there. Now they've also started a program, some of you may be aware about, professor of practice. So you can be a part of the industry and academia, you can go there and teach, and you also get a chance to get recognized. So I think, to your point, faculty development is also something that can happen between us as well. So we have some more questions on the...
We have just one, but in the interest of time, can one of you gentlemen take that question? The gentleman who put his hand up in the corner. Yes, please.
Hi guys, great point. Vishal here, I'm from OGS. The question is, any ideas of, we spoke a lot about government supporting and policies that are already in the making. We saw the one rolled out recently, very helpful. Any ideas or thoughts in terms of how can the GCC industry per se that we are building, we're talking a lot about, still feels not very unified. We are MachineCon and events like these brings us together, and we are eventually building that unification, eventually a voice that can go and influence. Any ideas that we can, as a collective group, influence the thoughtware and thought process of the government in driving and promoting not just the fundamental policy points that we mentioned, which are basic, happening across, but more impactful that can drive and facilitate the expansion and the things that you guys are talking about, absolutely on point. Any ideas how could we get there, and anything that comes to mind?
Yeah, so actually, again, from semiconductor industry perspective, the government is ready to listen. There's so many programs, there's the chip-in program, chip-to-startup program, and the government is really helping the industry over there. But having said that, what I've seen, any government, we've interacted with Maharashtra government, Karnataka government, Odisha government, UP government, and they are ready to listen. You have to just provide, if you provide a unified force, or if we provide a unified force and go to them with certain proposals, they will be ready to listen to you. Ministers are much, much more accessible now than maybe 10 years ago. So they are definitely ready to listen. We don't have Honorable Khargeji, but we have the representatives here. So it just shows that the government's intention that they really want to make this happen. So I really feel that, yeah, if we just provide some sort of a, come together in a forum, come up with a charter that this is what we would want to do, they would be ready to listen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can we hear a big round of applause to this panel on stage? That was absolutely fantastic, like the gentleman with the question said. May I request you all to step down here so we can get a picture with you all. while we clear the stage out, if you don't mind. A picture with the four of y'all, if y'all could kindly step right there, please. Thank you very much. Once again, a fantastic panel, a fantastic conversation on stage right there, gentlemen. If you could stand right there. Thank you very much. Just a little more light in this space, please. A little light here. A little more. It's fine. It's okay if that goes on stage. Light, please. Yeah, thank you. While they stand for their picture, can we have another round of applause? Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to quickly clear out the stage and jump into the next conversation of the day. While that is happening, just a quick reminder, how many of you all have seen the posts on LinkedIn so far? Hands up in the air. Can we have the lights on in the audience? Hands up in the air. Okay, you've seen the posts on LinkedIn. We'd like to see what this summit looked like through your eyes as well. So in case you have any thoughts, I've been reading some of the thoughts that you all have been putting across. Actually, let me quickly read out one. There was a gentleman named Amit Gupta here. Amit, are you here by any chance? Amit Gupta is not here. He had a very interesting take on my session yesterday about the 21 questions and also the beatboxing, and how these are not just designed to make people laugh, but it's also designed to sort of break you all down a little in a nice way so that you all can also have conversations with each other. And he had a very interesting approach to that. So things like that, we'd love to hear from y'all. So we'd like to see your conversations on LinkedIn. There's also conversations going on Instagram. So if Instagram is also your cup of tea, feel free to do that as well. And that being said, it's time for us to jump into the next conversation on stage. We're here to talk about smarter AI for GCC IT services, automating, predicting, and transforming global delivery. And joining us for this conversation, we have with us Vikash Kumar, GCC segment head, Lenovo India. Give him a warm round of applause while he makes his way to the stage. Welcome, Vikash. Joining you on stage, we have the category head, Notebooks, Lenovo India, Sachin Kinagi. Give him a round of applause while he makes his way to the stage. Gentlemen, welcome to the GCC Summit. Give them a huge round of applause, people of the audience. There we go. Over to you all.
Thank you. Over to you. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be meeting so many of the GCC leaders here over yesterday, today, and we'll be meeting some of you tomorrow also. Thank you for taking out the time to meet us and be listening to us today here about Lenovo. So before I begin and share how Lenovo is already participating with most of you already across the globe and in India as well in your AI journey, before that I would want to ask one question, which is how many of you are already using a AI-enabled PC? Can you have a... Oh, I see some hands, definitely not all.
Just about 4 or 5.
Yeah. So before I share more about how Lenovo is collaborating in the AI journey with most of you already, I would want to take a small step back and share what Lenovo is today. While already all of you know about Lenovo as a brand, but where have we reached across the globe? So today we are a $70 billion organization across the globe, #1 in terms of PC market share. What does it mean for you and for us? It means that maximum number of customers, or most of the customers across the globe, trust Lenovo as a brand. We also have 30+ manufacturing sites across the world, and we are present in 180+ markets. What does it mean? It means that wherever you are present across the globe, in whichever country, whichever region, whichever market, Lenovo is there to support you locally as well. If I have to talk about India, I joined Lenovo India 10 years back. Then we were a $1 billion organization in India. Today, in 10 years, we have reached to almost $3.5 billion in terms of generating revenue locally from India. while we are doing business in India, we also have our own GCC center in India. We do our own R&D. We have our own R&D lab. We have our own manufacturing sites in India through which we cater to the world. In fact, we also have our knock and sock center through which we cater to our customers across the globe. So these are some of the GCC units that we have in India, and we also do business, and we are growing year over year tremendously in India. So Lenovo in India has been there for last 20 years. Across the globe, it has been there for last 30 years. I want to share a small video with all of you, wherein we will take you through the journey of Lenovo, where it has evolved to now.
At Lenovo, we solve problems, really big problems. And we've been doing it for over 30 years. Our customers' challenges are bigger than ever. So we go big too. No, make that huge with the industry's leading portfolio of end-to-end client, edge, cloud, network, and intelligence solutions and services. This is the new IT. So what does that mean? It means our digital workplace solutions take the complexity out of making hybrid work work. Nice job. Our edge-to-cloud and AI solutions help businesses of all sizes unlock the power of data in real time, which in turn unlocks lots and lots of happy customers. And Lenovo's industrial metaverse and AR/VR solutions are opening up opportunities across industry, from aerospace to education, transforming the way workers collaborate and students learn. A+. And all our pocket-to-cloud solutions are available through a predictable, scalable, pay-as-you-go consumption model. So your IT can instantly adapt to the ever-changing demands of your business. With a workforce of over 80,000 in 180 markets, 18 R&D locations worldwide, and 35+ manufacturing facilities, we're there where you need us. And our global supply chain is ranked in the top 10 in the world, so we can meet customer demands anytime, anywhere. But we know none of this matters if we don't make the world a better place. So we offer customers a full suite of sustainability technology and solutions, from asset recovery and carbon offsets to our unique Neptune water-cooled servers. And we're fully committed to becoming net zero by 2050. And we believe it's only smarter technology if everyone can use it. That's why our Product Diversity Office embeds accessibility in our products, empowering us all to build a smarter world.
So this is our vision, which is to bring AI to every household and every industry, and also to make AI accessible, fair, and inclusive for everyone. This is what we hold ourselves accountable for in the organization. Most of the leaders I met yesterday and today know Lenovo today as a PC hardware vendor. While there is an interesting fact which I want to share to all of you is Lenovo's 47% of the revenue does not come from PC hardware. So that is where Lenovo has evolved today. It has moved beyond the smart devices, which is our PC vertical, to smart infrastructure, which is our servers and storage vertical, and beyond that to the softwares and solutions business, wherein we are partnering with most of the organizations, not just for the hardware, but taking the entire managed IT services and delivering the ROI on that front. So that's an interesting fact. I would want to invite Sachin to share further on these developments.
Okay, thank you, Vikas. So while we talked about smarter devices, smarter infrastructure, and smarter solutions, now unless and until you integrate and use all of these together, you'll not be able to deliver the AI solutions that all of you are working on today. So just to go ahead and elaborate a little more on what we bring to the table as Lenovo, essentially around these different aspects of AI. One is around AI solutions. So when I talk about AI solutions, most of you are developing your AI solutions primarily on the cloud. But there's always going to be a concern on data security, where you're looking at how do I use an AI PC, how do I use AI locally so that there's a lot of data that you're working on is secure, right? And of course, the latency on the cloud, while it is much better than what it was 10 to 15 years back, it's still going to be a concern because the amount of data that we are using is growing, right? So AI solutions from Lenovo help you build the hybrid cloud infrastructure, which allows you to use local devices as well as cloud and essentially drive that hybrid infrastructure that you really need. Beyond that, when you look at the device environment, right, devices are going to be your endpoints, which are very essential for the work that gets done. The whole idea behind digital workplace solutions is to help you identify the right device for the right persona within the organization so that you're able to drive the best ROI out of the digital workplace solutions. Also, with our hybrid work nature today, device security and services becomes very essential to help you drive IT from a ROI perspective. Other than that, we already talked about our net zero goal by 2050, which is backed by SCBTI. Essentially, what we are, where we are on that journey today is we'll hit 70% of that goal by the end of 2030. Beyond that, when you talk about sustainability, it's also around products. All the products that we manufacture today have close to 60 to 70% PCC. We use a large amount of rare earth magnets which are recycled and essentially driving very simple, driving ESG in a much better way. One of the innovations that we brought about in 2017 was around low temperature soldering. So typically when you look at a PC or an electronic device, it has a motherboard, right, at the heart of it. That motherboard goes through an oven baking process to get the components fixed onto the motherboard. The engineering team in Japan, that's where most of our R&D happens even today on our devices side, actually went and reinvented the paste that goes onto those motherboards with which the components are fixed. Now, by doing this, what we are able to do is we are able to reduce the temperature of the oven from 250 degrees to 180 degrees. What does that mean for devices? One is, first and foremost, carbon dioxide emissions are much lesser. At the same time, the stress of the thermal stress on these motherboards is much lesser. What that essentially means is that you are able to drive better life and better reliability for devices that are getting manufactured through this process. As a matter of fact, I'm very happy to tell you that while this is a patented technology, it has been made open to all the electronics manufacturers in the world so that they can go and use this technology for the better of mankind, right? So that's around sustainability solutions. Then when you talk about service and support, Vikas mentioned that we are present in 180 countries, which means we offer the same standards of service and support across these 180 locations. So you may be a customer who has a GCC site in Pune, Mumbai, UK, US, wherever you are, we are there to offer the same level of service that you would expect from a manufacturer like Lenovo. So that's around what we can do and what we can deliver to the table when it comes to AI, right from AI solutions to the overall gamut of the Lenovo offerings. Now, one of the key aspects of the conversation that we're having today is about AI PC. And when Vikas asked the question, hardly 4 or 5 of you actually picked up, raised your hand. What this also means is when you talk about AI PC, any device that has got any PC that's got a neural processing unit is what is qualified as an AI PC. Within AI PC, you have a couple of nomenclatures. The current gen AI PCs, which offer about 10 to 12 trillion operations per second, and then you have the 40 to 50 trillion operations per second AI PC. That's the next gen AI PC. Now, why are AI PCs important from a GCC standpoint? A lot of your applications will get AI enabled, which basically means that they will have AI components that need a specialized engine that actually takes the workload, AI workload, and runs it very efficiently and parallelly, right? So thereby, 2 key benefits. One is it's faster because the AI NPU is a highly parallel, massively parallel engine, right? Second, it enhances battery backup. it enhances security, and it ensures that you have a much better much better satisfaction from a end user perspective. So AI PCs enable you to get the best productivity from your users. So essentially, very important to think about, if you're not on the AI PC journey today, you need to evaluate how does AI PC impact the workloads that your teams are working on. One of the simplest example of how AI PC is enhancing collaboration is most of us here use Microsoft Teams or Zoom or WebEx. 70% of the video processing and the audio processing today from Microsoft Teams and Zoom has already moved to an AI workload, which basically means that that backend processing is happening on the neural processing unit and not on the CPU and the GPU, which basically means you have a better collaboration in terms of audio and video feeds, and at the same time, it enhances your battery backup and enhances you to deliver a better value for the money, right? Beyond that, we also talk about localized large language models. Now, AI now is one of our personalized AI assistant that we have developed, which is available on most of our laptops and desktops, of course. And what AI now does is it allows you to create a knowledge assistant, and you can use the knowledge assistant to actually drive, you can, at the prompt, you can query whatever you want from the document. I'll give you a simple example. A few days back, I was asked to write a quiz for our sales team. So I picked up the PowerPoint presentation from which I needed the 15 questions. I put it in the knowledge assistant. I wrote a query which said, write 15 multiple choice questions for me to create a quiz. It came up in the next 3 minutes or 2 minutes. It came up with 15 different questions with multiple choice questions, and it also gave me the answer key. All I had to do was copy paste it into a Microsoft Forms or SurveyMonkey and run the quiz. That's how simple the power of localized AI can drive from a productivity standpoint. So the whole idea about AI PC is how am I driving better productivity for my end users and for my organization. So if you're not on the AI PC journey, please do talk to us. We will help you evaluate how AI PCs can actually help you. And what we are seeing as a trend in the industry, by the end of 2026, pretty much everything will have AI in it. Today you do have non-AI and AI PCs, but by 2026, end of 2026, every other platform that you're buying from all of us from the industry is going to be enabled with AI, with a neural processing unit. Right, now when we talk about portfolio, right, Lenovo offers a very wide portfolio of devices. Now how does that matter to you from a GCC, from an AI perspective? Right, our notebook brand is called ThinkPad. Most of you have heard of ThinkPad. Then you have our desktop brand, which is ThinkCenter. Then you have ThinkStation, which is our workstation brand. Now in your AI journey, if you look at two key things, one is around inferencing, the other is around training, right? Training your data models. Typically for inferencing, you would use endpoint devices like a desktop or a notebook. In this case, a ThinkPad for a laptop, for laptops. And then for workstations is where you will use it for data training of your large language models. So you have a wide variety from Lenovo in terms of offerings, which essentially ensures that for all your end-to-end solution requirement from a device portfolio perspective, we have those available, and that essentially means that we are able to cater to the entire portfolio. So one of the key aspects of AI that we are envisaging is that there are going to be three kinds of AI. There's public AI, there's enterprise AI, and there's private AI, personal AI or private AI. Now essentially we are living in an era where all three have to work together, because not all your applications are going to be, not all of the environments or workloads are going to have a local requirement. You will have a hybrid requirement on the cloud, on a public cloud, on a hybrid cloud, or an internal cloud, as well as on a local device. So the era that we envisage that we are living in today is going to consist of all these three AIs, and essentially what it means is that each one of them has to collaborate and we have to bring them together so that they are able to enhance and deliver better value for you as GCCs. Okay, so when we talk about AI, what do we bring in, or what are the industries that we cater to? So we cater to a variety of industry segments, right from building hybrid clouds to IT/ITES. We work with IT/ITES customers on their AI journey in terms of various aspects. In terms of manufacturing, essentially when you look at manufacturing, edge AI inferencing is a very critical part of the solution, right? We have a Think Edge portfolio, which basically delivers the edge AI inferencing solutions right from the on the manufacturing floor, right from the manufacturing floor to back to your data center that churns the data and gives you insights, right? Beyond that, of course, we work with pharma, education. We also are working with an Indian company on Indic AI, right? Indigenous LLM for Indic languages. And of course, from an e-commerce perspective, AI is very well embedded into e-commerce, because the moment you go and search for something on your phone, every other tweet or every other feed that comes in is for that particular thing. That's basically AI working in the background, right? Looking at what you have been searching and then giving you more and more options. So we work across industries, so there's not a single industry segment that we don't address with our solutions. So we'll be more than happy to connect with you and understand what are your requirements so that we can be a part of your journey and help you deliver better value. Last but not the least, one of the latest innovations that we have brought to the table is called the Lenovo Aura Edition. Now, what is the Aura Edition? It's a collaboration with Intel, where we built a device which enables experience which is much better from an end user perspective or from an organization perspective. The Aura Edition basically offers 4 different modes. One is around privacy, because privacy is very critical. You have your employees working from anywhere today, so privacy and privacy guards are built in. Then you basically have more collaboration. A lot of our AI-based collaboration applications are moved to the AI engine, which is the NPU, so thereby enhancing battery life. And then, of course, you have wellness, employee wellness. Now, employee wellness is a very interesting thing, right? Most of us here use our notebooks for more than, or laptops for more than 8 to 10 hours a day. Typically on flights, wherever we are working, most of us use it for such a long time. Now, every 20 minutes, the recommendation is eye wellness, around eye wellness. The recommendation is every 20 minutes, look at something 20 feet far for 20 seconds. Now, the Aura Edition PC uses the camera to look at how long you've been looking at it, and if you have enabled it it's a one-touch selection. If you have enabled it, every 20 minutes it will pop up and say you've not been, take a break, right? Take a 20-second break. Look at something 20 feet far for 20 seconds, right? Another wellness environment is around posture. A lot of your users today are probably complaining of a heavy laptop or a heavy bag, and they're not properly sitting. So around posture, the wellness app basically tells you, it again keeps monitoring your posture, and every time it sees that the posture is incorrect, it will pop up and say, correct your posture, right? These are things that that also enhance the employee environment and give them a better feel for, make them more comfortable in their workplaces. So the Aura Edition basically ensures that you have employee wellness taken care of, and at the same time give you more privacy and security, so thereby enabling, and this is a Lenovo and Intel collaborative effort, which is only available on Lenovo devices. As a matter of fact, we have a device which is the Lenovo Aura Edition device. Please do visit us outside, and we'll be able to give you a demo of what the Aura Edition means and essentially deliver the value for your end users. That's all I had. Thank you very much for your time. It's indeed a pleasure to be amongst the leaders in the GCC industry. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen. If you could remain on stage, and opening this up to the audience for questions. If you have a question, yes, there's a gentleman at the back. Can we have A microphone move at the back. Quickly, please, if you don't mind. Quickly. Thank you very much. Anyone else with a question? Please put your hand up. Thank you.
Hi, it's very interesting to see the kind of portfolio that's emerging out in the space of hardware and technology. And we all understand the importance or inevitable future where all these computations will have to go in a hybrid decentralized mode. Not everything can run out of data centers, and using that available processing units on end user devices will become the future where we can kind of partner that load and distribute. My question to you is that while we look forward towards a future which would be more decentralized, are we still leaving a gap in between, which means what we're looking at this point in time from a Lenovo offering is a hardware with an NPU, CPU, and stuff like that, which kind of propels this decentralization. Some of those AI things should run locally on your machine. Let's say for a translation, it adapts to your voice more locally, translates it for you, and once it is translated, coded into numerics, only then it gets sent to a cloud or an enterprise for further processing. On the other hand, what we heard from other service providers or AI partners, so as to say, was solutions that are isolated from this technological advancement of the hardware. We still kind of looked into areas where we were more focusing upon business opportunities, but never thought it from a solution design perspective. We still think the solutions that are being offered today still hook up to the large LLMs for anything and everything. My question to you, and this is equivalent to the all AI partners, is are the champions in both of these spaces, the hardware and the application infrastructure, partnering in some way so that we are not creating something that has to be optimized back again in the future and redo things? So today we build a giant in an ecosystem, in an architecture, which is viable only today. And tomorrow when we bring hybrid, we have to redo the entire thing. So are there any such collabs with bigger giants in the software or partnership space in enterprise solutioning versus the hardware, so that what we build is kind of compatible 5 years down the line?
Absolutely. Okay. I'd like to address that question, Vikas. So one of the, you rightly put it up that if the hardware and the software are not in sync, how do I actually, correct me if my understanding is wrong, how do I actually deliver value on the basis of both the hardware and the software collaborating if they're not collaborating together, if they're in silos? As a matter of fact, if I take an example of Adobe software, the Illustrator software. Now the Adobe Illustrator actually comes from the cloud, right? But it has libraries that get downloaded specifically which run on the AI engine, which enhance the productivity for the person who is delivering the, if he's doing creating an image or is rendering an image, that rendering becomes faster. So as a matter of fact, we also have a program called the Lenovo AI Innovators program. These are a set of 100 and 150 odd ISVs which deliver software which are specific to different industries, be it media, be it manufacturing, where we are collaborating to enable their applications with AI, which is working in tandem with the AI hardware that's available. So there are a lot of programs that not just us, Intel, as a matter of fact, if you go to the Intel website, it has a list of by different productivity requirements. It has a list of applications which are working with the local hardware. Example would be CrowdStrike. As a matter of fact, CrowdStrike's analysis actually is now taking off the workload from the CPU to the AI engine. So 80% of the workload is offloaded to the AI engine. So there is a lot of collaboration happening between application providers and hardware, which is ensuring that from a future perspective, you are able to drive value for the hardware and the software together.
I'll give one small live example that is where my team is working on also currently. There is a legal tech organization. They are a GCC again and based in Bangalore. They came to us about 2 months back and asked us, while you are providing us the hardware, how do we ensure that our users do not use any of the online platforms like ChatGPT or Perplexity or even Copilot, right? Because they work on the lawsuits and they did not want their data to be going anywhere out in the cloud. So they asked us, along with the hardware, how can you give us the software solutions for us? We worked with them for 1 month, and just last week we delivered to them the hardware plus the software. The software which we built for that legal tech organization was the replica of the online models which we have out there in the market, but it was specifically built for that particular organization. That is where the collaboration comes in. And you rightly mentioned, unless that collaboration is there, probably there will be two different paths we will be going on. So that is where we are ensuring internally we sync up and deliver the best outcome for the GCCs. Yeah, thank you. Any other question?
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please do visit us. We have more and more to discuss, and we look forward to your to having good conversations with you around overall Lenovo solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much, gentlemen. Like they said, feel free to walk up to them, have conversations with them. It's time for us to move into the next panel discussion. May I request the stage to be set up, please? While that is happening, just a quick reminder once again for you all to post and also have conversations with us on LinkedIn. I am also told that we're going to open up conversations on X very soon, yes? So in case you'll have conversations needed to be had there as well, we'd like to have those conversations with you on X. Also, I've been noticing, like I said before, that posts have been going up on Instagram as well. Looking forward to seeing y'all on Instagram as well. That's AIM. Y'all can find us online, AIM Media House. It's time for us to introduce the next panel onto the stage. This is one of the hottest and most timely conversations in the world of GCC. And this panel discussion is going to enable just that. We're looking at unlocking the potential of Tier 2 and Tier 3 growth. This is a conversation that's been had for, I think, a little over 3-4 years now, in a very big way. With major hubs reaching saturation, as you can see in Bangalore, GCC leaders are now looking to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities for cost advantages, deeper talent pools, and stronger retention. That's the conversation that's about to transpire on the stage. Just looking at the audience to understand where people are from, I do see some familiar faces from Nama Bengaluru, but apart from that, there's the gentleman from Gujarat that I had a conversation with yesterday. Where is everyone else from? There's the Philippines represent in the back, Manila represent at the back. Where is everyone else from? The people in the front? Hyderabad. Okay, we had Hyderabad. There was also a lady from Telangana. I don't see her in her seat right now. Anyone else? Where are you all from? Say again? Pune. Okay, we have Pune. The gentleman, I forget, you said you were from somewhere else other than Karnataka when you pointed out before. Oh. Okay, so you're in Bangalore? Okay, but native Chennai. And so as a Chennai person, you very proudly said that Karnataka is one of the biggest places for GCCs, right? Okay, we have the gentleman representing Chennai/Bangalore. Sorry, sir, I can't hear you. I'll set up centers in Madurai 20 years ago. May I know your name as well? We'll quickly have a conversation.
Sivakumar.
Sivakumar. And is this your first GCC Summit with us, or have you come here before?
This is the first.
MachineCon, but you have been to others in the past before. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, the gentleman there. You had a very interesting question for the previous panel.
Yeah, because the topic is now Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. At Omnicom Global Solutions, we have our setup in Coimbatore, and that's working phenomenally well. The talent pool, the access is just outstanding, and we really love the investment that we have made there, and looking forward to continue to expand there as well.
That's fantastic observation. Just apart from the conversations of GCCs, Coimbatore is also phenomenal for food. Oh my gosh. Coming from Bangalore, every time I have to stop via Coimbatore for the most mind-blowing food. We'll have a conversation. Say again?
It's in the water of Coimbatore. That's what makes it the food what it is.
Okay, it's the water of Coimbatore is what he says. That's what makes the food what it is. We shall have a conversation about food after this. Anyone else? One last conversation. Where are you from? Tell me what you do very quickly. Anyone? Put your hand up. I will walk up to you. Anybody? No? Okay. The gentleman at the back. I'm going to run up to you because the setup on stage is done. Tell me, sir.
I'm from Gurgaon, so work for Agilent Technologies. And that's another kind of tri-city hub. I felt the northern area was less represented in the form, so that's where I'm from.
He's representing that place. All right, thank you for that. You didn't tell us your name, what you do, just a very quick update on that.
So my name is Param, and I head the Global Business Centers for Agilent Technologies. I'm not sure if you've heard the name of the company, but we are the leaders in production of life science test and measurement devices, the gas chromatographs and GCs of the world. That's what my company makes.
Thank you very much for that. Can you give him a round of applause and all the people who had a conversation? That's what this summit is all about, by the way, having these kind of conversations offline. So please make sure you have a lot more of these conversations. Also head out and check the stalls, have conversation with the people at the stalls. Like he said, interesting conversations, tier 2, tier 3, let's do this. Requesting the GCC head at DSM, Firmenich, to please come up to the stage. Welcome Dr. Dinesh Kumar Murugesan with a big round of applause. People, put your hands together for him. Welcome to the stage. You can take that corner in the middle. Perfect. That would be fantastic. So you can look left and right. Perfect. All right. Next up is the India country head, Icon PLC. Please welcome Nagalakshmi Shetty. Give her a huge round of applause while she makes her way to the stage. Welcome to the stage, madam. Joining them is Sandeep Raktate, President, Amneal Pharmaceuticals. Please welcome him to the stage. Classy gentleman right there. By the way, he himself has done a fantastic job at networking. Last night I saw him going and having conversations with a lot of people. You should take a little note from the way the gentleman networks. Absolutely fantastic with that. So up next is the VP Head of India and Global Business Services, Teva Pharmaceutical. Please welcome Pooja Singh to the stage. Welcome to the stage, madam. Joining all of them on stage is Shrikant Kamaraju, Head of Solutions Center of Excellence and Group Manager, Adobe. Give him a huge round of applause, sir. Welcome to the stage. Over to the moderator. Have a fantastic session. Would you require the clicker by any chance? Any presentations? No? Give them a warm round of applause, Goa. Come on.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I don't know whether you all can notice that I'm a bit nervous right now for two reasons. One is the panel that happened in the morning. It was really a power-packed panel. They've really set the bar very high, and as the moderator now, I have a responsibility to ensure. By no means I'm adding pressure to you all, but we have a standard to maintain now. The other reason is, I had some notes which I wanted to speak to set the context. Thanks to the MC, he stole everything. He said everything that I wanted to say. Now I'm really wondering now what do I say to kickstart the conversation. In any case, since my job is already half done and you all are aware of what the topic is, there is this general talk. I won't say whether it is a myth or a fact because that's what we're going to explore today, that the tier 1 cities, the major cities are kind of getting saturated and companies are looking at other options. And equally there is pressure from the other side. We can see almost every government is also pitching in. And then is this true? If it is true, what are some of the facts? And let's discuss some points around that. So moving beyond metros and moving to tier 2, tier 3 cities is going to be the topic. And on this, just for a simple reason of bias, that Srikanth is one person who's been talking to me a lot yesterday, and I saw that he was very passionate about this topic of really going to tier 2, tier 3 cities, looking at talent availability, infrastructure, whatnot. So it's a very generic, open-ended question, Srikanth, I would like to put to you. What is your view, and not only view, if you also have any experience in working with these cities, would you like to share them with us?
Sure. Thanks, Dinesh.
Good morning, everyone. Srikanth here. I think that the topic, the saturation itself is very perceptive in nature. I think, some people feel very cozy, if they're actually all in the same city. We're getting the talent pool. It's all hunky-dory. I have a startup. I can get a pool of talented resources. So I'm very, very, very cozy. At the same time, few people also feel that they are claustrophobic, like, too much of traffic, too much of people around me and all. So I think it's very perceptive when you talk about saturation, especially if you're sitting in office and thinking about it. But once you step out of the office, think about the sustainability of the cities, right? I think our previous panel has set us a very good segue into this conversation. Think about your cities, every major city has a major problem. I think, you have a traffic problem, you have a air quality index problem, you have a water problem. Not that we wanted to actually think these things needs to be brushed under the carpet, but also have to see, what should we do there? Personally, I worked in Chennai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, and 3 other metros in America. So I couldn't get an opportunity to work in a tier 2 and tier 3 city. So when this topic came to me, and I was thinking that, let me put this question to myself and see, whether I'll be able to comfortably move to a tier 2 or a tier 3 city, whether I'll be able to take my team, whether I'll be able to take my company to a tier 2, tier 3. So I think the question itself actually provoked me a lot of thoughts around it, right? So there are good GCC policies. There is infrastructure that is getting created and everything. But how many of us have thought about Queen City? How many of us thought about Gift City? How many of us thought about Amravati? How many of us thought about Nagpur, Jaipur? Governments are actually creating a lot of plans about physical infrastructure. But the question when I spoke to a lot of people yesterday night in the dinner is, okay, what about the social infrastructure, right? If I'm trying to move, will I get the job for my wife? Will I get good schooling for my kids? Will I get good medical facilities over there? So I think there is a lot of social infrastructure that needs to be thought about. And I think the only point to conclude from my side is to see, it's not an easy answer, but I think there could be a good interlock between the government policies and also the private players, the office space creators, the companies to think about, and also tie with the social infrastructure creation companies, and start them as an interlock. Not just, okay, I just go create something, a layout, and wait for people to come in. There's a lot of trust factor that needs to bring in place, that let's all go together, and let's also make sure that it happens in phase-wise. It cannot happen just one go. And we don't have to move everything, right? I think just think about what we can do to ease up a little bit on the city's infrastructure and be selective in our operations. Yeah.
Just something that you said triggered this question. You have worked in multiple cities within India, and all of them are kind of metro cities or tier 1 cities. What is your opinion? Is this really true that these cities are getting exaggerated? A very short answer. I'm not expecting a Boolean answer, but a very short answer.
I think saturation, not with respect to the talent, not with respect to the cost, but on the physical infrastructure, definitely yes. I think we are saturated.
Thank you. Now, okay, you said cost and infrastructure. Now that takes my attention to Sandeep, because I know that you are a greenfield person. You love greenfield projects, and when we are talking about setting up a new GCC, not that these are the only two primary factors that matter, but cost plays an important role. Talent availability plays another important role, and retention of talent plays an important role. We are already having challenges, in our existing GCCs. When we go to tier 2, tier 3 cities, and this is not a judgmental statement, more of an ignorant statement, I really don't know how these cities operate. What is your view, on these cities, on the availability of talent, infrastructure? There is a perceptive argument that the cost will be relatively less in these cities. Can you throw some light on this?
So good morning, everyone. This side is Sandeep Riktate. I head Amnil Operation and Supply Chain. We are in 3 geography: US, India, and Ireland. I take care of India and Ireland operation, and I technically support US. We are $3 billion company. I think the most important part, this tier 2 and tier 3 gives a lot of advantage considering the cost for setting up GCC center or setting up any greenfield manufacturing. Obviously, cost is one of the driver where we can say that the capital cost setting up the facility or office is pretty low compared to the metro cities. And you always see incentives. You always see big advantage on the power. And when you say greenfield, you have a lot of opportunity to set up the facility the way you want. Because you have a lot of learning experience with previous setups and whatever the flaws that you can cover up in the greenfield. And you literally get an opportunity to set up nice structure. And it's not only the facility, utility, your IT infra for operation of any industry. Let's say an IT layer or OT layer, an IoT layer, and how you integrate this, setting up the greenfield. That's one of the advantages. Second, the operating cost. These tier 2 and tier 3 cities gives a better opportunity in operational cost, because see, today, operation cost is the elemental to stand up in the market, and today's market is very, very, very competitive. And particularly, I'm coming from pharma. See, everyone is aiming for the US, and the margin used to be 40, 50, 60%. Now margin flat to the 20%. So setting up the facility, running it with the talent and kind of regulation we need to maintain. So operation cost is pretty, pretty important to be competitive in the market. And to support our innovations, I would say that affordable innovation, which is the requirement in our country, where we get a right talent with a good cost, and be meaningful to the innovation which is required, so that you suffice the patients and regulator both. So capital and operation cost these are the two important parts. Second element is that tier 2 cities gives you an advantage of getting emerging talents. I would say these are the fresh talent. These are unique, loyal talent, I would say too, because kind of ecosystem, this tier 2 and tier 3, there are a lot of universities are in and around. And one of the panel discussion we talk about academia and industry, that collaboration and that talk, that reverse integration has to happen. Like what is to be taught in the university, whether it is a graduate, whether it is a postgraduate, and how it linked to the industry. When someone coming from the academia, when it goes to the industry, what kind of knowledge they should have. So that correlation is very, very important. But I would trace that, and I've been done this, like set up an academy within your organization. Let's say I'm coming from pharma, so we set up a digital academy, we set up an injectable academy, we set up an engineering academy, or we set up a specialized drug device academy where you get a 20, 30, 50 people, smart people from the top university within that tier 2 and tier 3 city. This helps us to attract the emerging talents. It helps you for sustenance, so your attrition rate has been very, very decline. You also give a message to the society that we are getting a good talent locally, we are nurturing them, and we are making sure that their family is set up in that city. So that whole ecosystems take care. I think it's a great advantage to be in tier 2 to set up a greenfield and give a larger message to the society that we are doing for it.
Thank you. Again, a point that Sandeep made on talent now takes my attention towards Pooja, because I know that talent management is one of your passionate subjects. Again, keeping the context, tier 2, tier 3 cities. When it comes to talent availability, now talent availability is one aspect. Availability of skilled talent is another aspect. And again, availability of infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, I'm not just talking about the availability of office infrastructure, but also the public infrastructure, the ecosystem. Again, I'm keeping the question open-ended, and I'm bringing in two elements here. One is the availability of skilled talent and the availability of infrastructure. And with your passion on talent management and your experience with tier 2, tier 3 cities, what would you like to tell us?
Well, thank you. I'm Pooja. I head Teva India. We have already presence in 5 different states in the country. So we are leveraging the tier 2, tier 3 city in a massive way. And I feel, when it comes to talent, obviously that remains the moot consideration to explore a tier 2 or a tier 3 city. But the way I see it is, then often we hear an argument to say that is it a trade-off between lower labor arbitrage or labor cost and lower rentals compared to the metro cities. I believe that it is a strategic advantage any organization can leverage, because it gives you the stability against the 30-40% attrition in niche and high cost roles in the metro cities. So if I reflect on our organization, we have a stable R&D organization with less than 2-digit or a single-digit attrition for the last 20 years We are leveraging these cities to develop continuous supply of talent for our complex roles. So that's one. The other is, I think this is a constant investment in developing talent, which is against the conventional norm of buying talent. So it is an investment which is a long-term 3 to 7 year horizon investment. It's also interesting to see how the state governments are in a very federated way coming forward to help the organizations sign up for these academia programs or do the internship programs. This gives you a little bit of head start to your requirements, by starting early and seeding that skill fresh into the college students. So considering all of that, I think tier 2, tier 3 cities can actually give you the strategic advantage of giving you stable supply of talent, and at the same time can become the execution hub. And if you were to kind of flex the model a little bit to say, how do you cross-pollinate the cultural elements and the elements of, the hub and spoke model, your operating model can become this winning composition or winning structural composition for you to say your execution arm sits in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and your complex and more customer-facing roles sit in the metro cities. So I would say it is a fine balance, and we are leveraging from it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Pooja. Nagalakshmi, obviously you know that next I'm going to look at you, right? And my apologies, I'm coming to you last. I kept the best for the last. We're talking about people, infrastructure, but culture, according to me, is also a very key element that determines the success of an organization. And if I have to talk for myself, this is something that we at least suffer in our organization to maintain the organization culture across geographies, because I don't think I need to speak about the cultural differences when it comes to geographies to this audience. I mean, they would know it much better than me. And India being, again, one of the most secular countries, culture differentiates us not only from state to state, city to city, maybe even locality to locality. We are quite diverse. Now, I want to bring in an element of culture here, and then already we are a global organization, and then we are talking about now taking our organizations to new cities. What would be your experience, advice, comment, whatever, on how do we address this important challenge if you are expanding our GCCs to these cities?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an important challenge.
Did I surprise you with this question?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I think it's a very relevant question, very important challenge, as you said. So hi, everyone. Just to quickly introduce myself, I'm Nagalakshmi Shetty, country head of ICON. It's an $8 billion company in the clinical trial space. About 4,500 people in India in 3 cities, so Chennai, Bangalore, and Trivandrum. So a lot of what I'm going to speak about is going to be my experience with, Trivandrum. And you set the perfect context. So when we talk of culture, it has to be the same, whether different cities or different countries, right? The whole organization should live and breathe the same culture. And for example, I think ICON does that really well. We actually dedicate half a day just to talk about culture. So for us, culture is not just values that you put up in a poster. During this day, we talk about how to live those values and what to do, what not to do, and walk the talk. And if someone is not following the value system, how to actually guide them outside of it. So I'd like to believe if I walk up to any ICON employee, we've got 4 values. I think they can recall at least 3. I think it's pretty decent. And also a lot of them, especially our boomerang employees, they all say they've come back for culture, and they all say they're staying for culture. So that shows, I think we've got the culture game right in ICON. But having said that, as you rightly said, India's a diverse country. So different regions come with a nuance of culture. So, if I were to talk about Trivandrum, while it is not good to stereotype, sometimes you do see trends of culture in certain cities. I think it's really important to observe those. So just to give you an example, and maybe I'll compare to Bangalore, because I'm from Bangalore, a lot of people here are from Bangalore. We found that the folks in Trivandrum were not speaking up as much as the folks in Bangalore. They were not as articulate. They were waiting to get instructions. They were not ready to lead. And that's where, when we pick these patterns, we go back and set the expectation that, it's not a nice to have. These are expectations of your role. And also, one thing that we do at Icon is we don't distinguish salaries. So we give everyone the same salary right from entry level, because finally it's about talent. So they know that that is their bar. And then, of course, you have to help them through the process, right? You tag them to the hub and spoke model that Pooja spoke about, right? You tag them to your hub, you tag them to leaders. So we've got good leadership in Trivandrum, but not as much, obviously, right, as like Chennai and Bangalore. So we tag them and make sure that the expectation is, the gap is identified, expectation is set, and we're sort of mentoring them through it. And just to give you an example, so we're going through a performance review now, and we do death by analysis for everything, So we did, I did an analysis on the ratings, and the average rating of Trivandrum is actually in the middle, So they're not last, is the point I'm trying to make. Don't ask me who's first and third, but they are a solid company, solid group, with good retention, good food as well. And it's a marathon. We've been in Trivandrum for 15 years, so it's a marathon, but worth an investment.
Great, thanks, Nagalakshmi. I'm going to make it up to you by coming to you first in the second round, because I came last to you in the previous round, and by now you would have known my style. I pick up questions from some words that you use in your answer. So the word that caught my attention in your previous answer was performance, and GCCs also have a direct impact on the company's performance. So now we are talking about expanding into different cities. So how do we ensure that the quality and performance is maintained as we expand? And I'm sorry, I forgot to say this. I'm watching the timer. It's really running down. We need to give some time for Q&A as well. So please treat this like a rapid fire round, not a rapid fire. But if you can keep your answers, and this is to all my co-panelists when I come to you with the second question, keep the answers really precise, 45 seconds to 1 minute. I'm sorry, I already took a minute.
Sure, perfect. Yeah. So I think I partly answered performance, that the expectation is the same. It's what you do and how you do as well, right? So culture talks about how. In terms of what, really measure everything. That's the best way to manage performance. So especially if you're setting up a new site, measure them, check the quality, have a process before they are made independent. I think it's really important that you handhold them. And for quality, for example, in our organization, because we're into clinical trials, it's not just data, it's patients behind the data, So once they understand the purpose of their quality, they seem to get it right. So it's really about setting the bar and ensuring that they're meeting it.
Got it. You already mentioned death by analysis, so your suggestion is be as objective as possible and trust the numbers.
Exactly.
Got it. Srikanth, now I'm looking at you. The hub and spoke model, is that still relevant? And when we are expanding, is that something that we should, are we moving into a zone where we are talking about hub and spoke within India among different cities? And I'm just throwing these words without any backed information, obviously, perceptive, but your views on this.
Yeah, I think we had a beautiful panel because I think I'm the one who actually worked in metros, and I think the other ones actually have given so much of confidence that tier 2, tier 3 works. I'm half convinced on that. Definitely, I think in my previous stint before I was working for Adobe, I was working with Cognizant, and I think we had operations in tier 2, tier 3. I had teams there. So when we talk about hub and spoke, the way that we organized is we were more people-centric there again, in terms of establishing projects in terms of what can work out here and there. I think was something which we can take a decision, saying that, okay, these are the operations that we need to do in tier 1, these are the operations that we need to do tier 2, tier 3. But also give some importance to people who wanted to actually go back and work there. So they carry certain passion, they carry certain accountability, saying that if I go back, if I was given a chance, I would have performed better. The 2 hours or 4 hours of commute time that I put in a metro would actually at least 1 hour go into the additional passionate way of working things, right? So, form teams like, have the discussions at a org level to see like, who wants to go to which particular place, and what kind of a projects can be grouped together, because they actually have a real good bonding in terms of when they actually started the career in one place. And if you want to start to tier 2, tier 3, you could actually also do some selections in terms of which particular teams can actually cohesively work and what could be their culture and background in terms of taking forward that. That's another one.
Thank you. Quite precise. Now, Sandeep, I don't know, if I look at you, I cannot stop thinking about Greenfield, because I know your passion and experience in Greenfield. As a Greenfield experienced leader and also having experience in tier 2, tier 3, do you have any 2 or 3 very precise suggestions that you would like to make to the audience, that if they are setting up their shop, what are top 2, 3 things that they should focus in terms of addressing some of the teething challenges?
Sure. I think we are talking about Greenfield in the tier 2 and tier 3 city, right? So most important part, COVID, everyone, thought of reimagining operation or reimagining your own business. So I think we need to have that culture shift or the thought process that what we have to reimagine when we move to tier 2 and tier 3. Obviously, it's a new start, starting from zeros, starting from scratch. So that design mindset, it is very, very important. That what you want to achieve, what kind of talent pool we are going to bring, what kind of combination of new talent and the current talent. Because you need certain talent, which is the senior one, which is maybe residing into the metro, getting into the tier 2 and tier 3, making good combinations. What kind of skill sets we need to have? What are the upskilling required or reskilling required for the coming talent, which is as a part of the team? That's very, very important. And what kind of regulations we are going to handle it, right? Suppose you are in SEZ or you are in different industrial area, what are the licenses, what are the permission we need? That is very, very important. So you need to get ready for that. And I think whatever we do, I think keep in mind that what is the impact to the cost, quality, and sustainability. I think that's very, very important. So the design mindset, cultural transformation is very, very important.
Thank you so much. As always, quite informative. Thanks, Sandeep. Pooja, again, last but not the least. And I'm going to keep it in the talent space again. Arguably, and this is not a statement that I'm making, arguably what I'm hearing is there is a scarcity of talent in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Not that there is no scarcity of talent in the metros, right? So again, when we are setting up GCCs in these cities, do you have any suggestions to all of us in terms of how do we mitigate these challenges? And if we are setting up in these cities, how can we meet our ramp-up targets? Is there something that we can do?
Well, scarcity of talent is real, and but we spoke yesterday, Pancham spoke about it to say 60 to 70% of our young talent now is coming off colleges and STEM courses. What we really need is a bridge program and the state governments to come forward to help the corporates, create these skilled laboratories or like sandboxes for talent to become ready or future ready. So talent is there. There is also COVID, somebody spoke about COVID earlier today to say we saw a humongous reverse drain of talent going back into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Shrikant spoke about the social fabric of the city or the state. That also has to be equally evaluated. So beyond just looking at these massive IT parks or looking at the last mile connectivity, looking at ease of commute, we also need to evaluate stable utility supplies, electricity, stable fiber optics, so that the remote and hybrid working can also be promoted. So I think it's a combination of different things. How do you encourage people to stay in these tier 2, tier 3 cities? How do you create a bridge between what are real skills that are required to become employable? And how do you leverage the state policies or incentives to encourage people to continuously stay in these tier 2, tier 3 cities? So build those programs. We are currently talking to the government of Kochi and the information minister, and we are evaluating Kochi as our next. We are evaluating, but we are already forward thinking to say, are there programs that we can work with the universities and partner with their academia programs to get a head start into our requirements in 2027. So that's the kind of planning you require to kind of arrest some of what you want and address that through structured programs.
Super.
Dinesh, if I can add one point,
Sure.
Shrikant. I think on the talent part, and also I think this part, the hub and spoke, what I feel is when we actually have hub and spoke, tier 1 and then the same company having tier 2, what really works out well is if we allow employees to go and spend some time with each other, the tier 1 employees going to tier 2, tier 3, whatever you want to do. You want to do hackathons, you want to do some planning events, you know, have these people travel to there. And also make sure that the tier 2, 3 people also come back to here, spend a week, understand the pace and working culture in the larger cities. Like, you know, if you talk about, hey, we have niche talent, we have innovation, we have IP here, what does it mean for tier 2, tier 3, and how they can inculcate this back to their. So this kind of an exchange would also make sure that, you know, both of the teams understand each other and also they're getting on par. I think that usually somewhere, you know, misses out because we'll think about travel budget and all. But I think that plays a very important role for them to actually trust each other. They're seeing in person. At the same time, they're also seeing what is there on the other side of the cities. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Going back to Pooja, just to summarize. So what I hear is, looks like we already have the ingredients in terms of policies, procedures, practices, but we need to tweak it a little bit to these cities, and then we need to be a little more proactive in building this.
So as I put it across, it is better to invest in a bridge program with a university, arrest them young, instead of paying the premium of 30-40% in a metro. So it's a choice you make because the attrition numbers take care of the investment that you make early on. So
Campus engagements. And the other point that I liked was you said the partnership with government, and now with almost every government opening doors, I think that's possible. Okay, thank you all so much for helping me also to keep the time. We are still within time, and we have a few minutes left so that we can take some questions from audience if you have any.
There's a question, 2 questions up front, and there's 1 question up back. Please go ahead.
Hi, quick perspective or background so you understand why I'm asking this question. Parikshit Nagpal, I represent a company called KMC Solutions. We are out of the Philippines, so we are the Philippines contingent. My colleague you'll see on a panel later. The question is, while we're talking tier 2 and tier 3 in India, I'm also curious to understand what the thought process is for GCC leaders in India for a India +1 strategy. And what I mean by that is while we're thinking about solving within India in tier 2 and tier 3, there are many GCCs that do a multi-country. Some of you leaders on the stage have that. So what is your perspective, and especially with the comment made yesterday that headquarters sometimes look at India GCCs as very India-centric. If we have to have a bigger voice on the table as India GCC leaders, how about using a strategy of going beyond India? While India will always be the big powerhouse, how do you guys think about an India +1 strategy?
I will,
before Pooja maybe. We already have Croatia in the mix. So what we are really doing is we are trying to provide a multi-geography, multi-location strategy to our parent. So we have a full-scale, fully developed center in Croatia where we have about 500 people. We are already evaluating Mexico as our 3rd GCC location. I think a lot of this has to do with the time zone. It also has to do with the certain talent pool that only, I wouldn't say that it's not available in India, but I think that multi-location strategy is working well for us because there could also be a GDPR requirement. There could also be we are in a pharma space. So I think yes, organizations are thinking about multi-geography solutions. And those could be because of a variety of different reasons. It could be talent, it could be cost, it could be near shore, it could be follow the sun model. It could also be driven through sentiments from the top. So certainly yes, that is, India is not, and keeping in mind India is no more a cheap location. It's very, very competitive compared to, you know, some European low-cost locations. So, yeah.
I'll just add a quick relevance to it. You know, our company, we have 7 GCCs across the globe already. Of course, the one in India we operate in Hyderabad is the biggest. We have one in Parsippany in the US, Sao Paulo in Brazil. We have one in Maastricht in Netherlands, Kaiserhaust in Switzerland, and we have one in Barcelona and one in Shanghai. So already we are operating on a multi-GCC model. Okay, now the screen is also red. So I'll try to keep it precise. We are also looking at the +1 model, not only within the country, but also globally. Now we are saying, should we shut down Netherlands, Switzerland, and go to places like Romania? Should we move from Sao Paulo to Mexico? Because Sao Paulo is becoming expensive. And we're having a center in Shanghai, which is becoming expensive again. When we're saying, should we move to somewhere, in Asia like Philippines? Should we start exploring? So if your question is there a thought process of thinking of another site or a location within and outside the country? The answer is yes. You wanted to say something?
Just 30 seconds. I think the primary question is what is the unmet need and how are we going to bridge that, right? So for example, India, we work in shifts. So we got good coverage, but then we don't have enough Japanese and Chinese speaking. So that's where those hubs become important. We don't work beyond a point, so Mexico becomes important. So what is the unmet need? And then we have to have a global geographic footprint strategy for that.
Hello. Hi, this is Raj. I'm CIO at InfoSeps. I'm from Tier 2 city, Nagpur. And one quick question that I have is, this is great panel and pretty much everyone in this room have so much knowledge, but what we lack in Tier 2 cities is the exposure. We don't get a chance to, have this kind of panel and leaders. So my question is, what is it that we can do so that we get at least one visit by these kind of leaders to these cities? Any thoughts on that? So that, once we get exposure, then probably we'll know what to do. Thank you.
Just over to the panel, if we can wrap this up quickly.
I'll
Thank you
try
very
to
much.
answer that question quickly. I think that is a question that you should ask AIM, because they are the group that plans events like this. Maybe we should all put them a word to, also start going to these cities and start conducting these events and invite all of us there. That's the key point. So that
This is a good
we can
plan.
go and provide the exposure that those cities need. With that, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I don't think we have time for questions.
There were other questions. We'll take them offline, if that's okay with you all. Can I request you all to make your way off stage so that we can get a picture with all of you all? Thank you all very much. Such a fantastic conversation on stage. Give them a huge round of applause right there, if you don't mind. Take up the lights. Can we have the lights go up, please? Just one step back, madam, if you don't mind. And while they're clicking this picture, I'd just like to point out that this is the first time over the last 2 days that we've had 2 women take the panel. Can we hear a huge round of applause for women representation here at MachineCon? Please clear the stage, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. There were 2 questions. If those questions can meet the conversations outside with our panelists, that would be fantastic. Apologies for not being able to take those questions here. We have a lack of time, unfortunately, and we are running a few minutes late, to which I'd like to apologize as well. We are going to jump into the next conversation as soon as we clear the stage. It is taking us a little more time to clear the stage, so once again, our apologies for that. So it's a Sunday noon, and the conversations are still keeping the energy going, keeping our fingers crossed, and it's keeping the conversations alive in the room. Fingers crossed on that as well. It's time to keep the momentum going as we move into yet another powerful keynote. The conversation to have on stage is unlocking GCC value for global enterprises. It's at a time where efficiency alone can't fuel GCC growth. This keynote unveils a clear, practical framework for how centers can strengthen their strategic voice, shape enterprise-wide outcomes, and truly elevate their role across the organization. I'm going to take a moment before I introduce the speaker onto the stage, just giving them a few more moments. And while that's happening, I'm going to look into the audience, wave and say hello to all of y'all. If y'all are still awake, you can wave and say hello back to me. Hello, 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 hello. Also, lots of familiar faces from yesterday's conversations. Nice to see you all in the audience as well. Also, in case you have colleagues who are not here as of yet, please give them a call, send them a message, ask them to come inside. These are some very interesting conversations to have. You can do your networking during the networking hours. But for now, we have our speakers taking the stage. Do we have some background lounge music that we can play so that it's not too awkward, me just standing on stage and looking at their faces in the audience? Say again? Beatbox? Oh, I'm getting tired of all the beatboxing. So we shall come to that in a little while, though. Don't want it to ruin it for the next speaker who's going to take stage. And the gentlemen are almost done. Can you clap for the people that work behind the scenes to make all of this happen? Thank you very much, gentlemen. This man coming up onto the stage is the Managing Director, Epsilon India. Please welcome Pratik Nath with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The people of the audience, make some noise for him. Pratik, welcome to the stage. I will give you a fist bump. Have a good session. Please put your hands together for him, please. Come on, make some noise for him. There we go.
Okay, can you hear me? Yep, I think we're good. So first of all, it's really a privilege to be here, standing in front of probably the distinguished leaders, the top leaders that we have in India. So I know it has been a very, very insightful session, and there's too many things to observe and network in last 1.5 days. But I hope you get some time to actually unlock the beach value as well. Now, I have been to Goa. I think it's been quite some time that I've been here, and I can tell you that it has changed a lot based on my friends and all that I hear about. And I hope you really get some quality time to unlock this value. But I'm not going to spend time talking about unlocking the GCC value here. I'm sorry, unlocking the beach value. Rather, I would focus on unlocking the GCC value based on my experience, which has been about 25, 26 years, working across different global capability centers, all the way starting from Siemens to Cerner to Oracle, and right now at Epsilon. One thing is for sure, I have seen how the GCCs have transformed from being a simple functional unit, right, meant for cost effectiveness, to be more a multi-dimensional, cross-functional plan, build, deliver, run ecosystem to generate more value and outcome. And I have been very closely associated to it. My specialization has been primarily on the technology and engineering, and everything that I'll be talking is more focused around the IT/ITS sector, based on my interest with this change or this transformation. Okay, so first, before I get started, let me quickly introduce Epsilon. Now, it's very interesting because we are not a household name. And when I meet different people, they usually ask me one common question, do you guys build printers? So no, Epsilon is actually a data technology and services company. And we are in ad tech and marketing tech domain. So essentially what we do is, in simple words, we connect the brands to the consumers. And we do so by building different solutions, products, offerings, which are definitely AI-based, to create personalized campaigns, for example, managing the customer data platform, or you can think about the loyalty offers. And we also have services on top of it, like whether it's data management services or analytics services, or digital experience services, strategic consulting, and all. We are part of the Publicis group. I hope you may have heard about Publicis. So we are part of the Publicis group and focused on outcome-based marketing. And one of the things that I actually gave a talk about 1.5 months or so back in the Cypher, more about AI and marketing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time around AI and marketing here because the focus is on GCC value. But I can tell you a little bit from an introductory standpoint. Marketing is all about creating the right moments, right? And that should actually lead to right action. And that can only happen if you have the right context. So it's all about creating moments, not just campaigns. But to build those magical moments, it requires a massive, massive architecture on the back end. So it requires humongous data to deal with, right? So what we do at Epsilon is that we do have our own data. We bring in customer data. We link them together through our world-class identity management solution. We call it as a core ID. And then on top of it, we run a lot of predictive AI algorithms to create those moments. Now, just to understand the scale that we operate with, you can think about for every individual that we have, we actually analyze over 7,000 attributes of that individual to better understand consumers, because it's all about understanding the consumers and building those moments. We also analyze over about 650 billion online transactions on a daily basis. So you can think about an avalanche of signals that needs to be processed almost on a real-time basis. And doing so, we actually create after that very personalized messages for our customers. So we send about like you can see here, about 120 billion messages that we send, all at a real time. And in the last probably 4 to 5 minutes that I spoke, we had actually 1 billion model updates that may have happened. Now, think about these models. Like we've been into this predictive AI for a long, long time. Just so that you understand, like each data, if it is a node in a graphical system or a graph database, the models that are available commercially, none of them can handle this scale. So we had to come up and build our own proprietary models through standing up our own data science teams over the last many, many decades. On top of it, now agentic AI and generative AI is coming to create much more scale. But everything that we do is definitely, we have a principle to keep human in loop, and we heard a lot about human in loop throughout in this conversation. Now, a little bit I'll spend time on Epsilon India and why I'm here to talk about it. Now, Epsilon India is actually, I can say, the heart of this system that I talked about. We are about 40% of the global headcount that we have at the global footprint. And we have our engineering, deliveries, services, different enabling functions, all co-located in one place in Bangalore. What is unique, I would say, about Epsilon is this is one of the very few GCCs where you will see that very, very senior leaders are actually even reporting to the leaders in India. So we are completely into a global remit, global accountability model. And that's what I'm going to talk to, what it took to get to this state. Now, this has been the same case or a similar journey that I had been in my previous company as well, and there was a lot of learning. So everything that I'm talking is through my experience and simplifying it to help the different GCCs that are setting up or getting set up right now, or even those who had been into this journey and can resonate with this. So before I go there, like I just wanted to probably ask you this question, or basically, what comes to your mind when you think about OpEx? Because any GCC starts, like we heard throughout in last 2 days, it's all about efficiencies. So when you think about OpEx, you think about operating expense. So again, you think about cost part of it, efficiency on it. But actually, the answer to unlocking the GCC value, according to my journey, has been in this same one word, which is OpEx. And that's what I'm going to cover here on what is that. So that's the 4 pillars, actually, of OpEx, which is ownership, partnership, excellence, and transformation that actually helps unlocking the value and making a GCC from an efficiency or cost center to more of a strategic influence center. So that's the framework. So when I evaluate any GCCs, when I take up a responsibility, I definitely go through the lens of these 4 pillars to assess the maturity. And that has been pretty much working for me so far. So let's start with one by one, all of these pillars let's go through it. The first one is the ownership. Now, whenever I think about ownership, the thing that comes to my mind is about the V formation flight, right, which you all may have already heard about. But what it is, if you look at a global remit or a global ownership, each entity, each unit needs to be self-sufficient, needs to have a responsibility very well defined for the collective success of the fleet. So it is all about intent and ability, and of course, being backed by the right ecosystem. Now, in my previous organization, I was responsible for managing the engineering organization. I can tell you, like I was heading about 2,500 or so org. It is no comparison when it comes to the challenge and rewards managing a 200 or so member organization with a global accountability versus a local responsibility for a 2,000 plus organization. But it is extremely, extremely challenging to reach that state. And I have seen, I was given the responsibility about 1.5 decades back to move the ownership of the different IP products, right, which were like the best that we had in that company, to India. And in that journey, the one simple answer where it succeeded or it didn't succeed actually was talent. And when we think about talent, it's not just about the leadership layer. Of course, we need to hire the right leaders. It's also about building that mighty middle. I always called it the mighty middle. So we even had an initiative, build a mighty middle, right? The architects, the roles that you don't have, which are very, very necessary for the success of your ownership. So we focused a lot on building that mighty middle, hiring the right leaders, establishing new roles, ensuring that there is a full-time availability. It's so stressful, right? Today at Epsilon, GCC responsibility is probably 20% of my remit. I spend most of my 80% in actually managing all of the SaaS ops globally. So it has to be, if there is an incident happening anywhere, within 50 minutes, if the communication doesn't go to our customers, then we are failing. Right? So we have to put all the systems in place. We need to get into the calls. So that is one thing. Then I'm also responsible for AI Center of Excellence to ensure that entire organization, no one is laggard, everyone is coming and getting ready for the future. Now, that is the model that we went for at Epsilon, and even in my past, right? We wanted to make sure every leader had a global remit. Now, to build that, it is very important. One is, of course, the mindset shift that you need to have a system thinking. That was one of the big learnings that we had, that it is about starting with the client at the end in mind and then working backwards for the customer success. I think that defines. So what I have realized is that if you take care of your customers, the rest of the system actually takes care of itself. But to enable that system mindset, of course, we need to be staying on top of many things, including alignment with shared objectives, the leadership layer, to all the way, building the recognitions and other processes that we need to put in place. But system mindset is very, very important to focus. Now, in India or in GCCs, typically have started as a services, providing services. So there is a very high risk of becoming a task-driven organization, right? And to break that to a decision-making requires a lot of effort. And that's where talent is one part of it. Different programs are very, very critical to be put in place. And it may work differently in a different organization. But that was one of the learnings. The third is definitely the intent and alignment of the global, across the globe, around that global remit model. Now, this is very important. I have seen the failures. You can fail in spite of putting everything if there is not an intent and understanding of the value between your headquarters and the local GCC. So it is very important to have that alignment. So what we do at Epsilon is we build a global dashboard, right? Accountability dashboard, where we very clearly review, along with our executive sponsors, how are we progressing when it comes to the global remits. Now, it includes definitely different factors, like are you running a global program end-to-end? Are you having a global teams reporting to you, right? So any leader you are hiring, are you having those guardrails in place so that you are not hiring just for managing operations? So these are all the things that we had to, sort it out in this process. But, yep, what is very exciting to see that about 60% of the GCCs that have opened in last 5 years, I think, and about 44% of the GCCs are in the portfolio hub. So which, if you look at Zenova or NASSCOM's way of evaluating, it starts with outpost to satellite to portfolio to eventually transformation. So portfolio defines the ownership, and it's great to see it. So essentially, what I'm trying to say is that any new GCCs, if you're starting, you don't need to start being an outpost and then go through the change management process, but rather start directly keeping the global remit in mind, which is where you can unlock the value. The second thing is the partnership. Now, when I think about partnership, I actually break it up into two parts. One is about the internal, what is your cross-collaboration in the organization, and other is the external ecosystem. Now, it is very important here that as we think more as a one global team, it is also easy to lose the value that you get as a power of one in the local ecosystem that you have in India, right? And so that's the fine balance has to be maintained. And you can do it through different ways. I talked about shared objectives, your recognition of the teams that demonstrate cross-functional behaviors. One of the things that we did also worked very well is that we went to a hybrid working model, requiring every team, like everyone to come 2 days a week, but which were designed keeping the value in mind, right? For example, if you're in a support organization, you work with engineering, you work with delivery, get all the 3 teams in 2 days with fixed design of how they will work. So that helped us, one, I just want to tell you. But there are different ways you can build an internal, but it's very, very important to build that partnership. The second part is the external partnership. Now, I talked about the intent of the headquarters and the India leadership, right? For us to get that ownership. Now, external partnership is very, very important because it actually, you won't realize how much trust it can build to your global counterparts. One thing I realized was, even though you have been here for many years, you will be surprised to know that many of your leaders do not view Global Capability Center as that advanced as we think we are, right? So this is where the partnership with Zinovs of the world, NASCOMs of the world, we organize when, let's say, the senior C-level execs come in, organize meetings with distinguished leaders like you, and then we went through different, discussions, and that helps build the trust. So I definitely encourage if you want to do that and go for a partnership. And of course, the technology part, we heard a lot. It is about build versus buy and taking the right decisions. Now, it's super powerful, right? Being an engineer, I can know we want to build everything, right? But we also know that I've seen only very, very small marginal percentage of those actually scale. So rather taking the decisions about partnering with hyperscalers. So we partner with different hyperscalers, you may say, to build AI capabilities specifically. Okay, so I go to the third pillar, which is excellence. Now, if partnership is about design thinking and collaboration, excellence to me is about first principles, and they complement each other. Why it is very important? Because I feel every GCC needs to have an identity of its own. And that identity, if you want to establish, one of the very popular frameworks is establishing a center of excellence. But the center of excellence, doing it at a central level, I feel is a little vague, but you need to figure out your specialized area that you want to build your identity on and build your depth. And that worked for us. I had been associated with different COEs in the past. I'm not going through all of the details as I said, but whether it is automation, accessibility, stability, AI is very, very popular right now, and there's a lot of areas to collaborate there as well. So we can talk through in each of this, but one of the learnings that I wanted to share is that the center of excellence has also become bottleneck if we do not have the right model in place. So we need to put all the way from the charter, the governance, the measurement, the value metrics, to the operating model as well. And at some point, I feel it has to be decentralized once you build that capability. But it gives you an identity, and so it's very, very powerful to think through if you want that. And of course, the execution excellence is very critical. If we don't, many times the execution fails because people do not know what matters most for them, right? And I have put a couple of things. If the first one is objectives and key results, everybody in the world will know that, but I'm not sure how many of you know there is a very good framework which is called Hoshin Curry's X Metrics. Has anybody heard that? Okay. If you have not, definitely you may go ahead and see that. It's actually in one place. You can get everything that I've spoken through all the way from your North Star, what is your vision, to your annual objectives, to your priorities, the annual priorities or initiatives, to your key measures or metrics, to your accountability, who are the accountable leaders. So, and it very well connects end to end. So it brings a lot of alignment if it can be done as a shared exercise across with your leadership. But keeping OKRs is very, very important. And I have also put in, because of the agile world we are in, I believe like incremental delivery, predictability is very, very important. That's where agile comes in. And scale agile framework really worked very well for us when it comes to breaking the cross-functional project dependencies, release trains, etc. So I am also certified in scaled agile framework, but it is a very powerful tool. Okay, so with that, I go to the last one, which is about transformation. Now, this is about keeping one step in the current and the second step in the future. And this is what we all leaders have to do, right? And if you look at today, I think if there is one common theme that we have all spoken and we've been speaking about is AI, right? And this is where I think we can do a lot together in this transformation journey. And I feel a lot of us we have to spend a lot of time in change management if you are specifically focusing on an established organization, GCC, that you need to take to the future. And of course, there's a choke point, and it's very important that we build that AI fluency in the organization, and for which we are doing a lot of things. Like we actually are thinking. We have our AI mascots. We do have different ecosystem to enable practice for everyone. Of course, learning, development, different modules from the best in the world that we can get. So all of this is part of building that AI fluency. Then second, I feel it is very important for given AI is the level playing field now, we can be the launch pad to propel our parent company to the future. I think that's very, very, very great opportunity that we cannot let it go with AI coming in, especially in the GCC world. And you can think about your opportunities like one of the definitely I see around, as I talked about the siloed practices, is about reimagining the old processes practices with new, more efficient, innovative practices, right? That is very much possible. So what we do is that we created AI champions for every vertical, including HR, finance, and sales, and every department. And we created a steering committee. We meet as an AI council and discuss and try to support each other. So that's the exercise we have been doing. But like we have seen where people are really even today a little worried about AI, right? Which has been there, or just usage of AI. And also, the sustainable AI usage is also important. So we have been working through it, but that's a great opportunity. The third I talked about is be the catalyst for the client success. I think we are already, but I think it is very important to meet the clients where they are with AI, because they are equally worried with AI, just like we in our internal GCC system as well, right? And each one of us are clients for each other as well, right? So it is important to have the client centricity in mind. And I think the value will be at the intersection of client centricity and AI. I have seen many instances where people think that, hey, if I am client-centric, I cannot use AI. Or if I am AI-centric, I'm too much thinking about efficiency, I'm losing the client centricity. But actually, the success lies at the intersection of both, so it's important. And the last one is to be the collective industry voice. So I think we heard about a lot of policies and all. I think we all can come together and be that collective industry voice for our GCCs. Now, academia partnership, I really want to call out because I do feel as a GCC leader, all of us have that moral responsibility to build our future, right? And so academia partnership is something I think is very important for all of us to think through. Okay, so with that, I land here. I know it's time's up. So I shared based on my experience and some of the frameworks that worked. There are a few areas that didn't work as well as I went through this journey. If you need anything, I'm definitely open to share any specifics if you have, or also want to hear from you in the next 1.5 days around what you are doing with AI, change management, or from your GCC to take it to the future. So with that, I end. Thank you, everyone. That's it.
Thank you for that. Yes, in case there are questions, we can do it in the networking time, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are going to set up the stage once again. I apologize for all of the movements on stage, but I am also going to introduce the people coming up to the stage. Apologies to the speakers coming on stage as well. We'd like to set up and get back to on time as possible. So we're here to talk about the workplace that inspires the new GCC. We're talking about the real estate blueprint. Today, the workplace is more than just a space. It's a strategic enabler for culture, for collaboration, and talent retention. This panel will share insights on designing workspaces that truly inspire teams and also something that drives performance. We're here on this stage to have a conversation about the real estate blueprint. I'm going to introduce you to your moderator. Please welcome Payal Singh, Senior Director of People and Site Lead, Blue Vine. Give her a round of applause. Welcome, ma'am. While they set up, if you could stand right there and push up the volume on this, push up the volume on this. Just right there, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. I shall join you. Joining her on stage, please welcome the MD of Sabre India and APAC ANZ People Leader. Sabre, please welcome Renzi Matthew. Welcome, Renzi. She, by the way, did a phenomenal job yesterday at karaoke. Good job yesterday. We all heard you. Joining them on stage, the Senior Director of Product Management and India Site Lead, Blackhawk Network. Please welcome Romit Sen. The next person joining this panel, please welcome the COO KMC Solutions, Tracy Ignacio. All the way from Philippines, show her some love, India. Make some noise for her. By the way, I don't know where that table is from. I will come and have a conversation with you all. Could you just shout out where you all are from? Yes. Canada. Okay. Welcome our guests from Canada as well. Give them a huge round of applause. We'll have a conversation a little later. Tracy, by the way, has been having a great tasting session in India. We've had conversations about that. Tracy, before we put you all on stage, what has been the experience with food in India?
I was telling you last night, I arrived less than 24 hours, but I ate 5 days worth of food, I think. The tandooris are great. The dosas are my favorite. Everything's so good. Yeah.
Having a good time as well, yeah? Okay, fantastic. So, can we hear a big round of applause for this panel? I'm going to ask you all to please take your seats at the stage.
Hello. I think I'm good to go. Okay, hi everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be moderating this discussion with such brilliant panel today. And we are pretty mindful of the fact that our session is right before the lunch, and your mind might already be halfway through the lunch buffet, but just hang in there. This is going to be an interesting discussion, because this is something, I mean, the topic that we are going to talk about is something that everyone and all of us have strong opinions on. So yeah, let's jump in. The topic, of course, we've already announced, it's we're going to talk about workplaces, and when we talk about workplaces, there are a lot of themes that pop up, and we are going to pick up themes and then have discussions around that. Over the last few years, GCCs in India have gone through a lot of changes. They were before delivery centers, but then now they are transitioning, or some have already transitioned into becoming innovations hub. And when it comes to innovation hubs, workplace becomes a big catalyst or differentiator. And then that makes, or that helps GCCs attract talent or enable a workplace wherein innovation can take place. People can collaborate with each other or feel good about coming to office. So the whole discussion will revolve around how we can create offices where people actually would want to show up to, okay? So the first theme that I'm going to pick up is innovation. So Tracy, the question coming to you. Of course, most of the GCCs want a lot of problem solving to happen at workplace, a lot of ideas being generated at workplace. What do you think, how workplace can be designed today to enable this at workplace? Yeah.
Yeah, allow me to introduce myself first and why I think I could impart some knowledge around that. So KMC is actually the biggest GCC enabler in the Philippines. We do have about 25,000 seats scattered across the different major central business districts in the Philippines. And we also help in terms of recruitment, HR services for our client. We've probably over 100 GCCs at the moment we've enabled already. So call it build, operate, transfer, co-manage centers of excellence. To make it, I guess, simpler for everybody to appreciate, we're probably the ANSR, the only ANSR of the Philippines, the answer to Philippines, I would say. So in terms of your question about innovation and designing that within the office, so after building so much offices in the Philippines over the past 15 years, we usually focus on three major ideas. Number one, the innovation and creativity should never be sacrificed. So we dedicate about 30% of the space in an office for innovation hubs, for common areas of all the employees to engage with, and for just generally town halls and events that could entice and engage the employees to actually go to work. So that's one. That's the creativity and the fun part. Number two is the collaboration part. These are making sure there are enough meeting pods, meeting offices, and obviously technology should be there in terms of video conferencing and everything for everyone else who's working remotely, obviously. And lastly, and the most important for us, is making sure there are enough spots for focus and productivity. I mean, obviously, it's always fun to be together, but the productivity is very, very important. In fact, I know in India, about 69% of the managers, their top priority in terms of an office, number one, is the privacy that they can get from it. Like having your own space to do those meetings, to make those decisions, and to be very, very productive.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe other panels are free to chime in. But there are companies which are coming up with, say, focus zones, collaboration hubs, different kind of pods, smaller pods for meetings, open seating. What do you think about that? Are they literally helping us in any way? Or is it helping in innovation? Is it helping in bringing us or taking us forward?
Should I go?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Quickly introducing myself as well. I am Romit Sen, head Blackhawk India, offices here. And yeah, I mean, bunch of things that you said, right? A lot of romanticized names in there, like activity zones, collaboration pods, focus zones. I think at the end of it, yeah, all of it is important. Like Stacy said, 30% of the spaces that they design is allocated for innovation. Now, how innovation happens, again, there are various ways to skin this cat. As I scouted for locations for our offices in India, we've looked at various models, and we are spread across a couple of cities at this point. We are a mid-sized GCC. So our offices have had a mix of, in Bangalore, we have some collaboration space, some dedicated sort of focus activity zones. And it is important because this is something that I often say, that people, the young generation today, right, the generation that has actually started working in COVID remotely, they've always been remote. They don't want to come to office. And I say this is a broad generalization, but I say they want to come to office. So as change orchestrators, as India heads or managing the sites, it behooves us that we create an ecosystem, a space where they want to come and collaborate, right, easily, where these are traditional war rooms, let's say collaboration zones. What needs to be done by like the providers, the real estate, commercial sort of real estate providers today, what we see is very, although they call it flexible, right? There's flexible seating and not assigned seating. but the workspaces themselves are like, let's say, very structured, like they're not so flexible. How have you, all of us have worked in war rooms at some point in time? What was it? Basically an 18-seater or 30-seater meeting room with a couple of D10s, and we have been looking at some dashboard during the holiday season, which is what we'll do during the next 1 month. But do you really, if I were to create a very specific war room kind of structure versus a boardroom structure, which is, they often are synonymous, like we tend to use the boardroom as a war room sometimes. The office providers, right, the commercial real estate office providers, they need to work on creating some flexible mechanical movement so that you can easily convert a war room into a boardroom into a collaboration space into a design studio, right? Because guess what, you can have all of it, but all of it is going to come at a price. You cannot have dedicated war rooms, collaboration spaces, boardrooms, because not all of it is going to be equally used all the time. The utilities, the usability factor is not going to be 100% all the time. So you have to be fungible in that way. So that's the next challenge that some of the commercial real estate providers have to solve.
You want to add?
I think, yeah, I'll just add to that, right? So what Romil was talking about, right? One of the things that's happening is that, you know, we right now have multi-generational folks in the office, right? There are 4 generations working together at this point of time. The other thing which is also happening is that, you know, I mean, now Sabre is a 20-year-old company, right? Now, pre-COVID, all of us have worked in offices 5 days a week, right? And I know that post-COVID, when we wanted to bring people back home, it was a struggle for all companies. And I would think that we are still struggling to bring people back home, right? And and of course, I mean, now people have come back and Sabre say now we follow a hybrid model, right? We do give remote options also. Now, these hybrid folks who are in office, now, you know, and many of our offices follow, many companies follow open offices, right? But you still need places where, you know, if somebody wants to, you know, need some quiet time and then they just need to focus on some deep work, so there needs to be a place for that, right? If you need, you know, a place for socializing with folks, right? Because you're in office, right? You need that kind of a space. So what we need is all these different kind of spaces which inspire them to bring their best to work. Right. The other thing which we also see is that we are in a model right now where, you know, there is this buy, build, borrow model, right? So building, as in you are training your own folks that they are ready for the new technology which is coming, how the world is changing, right? So you, of course, need the right training room setups for them to come together and get trained, right? You also have, you know, of course, bringing the hires from outside, right? And if they come to their space, come to your space, are they inspired to and feel good about that they have joined this new company where they are now, right? And the borrow part of it, right, where you're borrowing resources from another company. Now, Coforge is our partner that we announced this partnership earlier this year, right? Now, we use them as a they augment our workforce, right? Now, many a times, these folks also need to come and sit with our people because the ownership and accountability of the product still lies with Sabre, right? But you need to work very closely with them. So now workspaces look at all these different things and that's how they are built. So if I tell you just about Sabre also, right? I mean, during the COVID times, the few years that passed after that, we gave away some of our floors because they were not being occupied, right? Because people were not coming. And last year we had these offices where, you know, we did not have namespaces for people, right? Because we said, you don't have to come because we don't, force people to be in office for 8 hours. There's lot of flexibility, so people come for a few hours. So we said, you know, you don't need namespaces because you're just coming, collaborating, talking to people, attending some training and you're going back and you probably don't need namespaces. That's what we were last year, right? But coming to this year, people had this thing that, no, I mean, you know, we need our namespaces also because we want to create our own desk, right? Where I have my photograph, I have my plant or whatever. I want to create my own space also in office because I want to, you know, have a space that I can come to office and call that as my space kind of a thing. So in fact, just last week we signed up for 2 new floors, right? So I would think that like the way we say that technology is changing, the workplaces are also changing. So with the changing needs of the workspace, different things are coming up.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective of having own space versus the open space wherein people are free to sit anywhere and then work. Now, an honest question, and I'm harping on this point a little more than required. Of course, I had not timed, I had timed it to be completed in 5 minutes, but see, all the discussions or all the points that we talked about, these were coming from employer point of view. What do you think from employees' point of view? Is it helping, everything that we talked about, different kind of seating, different kind of arrangements, is it helping people want to come to office? A quick yes, no, maybe anything will help.
Well, I mentioned earlier, in the Philippines at least, the typical, home of an employee is too small and too chaotic to even have focused work. So they do appreciate those kinds of office facilities and areas where you are able to, well, first of all, socialize and collaborate with your office mates. But other than that, is be able to actually be productive and be focused on work with high-speed internet, with very robust IT infrastructure where data privacy is also ensured. So it is definitely something, it's a win-win, I would think, for the employer and the employee. Because they do get the productivity, the employers get the productivity they need, and the employees get the work done in a more conducive environment, I would say.
Yeah, makes sense. Anyone would?
Footfall, if I compare our previous, just comparing in more recent times, right? Our previous office versus the current office. We've seen increase in footfall with better designs coming in place with, let's say, bigger desks, spaces for collaboration, plenty meeting rooms. We have seen people who do want to come to office, and of course that needs to be paired up with the overall location strategy as well. You can have all the good office structures and all of the innovation spaces inside, but within Bangalore, a very important factor is it reachable? Right, that is where you have to perform a very complex exercise of where, if you are doing a location strategy, where in Bangalore are most of your employees based out of? And we even went with something to the effect of having a policy where we would only call in people within 25 kilometers of our office to Bangalore, because anything beyond that, for instance, would naturally mean that they would have to travel 2 hours on one side, and that's not the right use of somebody's time. So yeah, of course, it has to be paired up with the location strategy, but the inside of the office, the structure of it, the design of it, it does help productivity. One of the things we also did was a lot of, instead of having all the products, all the engineering or design sit in their own respective spaces, we did a co-location around the product outcomes or a product delivery streams, right? So each product team would be fully stacked, right, with the product managers, the engineering team, the UX design, right, the risks team, all sitting together in one place. And one of the ways we kind of measure productivity that way is, are your decision cycles shortened, right? Do you have to reach out to somebody, even if it is going to another floor? Right? Sometimes you do have to meet people one-on-one, try and sort of explain the gravity of the situation. But hey, can you reach out to somebody right to your right side or your left side and have a quick conversation? And does that cycle your decision, reduce your decision cycle times? So that's a good way to measure your productivity in one ways other than footfall, of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Just quickly adding to that, right? I think from a employee perspective, right now. We spoke about multi-generation folks. Now, when I look at the Gen Zs, these are usually bachelors now, right? Now, these bachelors do not want to sit at home and work because they're all alone at home, right? So they actually prefer coming to office, right? We have also seen that a lot of people say that, when you're in office, when the team is in office, it's so much easier to coordinate. Otherwise, you're pinging people on the teams and calling and stuff, and multiple coordination is happening unless you bring people into a thing. It's much easier in an office space. We have also seen that brainstorming happens so much better in a physical space. And we all know, right, there are so many conversations that get happened on the hallway than actually in the meeting, which helps how things work, right? So that's from an employee perspective.
Again, since you brought up Gen Z, we were doing a pre-placement talk very recently to graduates. And one common question that so many people asked, different campus, different pre-placement talks we were having in different colleges, and then this question was common coming from all colleges, from Gen Z, that do we get remote work options? So, yeah, another kind of different side of this story. Maybe they wouldn't have seen the workplace and hence that thought. But let's move to another interesting topic, which is employee experience. We all feel strongly about. Renzi, I would like your take on this question. What are the elements that really matter when designing a workplace that attracts and retains people?
So, like I was saying before, I think what the workplace has to provide is people where people can come together for various needs, right? Could be for socializing, could be for eating together, could be for meetings, could be for learning places, right? And what organizations need to create is also workplaces that inspire them to, do those things, right? And like I was saying, right, all of our offices now have these social places for playing a TT or any of these small games, right? And these helps them to collaborate very well. So I think it's very important that, like I always tell folks in our office, right, that if you have to just work on your computer, you can do that at home also, right? When you're in office, use that time to socialize, use that time to work with others, use that time to network with others, right? Or meet your mentor, kind of a thing. Use that time in the right way, right? Because it's not that you are here entire 8 hours. Right? So I think what our workspaces need to have is that, right? But going beyond just the designing of the offices also, I think what's also important is that we are giving them a safe space, right? Safe space where they can talk what they think is in their mind, space where they feel included in decision making, space that inspires them to do their best, right? Where you feel that this is my own space, right? And not just building chairs, desks. It goes beyond that, like a place that I can call it's my own.
Yeah, thank you. And any of you can chime in. This recreation zone, wellness area, having nap rooms, etc. Nowadays, a lot of companies are investing in. What do you think? Are we getting a return on those investments? Is it like people are coming to office to use those benefits or use those experiences, or it's a feel-good factor for people?
The more and more I hear from everyone, I feel like the Philippines and India are more similar, the same than we are different. These nap areas, we always had them in all of our offices. I believe, there are definitely guidelines on how to use them. Obviously, it's not something that you should be staying in forever or a long time. But I think it does help a lot in terms of productivity. The traffic situation in India is similar to the Philippines as well. So having those kinds of facilities on site help a lot of our employees whenever they have to leave earlier or later their houses just to avoid traffic and be able to nap or even shower, because we provide shower rooms as well. So it's like home away from home, and it's also something that allows them to actually be more productive instead of spending hours on the road, be able to plan their transportation, be in the office, do exercise, since we do offer also fitness areas in our office. That's a very big part of our design as well. So really be able to present a space wherein it really entices creativity and productivity by giving them what they need and lessening the burden and the stress of getting to your workplace.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add to, I think they've painted a pretty good picture. Gen Z especially is a pretty demanding generation and a workforce, right? So they are eventually going to drive all the requirements that, like a lot of requirements that you'll have to create, right, from a workplace design perspective. Like Stacy said, in Philippines, you have shower rooms, you might have gyms, and those are things that we see in India offices as well. Maybe not shower rooms, but certainly gyms. And the demand is only going to grow, right? Now, while demands are growing, one of the things, all of this being discussed is excellent, right? If it were up to me, I would provide everything. But is it up to me completely? No. As I said, there is a cost element to it. You also need to get the blessings of your sort of so-called headquarters based in somewhere in the US. And guess what? There is a pressure to sort of, as you are designing, if you are looking for a new location or planning to move to a bigger location, there is an increasing ask to move in a cost-neutral fashion or even save dollars for the company, right? Now, that's a difficult task, which is where I said initially that the same spaces have to be redesigned with minimal mechanical delta, right? As I said, I call it mechanical delta because can you change a war room to become a boardroom by moving around pieces? That's where intelligent architecture, intelligent design needs to also come into place. Because guess what, you will not have the luxury of getting like 100,000 square feet place all the time. You might have to manage with a, let's say, 30,000 square feet place. Now within those 30,000 square feet, how well do you optimize and convert one kind of space into another? That's where I think the future is headed to, because the Gen Zs are asking for it. They are asking for a dry pantry. I want to, like Renzi said, I want to have a games studio. I want to have a yoga studio. I want to have an in-office massage parlor, masseuse, and those things are there in many offices in the US. And as they are getting more and more exposure, they want some of these things in India as well. Can we provide it? Yes. Cost is one factor, and space, getting the square foot and managing all of that in a smartly designed sort of mechanical, with minimum mechanical delta, I keep saying that is a critical part to crack.
Yeah, and this leads me to the question of most of the companies following hybrid model, which means it's not 100% occupied on any given day, or maybe companies who are following fixed work from office days, they will have 100% occupancy on those days, but then other days it will be like kind of empty. Do you think it makes cost economical sense to invest so much in all the benefits that we need or people are kind of demanding for or looking for at workplaces?
I'll probably start. Like I was saying, right? I mean, that's what our thought process was also last year when we brought people in and we said, we're not defining the number of hours. You have all the space to work. You can sit in any of the seatings. So basically, all of them are mobile seats for them to use. But what came back to us is that they still wanted to create that personal space when they are there for the hours they are there, right? And I think as organization, it's our responsibility that we are able to give them a space where, they're productive, that they feel productive, right? That it's worth coming to office, because otherwise they can probably create these spaces at home also, right? So I think when I look at the cost versus, the productivity, if I'm able to generate productivity by giving them that space, which is used few hours, like say we follow a hybrid thing, so they come 3 days a week, right? If it gives them that, then it's great, right? Because that becomes an attraction for them to come to office, right? And I think it's also an organization's need that we bring people back to office, right? So I think it's just looking at what's best for both.
Without trying to be too patronizing of what we offer as a business. No, I think that's where the flexible offices really make sense. It can allow you to scale up, scale down anytime. The common areas are not charged to you. You are charged on a per seat basis on the production that you use. And the common areas are used by your neighbors. It's like you're crowdsourcing these amenities across the different companies. And as a flexible office provider as well, you've built so much offices already that at this point, you do know what works, and you've gotten a lot of suggestions from hundreds and hundreds of clients that are looking for that. It's funny what Romit was saying earlier, a yoga studio. And in all our offices, we have a room called a mind and body room. It transforms from a yoga studio, a dance studio, into a training room as well. Everything is modular, movable, it's flat. You can lay flat your your yoga mat and everything. And in the morning, if you do need some training, the training tables come in and everything works, the audiovisual works. So those things that that we've thought about already along with our clients, it is something that allows a lot of companies to scale up, scale down, and more efficiently, I guess, on the expense side of things, not be the only one spending on all these amenities and sharing it with everyone else in the flexible office, right?
So, so that's a good insight. Now, if I look at Bangalore, India, and then Bangalore specifically, the argument that I keep having with myself is, how employee would feel like coming to work. Okay, so right now it's a mix of employer wanting them to come, so it's a mandate. Plus, of course, they're coming and then they are looking for certain benefits and experiences at work. But then if we have to kind of shift the needle towards employees looking forward to coming to work, considering the challenges that we face in Bangalore, considering that pandemic kind of showed them and us what was kind of impossible 5 years back, working from your personal space from home, there is a big push. Now, just to give you an example, our offices have pantry food 24/7 available, whatever they want. They want energy drinks to very healthy food items. Everything we kind of serve. We have those focus zones and then open seating space, etc. We have wellness room, which nobody is using. So there are so many things which we are providing. Still, every people town hall that we will conduct, there will be this question that why are we, so we have mandated 3 days from office, so there is always this kind of question that why can't we reduce it or kind of go remote or make it more flexible, etc. So it never ends. Now, if you could probably help answer this question, that what is one thing that can certainly help us do something which employees will look forward to coming to office. Of course, we are talking about workplace. We are not talking about other factors like, say, learning, etc. We are focusing mainly on workplace. So in terms of workplace design, what is something that will kind of attract these people? Specifically for Bangalore, if I have to kind of point out. Traffic. Yeah.
I mean, it's a loaded question. I mean, what brings them to office is primarily, hopefully not the office only, right?
Mm.
I have seen offices with pretty modest setups where you have a tremendous, let's say, architect or engineer, and he or she is going to be able to sort of drive a bunch of people, motivate a bunch of people to come to office and work with them. They are coming to office because they want to learn, let's say, there's exponential learning, as they said, right next to this person, and they are able to drive productivity, teach them a lot of stuff. But workplace is important, right? All of that remaining same, a good accessible workplace. As I said, there are factors I'm not getting inside the building. If I look at the location strategy itself is very important, because that kind of becomes the first question. Because if you are joining a new company, the first question that you ask is, where is this company located, right? An outer ring road office is obviously going to raise eyebrows, for instance, not dissing anybody, any company that's in the outer ring road. We were in ORR and we moved out of there. But the first question is, you don't see the interiors of you do check it out on Glassdoor, for instance, right? How does it look? Is it too shabby? Okay. But I feel there's a logarithmic curve, like beyond a certain sort of facility, I think there's a diminishing rate of return on spending every dollar in making it more swanky, right? After a point in time, it's not going to yield a lot of value. The primary value, one of the primary things that is going to drive traffic to office is, of course, the overall work culture, right? The location of the office. Are there good people? Yes. Are you surrounded by good colleagues, right? Is the overall is there an environment for learning, to be sort of openly admit your mistakes, to innovate, and all of those things are important. If all of those remain the same, then the location is the second important factor, and then the inside of the office. They are kind of, I rate them as equal rank 2 items. But yeah, I mean, you could basically understand Gen Z trends. What are they looking for, right? Is there a salad bar that they want in office instead of like a dry pantry? You can provide that. And there are some of these changes do not come at a lot of costs. You got to be able to balance your cost while doing some of these changes that can move the needle on employee satisfaction as much as possible. A dry salad bar, for instance, a yoga studio, for instance. Those are not heavy investments. Now, if they're asking for something super fancy, that's where you have a problem in your hands. Thankfully, at least I don't have to face it right now, because there are little tweaks that we keep on doing where we keep moving the needle on employee engagement a little bit.
Thank you. I guess we are at time. So anyone can just add one last line or word. What is something that future GCC must have?
I think I'll just go first, and just adding to what Romil was saying, right? I think what's important is we are in a world where there is no one size that fits all. I think, right, we need to personalize as to what is the need for different generations, different type of folks who are coming in. So I think we are moving to a world, and what Tracy was talking also about, then we need those flexible places which can change to what is the need of the hour. So that's what we need, super flexibility at workplaces.
Thank you.
Flexible workspaces, and hopefully more innovative designs, because most of the designs that, while scouting for location, most of the designs we see is pretty cookie cutter. It's the same structure, hardly any variances in those designs, little bit, 5-10%, but something for the future. Think like Japanese house designs, right? How your kitchen can get, like you can pull up some stuff and it becomes your living room. Right, so that is going to be the key of the future, I think.
That is like a common theme coming from all your answers as well.
Yeah,
so, yeah. Thank you for that, Tracy.
Since both Renzi and Romit already mentioned flexibility, which is, you know, in front of center of what we do, I'll just say never lose the fun in the fundamentals of an office. So there.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for coming in, and then thanks everybody for staying back. And yeah, have a good day and good lunch.
Thank you all very much. If you could take a step forward, we're going to get a picture from the corner. Just stand right there. Yeah, perfect. Just right there. Just eyes forward, please. While they're getting a picture done, a quick reminder to the audience to come back a little before 2. If we have a bunch of people inside, I will play some music for y'all, so y'all can come back to some live music as well. We'd like to get things started at 2 o'clock, so please come back as quickly as you can. We'd like to stick to time. Thank you very much. Have a lovely lunch. You have exactly 20 minutes to get your plate and come back. Thank you.
everyone, Jason here. And if you're wondering what a typical workday is like for me, well, here's a glimpse into my life as a technical support manager for an Australian company through KMC. And today, we'll be working at our One Ayala office in Makati.
One Ayala is an accessible public transport hub right in the middle of the metro. Located in the heart of the Makati CBD, a lively neighborhood with tons of cafes, eateries, and shopping malls nearby. It's super convenient, and there's lots to do around the area. We've got a full day ahead, and the best way to get started in the mornings is with a hot cup of Mad Max coffee. Now let's officially kick off our shift. We have an early meeting, so let's head over to the boardroom. Hey, how are you? Although we may not all be together physically, we connect with our Australian counterpart with the tech that our workplace is equipped with. We really feel like we're one team, seamlessly collaborating with our Australian team members. As a technical support manager, my day is packed with challenges and teamwork. I oversee a team, and together, we ensure our Australian clients receive top-notch technical support. This includes troubleshooting technical issues, assisting with software and hardware problems, and ensuring seamless communication between our teams. We value continuous learning and development, which is why we have regular training sessions to keep our skills sharp and stay updated with the latest tech trends. It's a crucial part of our role as technical support managers to ensure we're always at the top of our game. So, another successful day. Time to wrap things up. And guess what? It's not all work, it's also about taking care of ourselves. After the day, some of us get together for a workout after hours right here in the office. Maintaining a healthy work-life balance is definitely not a problem when you're in the middle of bustling Makati. Hanging out after hours is something I get to do pretty often as I catch up with friends at a nearby restaurant to unwind. Bye guys, see you.
Next. Everyone's chasing it, predicting it, promising it. But the future doesn't arrive because someone imagined it. It arrives because someone built it. At OGS, progress isn't a plan on a slide. It's what happens when imagination meets intelligence, when ambition is grounded in action, when ideas find roots. We are the inside edge, Omnicom's built-in engine of momentum. What makes us different isn't just what we build, it's who builds it. We are an integrated solutions engine that brings together vast expert capabilities, a place where the future gets tested, built, and scaled for the world's most ambitious agencies and clients. We don't just talk next, we operationalize it. Because for us, ideas mean nothing until they move, perform, and deliver. We're rewriting the model from the inside out. OGS, doing what's next.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. How's everyone doing? Sluggish? It's a warm Goa afternoon, I'm told. Welcome back once again. We're going to jump into the next conversation, but it seems like y'all are not too awake. Would y'all like a little bit of a beatbox, like 30 seconds before we kick things off? Yes, no? Yes? Okay. Mr. Soundman, if you can put the settings on my mic, yeah? Yesterday I showed you all the basics of beatboxing. Today I'll show you all a little more. I showed you all hitting that lowest note, basically where I went, right? So that is when you close your mouth, the sound comes out through your nose, and then you add a little more. You keep going. Good wake up, yes? Okay, people are clapping, people are looking. This is a good thing. People are not looking at their phones anymore. All right, what I want you all to do is very quickly just look across the room and just wave to someone random. Very quickly, come on. Just wave, say hello, say hello. Nice. I'm hoping all of y'all are done with lunch. A little bit more light on the audience if you don't mind, a little bit more light. All right, network as much as you can. Say hello to people. The lights went off. Okay, never mind. Network as much as you can. Say hello to people. I've been doing that a lot, and it's been fantastic getting to know a lot of y'all. And we are here for another day and a half, so please make the best of it. The round table is something that you do not want to miss. It's happening in a moment's time, right after this panel. But we're going to jump into this panel for now. We're here to talk about leadership in the age of convergence. We're talking tech, talent, and trust. I'm going to invite your moderator onto the stage, Shamil Sharma, Managing Director, Marriott Tech Accelerator. Please welcome the person onto the stage. What is the confusion? You're not the moderator. My apologies on that. I will get that clarified. But welcome to the stage. Give him a huge round of applause, please. Such a suave gentleman. Coming up next, we have Neeladri Ray, VP Engineering and Country Head, India, Flex Era. He's not the moderator either. All right. Lots of conversations even before we begin. Joining them on stage, maybe who's also not the moderator, Muhyiddin Farooqi, Global Service Delivery Alliance Partners. Making his way all the way from the back of the room. Put your hands together, people. Come on, make some noise for him while he walks up to the stage. Shivi Mittal, VP and Country Manager, India, Mimecast. Please come up to the stage. He's the moderator. Hello, moderator. Nice to have you onto the stage. Give him a big round of applause, people. This is good fun. Malhar Pinelli, Vice President and Country Leader, 7-Eleven Global Solution Center. Please make your way to the stage. People of the audience, you have one job, which is to clap for them and make a lot of noise. Come on. The person joining all of them on stage, please welcome the Chief Operating Officer, Omnicom Global Solutions, Kiran Guruswamy. Kiran, who's also not the moderator. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. Please do have a seat. Audience, just one thing. They're here for each and every one of us in the audience. Please show them some love. Put your hands and your voices together. Make some noise for them. Handing this over to the moderator. Who's the moderator again? Shivi Mittal? Yes? Clap for your moderator, please.
All right.
Over to you, sir. Just double check that your mic is working.
Hello, check.
Can you put him on the monitors as well? Just so that everyone else can hear him on stage. Just check your mic once again.
Hello, yes.
More on the monitors. This monitor, please. Go ahead, sir.
All right. So first of all, thanks to the audience. I know it's post-lunch, always difficult. But trust me, this elite panel here will make it worth your while. And my thanks to the panelists also for taking the time out of their busy schedule and being with us here on a Sunday. So Quick introduction, myself Shivi, Vice President, Country Manager for Mimecast. We are in cybersecurity business. Specifically, our target is to protect human beings from any kind of phishing, social engineering, or malware attacks. So with that, let me come to the agenda for this particular panel discussion. So we find ourselves at a stage where there are quite a few things converging and very rapidly. For example, on one side, we have this AI onslaught. And every board member, every CEO, CXO of the company, they are asking all of us more and more to leverage AI to bring in efficiencies. Correspondingly, the employees are a little worried that is AI really going to impact their jobs? And the trust, say 10 years back, you build a trust with the employee once, it lasts forever. But in today's date, that trust has to be rebuilt over and over again. And at the same time, we are talking about Gen Z employees who don't just look at the job as their, say, way to earn money. They actually want to find meaning in their work, meaning in their life at their workplace. So the question is that how do we bring all of these together in this era where we have so many conflicting priorities? And with that, my first question is to Malhar. So Malhar, in today where the tech vision of almost every company includes leveraging AI, how do you ensure that teams make use of the same in a responsible manner for innovation?
Hello, okay, this is working. As you said, I think AI is a constant conversation, especially in every executive committee of every large corporate, and sometimes even in the boardrooms, right? If you ask me, I would broadly classify into 3 different categories of AI. The first one is your engineering side of it to improve your efficiency, productivity, process, quality of what you're delivering, whether it is assisted, such as Cursor or Windsurf or Copilot, or autonomous, that's what they are calling now, but Devin, which is evolution into that engineering process itself. There's a large push to actually get this rolled out across the enterprise, and also comes with a little bit of change management on how developers think to make sure that adoption happens. That, I feel, is easier part. The second part of the AI is enterprise AI. I feel agentic is part of it, but I would call it enterprise AI because it comes down to how you're going to bring entire enterprise knowledge base into a single location to build enterprise search, build intelligence on top of it so that you can find, because the first part of the AI is to find before you act. And the act is part of the agentic AI, but again for that, it's a long road, long journey for the enterprise search. The reason why I say that is large corporates has heterogeneous systems, not necessarily everything is API enabled, which means that you got to build APIs across the enterprise so that your agents are not just finishing the task, but actually running the workflows seamlessly. That's when the real enterprise AI is going to come into play. These two, I would still say, are productivity improvement, operational efficiency, cost reduction measures. The third piece, which is again is crucial, but there are still, there are good investments going into, is your commercial part of the AI, which is how are you going to improve your revenue? How are you going to build those customer experiences? How are you going to upsell using AI, integrate AI into the commercial side of it, which is a revenue driver? So that's how I classify in 3 broad ways. And there is a gold rush to push all of them simultaneously and bring it to adoption. So talking about responsible AI, a data breach is much costlier than a productivity gain or improvement, right? So that's why it's important that all of these are in partnership with the data privacy, legal, cybersecurity is crucial to ask and answer the questions of what is this data, who is getting access to it, where it's getting stored primarily, and for what it's being used. And is it all sitting together without any access controls? Are we ring fencing it or not? Are going to be the crucial conversation to build responsible AI. The one more aspect I would add to the responsibility part of it is also to continue to keep human in the loop till we build accuracy, quality, and build trust is going to be the key. To conclude, while there is a large rush, it's important that we look at all aspects of safety and security, responsibility, while we continue to be tech forward, but be safe at the same time.
Excellent, thank you. So the most important point that I gathered was in data privacy, having appropriate governance, having the proper checks and controls, etc., to ensure the responsible use. Which brings me to my next question, and this is to Kiran, that what are the most effective ways for leaders to communicate and drive a clear technology vision during the periods of digital acceleration and disruption?
Thanks, Shivi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kiran. I come from Omnicom, which is the largest media, advertising, and sales conglomerate in the world. We set up our GCC in India in 2012 with the mission to drive centralization of various data-related solutions. Back then, we helped transform the way agencies were looking at data through some of our platforms. And I pretty much look at the current stage with AI as a similar problem, because while you spoke about responsible use of AI, I think when I talk about us as leaders driving that digital acceleration or change, we also have to have the authenticity. We have to be very authentic to really understand the challenges that our clients are facing and our people are facing as well. From a environment standpoint, from a client standpoint, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of complexity around this topic. So we'll have to do our best to simplify it and contextualize it, right? End of the day, there's a lot of possibilities, but we have to make sure that we are able to articulate in the way that best applies to the business, given that we work for so many of brands, including some of the ones in the room like Kimberly-Clark or Warner Brothers and more. Now, for our talent, again, the noise is, the problem is the same. And it creates a sense of fear that we will definitely be left behind, and they start experimenting, which is not necessarily a bad idea. You just can't do it when the stakes are high and you're working for a brand and taking their message outside. So it also requires a bit of understanding of and elevating their understanding of their own processes, right? I mean, end of the day, AI learns from you, not just your data, but also the way you've been working in your respective functions. So it's important for them to realize how to fix the basics or have the basics and foundations set right before you introduce anything new on top of it. See, end of the day, there is a saying, right? I mean, you can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink it. But our jobs as leaders is to really help them understand in what form they can consume it, and that's going to happen only when you as leaders, whether you're representing, whether it's your organization or your own people, you have to be authentic to let them know that it is cluttered, but we'll help you go through this journey and handhold you through that.
Great, thank you. So authenticity, simplicity, and contextualization is what I gather, and that, I mean, just an example from my own organization, my own CEO, he didn't need to, but he created 3 agents himself before he said in a common meeting that he expects everyone to follow and make use of AI. So I think that's where you are coming from. So Niladri, while we talk about communication, about having responsible AI, there is a constant need of reskilling our current workforce. We are having, say, 3 different generations of workforce, the Gen X, the millennials, and the Gen Z. So what would you say as the best strategy to keep this workforce continuously in a mode where they keep learning, keep upgrading themselves, given that their preferences, their priorities, their work styles, thought processes are very different?
Okay, you said 3 generations, Gen Z, baby boomers, and millennials. Yes. So I'm feeling a bit like how Shamil felt when he was called the moderator, because I represent a generation called Generation X. And if anybody is born 1965 to 80, can you please raise your hand so I don't feel alone in the room? So we call the sandwich generation. We are parenting our parents and parenting our children. So just want to mention that generation also is there. And incidentally, I'm advising a company which I think is going to be a blockbuster, where the CEO is Gen X, the team is Gen Z and Gen Alpha, and the business is coming from not baby boomers, but the silent generation. They are the subject matter experts. So the world is very strange, right? So on skilling, the way I'd like to break this a bit is, the World Economic Forum has said that the #1 skill that will be required in the next few years is going to be curiosity. curiosity and cognitive ability. And the way I would liken it is that it's, go daddy meets go baby. And, all of us as we were babies, I think we acted before we thought. We crawled before we, did anything else. And the way I look at this whole thing about this fusion of the entire generations is to be able to figure out a way to drive curiosity to get better context. Because I think most organizations globally, whether you're growing inorganically or organically, have got deep context embedded within parts of the organization. Each of us who are slightly more older have learned our trade by working side by side with people who knew their wares. And yes, post-COVID, the world is a bit different, but that doesn't take away context. So from a curiosity point of view, I think we are getting to the point where beyond the world of Claude and Gemini and Copilot, technology is extending the human mind. One thing I've been personally blown away with, I don't know if some of you have seen this thing called Alter Ego by Arnav Kapoor from MIT, and he's created this device that does sensing of your speech into actionable text. It's a breakthrough in terms of what can be achievable. And I think that curiosity is about ensuring that you are able to take all generations in to be able to figure out what can be possible. Which brings me to the second part, and I keep talking about this in our company. We represent an organization that is a top decile convergence player on the world of technology visibility and IT value management. Every technology supplier on the planet and buyer love us, because if you want to know what is happening in your real estate, which converges AI, cloud, on-prem, and SaaS, and you want to go to the deepest workload possible and trace it back to value, Flexera is their friend. We've got 100,000 customers, a very responsible position to speak from. And the way I like to talk about it is, you got to think 360 and act 720. So 360 is talk about the customer, the shareholder, and the employee in the triple context. And 720 is do it 2 steps around with the customer's customer, because you need to also think about what can go wrong. And what can go wrong, continue to what Malhar and Kiran talked about, I think we don't have to look much far. We're not very far away from Amazon and Azure having a DNS issue back to back. And this is after all the chaos testing that has happened in the world. And DNS sits outside the application logic, was nothing done by AI. And I believe, a bit of going back to the basics is kind of very key. The second bit is, the world had supposed to go into cloud for OpEx, but Meta has just announced its results, and they are spending heavily on CapEx and OpEx. Infrastructure spending is going through the roof. And my belief is that until and unless you've got a triple wheel in terms of governance, security, sustainability, and unit economics, we will not know what we need to fix in the first place. So from a skills point of view, putting that into the flywheel is kind of very key. And understanding the fact that what can go wrong, if it's not explainable, can have defensible, non-defensible audit postures that could be far worse than 10 good things at work. So I'll take a pause there in terms of what I think constitutes courage, communication, and convergence.
So in other words, governance, having a strong governance in place, ensuring that every single employee is familiar with the basics that cannot be skipped, and then generating that curiosity, that's the key to go forward. Thank you. So, which actually brings me to the next question, and this one is to Muhyiddin. So, in today's world, see, we can use AI tools internally to see information much faster, which was otherwise hidden. So, in today's world where there is much more faster flow of information, possibility that information may be seen maybe by not the intended audience, etc. How do you manage the balance between, say, some of the, say, operational or strategic confidentiality versus the openness of communication to the employees?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's very relevant. But before that, I represent Allianz Partners, Global Business Solutions, fairly new organization in the GCC space. In India, been about 3 to 4 years. We're about 1,000 people based out of Gurgaon. And what you're saying is actually a very, very relevant topic. And as you were asking this question, I was just thinking, is this the first time in history that we are encountered with such a challenge? There have been path-breaking innovations. There have been these situations, since time immemorial. So why are we talking about this today? And the answer really lies in the fact that there is an information overload. all channels are going ahead and exploding with information. You talk about AI, then obviously, there is a little 3-year-old and a 60-year-old all talking the same language. And thereby, I firmly believe there is a requirement of a very controlled environment where we say, all right, as organizations, we have to, as leaders, we have to take a decision on how do we cascade, what do we cascade, and at what time do we cascade information. Really, what the step one is, to identify, to scope your organization. So AI could be the world, but like we spoke about Meta, and then there could be Alphabet, there could be others, but how is AI impacting your own organization? So that's the first thing, when we go ahead and talk to our employees about. So I think that's the first part. That cuts a lot of noise already. The second part is that we should go ahead and talk about why rather than what. Why the organization is going ahead and taking a step towards technology advancement. I think that's very, very important. Third, we have to ensure that wherever possible, we engage our people. Because engagement would go ahead and remove a lot of anxiety, a lot of noise. And four, we ensure that we keep this as a sequence of communication. So it's not that, I come up in a town hall today and we just go ahead and cascade information and that's forgotten. So we create a complete sequence and we say, all right, these are certain things that we can share, and then we go ahead and share them with the sequence. So I think, there has to be a complete framework, has to be different for each organization. But the key to this is not all the information is a real-time information that can be shared, because there are variables impacting your decision in the future. We're just talking on lunch that, how suddenly in 6 months your strategy changes. So you have to be very careful on how you communicate and what you communicate.
Great. The word I latched onto was engaging the team in the decision-making early, more of democratization of the decision-making, and I think therein lies the key. Great. Thank you. So, Shamil, last but probably the most difficult part. So let's say something has gone wrong, and now AI, or whatever benefits we are getting, we have some tough news to convey, or maybe not. Maybe it's just that people are still worried even if there is no impact. So in this kind of world, how do you manage to give employees that psychological safety, that safe space that, yes, I'm okay, company will take care of me? How do we do that?
Well, that's a very important question. I think a lot really depends on the culture of the entire organization and what kind of confidence have you built in within the workforce in terms of having their queries and questions resolved, and how often can they come up and speak to the senior leaders and get clarity. Of course, you spoke about an overflow of information. I feel that sometimes there's a lack of information in the organization because many senior leaders like to keep the information with themselves. They don't feel that it is ready to be communicated within the wider workforce, or sometimes they just don't know how to do it. So many times, grapevine is what really kind of takes the entire route. Now, I work with Marriott. Marriott has in this values serve our world. So we all have. I've spent about 10 months here, but service is something that has just started coming very naturally to me. I don't know how many of you were there yesterday evening when Rahul Bose was here on the stage, and he was trying to open his bottle of water. The bottle was free. The cap was free. For a moment sitting over there, I just wanted to get up, get a bottle and give it to him, but I saw somebody on the side was already doing that job. So I think it's that mentality thing which has really come in. So from a Marriott angle, we have something called people first. People come first for us in whatever that we do. Now, when you have an organization culture like that, you automatically ensure that there are enough psychological safety measures built into an organization where people can ask questions without worrying about what's going to happen to me. And that's the culture in Marriott. I can ask the CEO anything that I want to. Nobody feels offended, no matter how silly or how simple the question may be. Now, once you build that kind of a system in your organization, I think it's very easy to go ahead and break sad news or bad news, because you have a complete reasoning as to why, what is happening. And also what's important is, what are you doing to fix it? Because people keep on talking about AI losing jobs. Of course, my associates think about the same when they listen to social media. But I keep on telling them all the time, none of you are going to lose a job. AI from a Marriott world is going to just make your life easier, is going to make things faster, is going to improve revenues for our customers, will make bookings easy for our customers, and improve revenue for Marriott. So I think it all really depends upon the company culture. If you have built a very strong culture, I don't think there's anything to be afraid of when it comes to giving of bad news.
So people first culture and openness of asking anything and everything to any of your leaders. That's the key. Great, thank you. So with respect to limited time, we will now have one single question which I would request each one of you to participate on. It's so while we are talking about the basic principles, nothing is complete without an actual example. So in the next question, I would request each one of you to bring out one simple example from your organization where you implemented any of these say tech or people related or the cultural related interventions successfully, and what was the impact. And let's restrict it to, let's say, 1 minute each, starting with Shamil.
Okay, so let me go back in time, right? I took on this company which had a very fragmented reporting structure, had employee satisfaction scores in the low 50s, attrition at 28%, and a senior leadership team which refused to walk out of their cabins. And it took me about a couple of years to put everything into shape. Of course, we had to fire a few people. There were some tough conversations with a few. But I think what really changed the game was that I did close to about 40 to 50 different focus group sessions. And whatever came out from those focus groups in terms of actions is something that we documented and shared with the entire workforce. And I put myself and my leadership accountable to fix each of those issues. There were 140 actions, if I remember very clearly now. And we took 6 months to fix those 140. And every time that we used to fix something, we used to ensure that an email communication went out to the wider workforce saying, this was the action which is on the shared drive, you have access to it. This is what we've done to fix it. This is a mini survey which we will send after a week. Do you see the action happening? Do you see that we managed to fix it? So we kind of created that kind of a culture where anything that didn't go right, they felt free talking about it. Nobody was reprimanded. There was a manager at one point of time during one of our Great Places to Work surveys who tried to doctor the team. That manager got fired within 24 hours. So we took some very, very tough calls saying, if this organization has to change, you have to set in the right culture. Fast forward 5 years, we were probably Great Places to Work, Trust Index 90, 91, doing pretty well, ranked 22. And then we came up with this challenge where my senior leadership in the UK told us that there will be 0 increments this year. This is 2017 when the market was still pretty okay. So going to the workforce, about 1,300 of them, and saying, guys, 0 increments, and these are the reasons why. And the obviously question was, the India Center is doing so well because they had full access to the P&L. They could make out our $45 million in revenue and what profit we were doing. But they understood the entire bigger picture. So that 1 year, we went off pretty smooth. We barely had an attrition of about 8% annualized in the entire year. The challenge came the next year when the management said, again, second year, no increments. And now the challenge comes as saying, now second year, no increments, what do you do about it? So 1 year you've managed because everything is on a high. But I guess when you build that kind of a culture, when you're listening to your people, when you have great trust index scores, when your people know that you care for them and truly care for them, it's not the values on the wall, it's what you believe on a day-to-day basis. I've always seen the workforce always putting their entire backing to you, and you can recover any situation. Second year also, our attrition rate went to 9%. I didn't lose too many people, but that only happened because of all those mini steps which were really put into place. So yeah, that's what was my real life example.
Great example. Niladri?
Yeah, I can see we lost the timer. So we worked extremely hard to layer in the voice of the customer globally, because with 100,000 customers, our roadmap is always full. So which means you're always chasing and chasing. So we've created good listening vectors. One thing which happened is what we heard is our customers said, what you're doing is great, but we, in a voice of convergence, the chief technology officer, chief information officer, chief procurement officer, chief legal officer, business officer are having trouble because the contracts you do with your vendors on software, each have got discounts, commitments, and all laid out. Then you've got the contracts, then you have entitlements. Who's entitled to use what? And then there are information about what software is out there from a security vulnerability point of view, what is out there in terms of next CrowdStrike to happen. And speaking of Shabil's visibility, most companies are not able to get an integrated view about what are they using at what point in time, what shadow wastage is happening, who's running what AI service or whatever. So we created a flywheel to get that voice of the customer in and created a bit of an AI-based entitlement contract ingest, which can go through tons of legalese of documents, look at what your entitlements are, if you're hiring or firing, who's actually using what shadow wastage is. And the product capability we have created is now live not with one, not two, but with 50 customers integrated into our platform, and it's given them 50% efficiencies. The biggest thing that has come out of it is not just this, but we have now created a new product capability on application sprawl management, which is essentially, if you think about it, and I could be as a company using different diagramming charts, like a Lucid chart or a Visio or something else, or even different versions of software. Now companies can actually see what versions am I using in my entire organization globally. Am I getting my right return on my spend? And am I actually running the risk of vulnerability, exposure, or defensibility on the audit position that I can consolidate? This would not have been possible before. So from nowhere, we've created a multi-billion dollar, nobody's even asking, it's been done from India. But the fact of the matter is we've created a giant customer flywheel, which is creating more opportunities as we speak.
Excellent examples. So two very different examples, one from internal employees' perspective and one from customers' perspective. Great. Muhyiddin?
Sure. I think in the true spirit of tech talent and trust is the bedrock. And that's what I spoke when I talked about engaging our workforce. So back in the day, we did something very basic, which is, when we knew we will automate some processes, we will go the AI way, we ensured that, we map our talent landscape into people who can be skilled and people, who we feel that, can get upskilled. So we did that bit and started engaging them, slowly and steadily in all these changes. And I think that has paid really good benefits. So something very basic and something very, very logical. At the same time, it increases trust. And as we know that, the moment we have trust, it will give us more engagement, more credibility, and thereby, more productivity. So it's a simple chain, and it's working well for us as of now.
Great, thank you. Kiran?
Quite a few examples, but specifically, if I talk about the acceleration and adoption of some new tech and tools, I was talking about earlier when we helped the agency and the marketing ecosystem really become data-driven. We adopted a simple funda that, we are outside of the market, but we're sufficiently inside. We understand the challenges the account teams and the client teams that are working are facing. We understood how do we, build smaller solutions that could get quick results and help them look better in front of their clients. So end of the day, you're trying to help the person take better products to the end client. And some of those initiatives in the early days, I'm talking almost 13, 14 years ago, helped us consolidate learnings across many accounts because, there's also a sense of FOMO. Like there are account teams competing and they want to show how they're doing well. And that, to a large extent, some of those learnings came into designing a very important product called Omni Plus that's currently driving a lot of our wins in the market. And I would say, as that became table stakes, right? Like data cannot be ignored and it's something that is expected as part of everything that you do. AI is also going to get there at some point. And that's what we are trying to do here as well. Like we are trying to embed and enable marketing through AI. And we are also now not completely distancing ourselves from early success or the past success. We are trying to layer it on top of our existing marketing platform, Omni Plus, and enhance its ability. And end of the day, you can have the great product, right? How do you drive adoption? How do you make it stick to the audience that's supposed to use it is where I think the biggest opportunity for all of us as GCC leaders exists.
Thank you. So our organizers are indicating we are up our time, but not before we hear from Malhar.
I'll try to be quick. I think I'm going to cut short my answer. I think I would start with the culture. Culture of knowing business and innovation mindset is key to actually drive value. And then bring the talent together. In my opinion, it's going to be product mindset, product people, tech, both internal, while we invest to develop internal talent, it's important that we get the talent from external who had done it multiple times, had seen fail, so that they can bring that experience. And the tech, I'm sure, as an India country, we can always learn tech, build tech. I don't think that's been a challenge. Just an example, 7-Eleven, we are a large corporate. We have GBS function and as well as tech function at GCC. As an experiment, I have got the sponsorship with the AI, in alignment with the AI leader globally, to set up a pod between these two, actually identify the problem statements within GBS, define the solutions, go execute, deliver outcomes to continue to build the trust with the stakeholders. And now that's been taken as a model to actually create embedded pods into the businesses, like analytics, and drive AI adoption across the enterprise individually. So that's an example I could give.
Great, thank you. So with that, that brings us to the end of this panel discussion with appropriate governance, having, say, data privacy and similar other legal controls in place, managing information overload, building a culture of trust, openness, and inclusivity. Those are the key emerging themes. With that, I'm not sure if we have time for questions. No? All right. So feel free to contact any of us at any point of time. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Apologies for that, gentlemen. Trying to stick to time on this one. Can we hear a huge round of applause for them on stage? May I request you all to make your way off stage right there so we can get a picture with all of you all, if that would be okay. Just line up right there in front of the speaker. Perfect. Can we have a little bit more light? A little bit more light here. He says, smile into the cameras. A fantastic conversation. Once again, audience, can we hear a big round of applause for our panelists? Thank you all very much. From the biggest panel that we've had so far, it's time to go on to the next conversation onto the stage. We're here talking about integrating strategic leadership with operational excellence in Indian GCCs. To run this conversation, we're going to look at two people coming up onto the stage, but before which we're going to quickly take a moment to clear up this stage, and also letting you all know that we do have a round table that's going to take place after this session. So stick on to that. That's going to be an interesting one nonetheless. We're going to do a very hands-on session using real-world examples of successful partnerships, and we're going to uncover some of the best practices, tackle common challenges, and co-create actionable frameworks that is happening after this conversation that's going to transpire onto the stage. Just giving these gentlemen a few moments to clear the stage. May we have some background music, please? Like I said, we're here to talk about integrating strategic leadership with operational excellence in Indian GCCs. Requesting the first speaker to please come up onto the stage, the leader, site strategy and operations Intuit. Please welcome Prashant KS. Prashant, if you could step forward. Push up the music on this. Welcome. Pleasure. Stay right there. I will introduce the next speaker coming up onto the stage. Joining him, we have Staff Business Operations Manager, Intuit. Once again, please welcome Smita Hadagali. A big welcome to the two of y'all. Can we hear a bigger round of applause for them on stage? Over to y'all. Thank you all very much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Prashant. I lead the strategy and operations for this company, Intuit India, which is the GCC. Intuit is the global company, the maker of TurboTax, the tax product, QuickBooks, the accounting product, MailChimp, and Credit Karma. The session today is integrating the strategic leadership into operational excellence. We both are part of the site strategy and operations team. So we're going to make the vision, the strategy into actionable operational excellence work for all of you. I know you're all GCC leaders and HR leaders. We talk on behalf of your site strategy and operations team, so that after this session, you may be able to talk to them and get a little bit of insight into the operations. With that, I'll hand over the mic to Smita.
Yeah,
Over to you.
thanks, Prashant. Good afternoon, leaders. I am Smita, part of the site strategy and operations team. If I look around this room, brimming with leaders here, I just want to say that we all are here because we are contributing in various capacities to the dual engines of the global business that we run as GCCs in India. So how I feel about this is there are two inseparable forces that are driving these GCCs. Those are the heart and the hustle. If we say that hustle is the cool AI technology, the scale of leadership that we have, the massive scale of technology that we do, if that is the hustle, the heart behind this is the leadership strategy that drives and makes the decisions for this. If one fails, the GCC will definitely fail. We leave the tech jargons behind, Prashant, and let's go to understand what it takes for heart and hustle to go hand in hand, which definitely become the secret sauce or the secret recipe for the success of our programs. So now, with that, as we said, we are not going to use jargons. We are getting into a real-time example from Intuit, how we have done it and how we have achieved success. Okay, leaders, in here, I have a challenging question for all of you. Since morning, we all have heard there is talent, not just in the metros or the Silicon Valley of India, but there is talent in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think so. I have heard that from every leader over here. I have a question for you. Please raise your hand if your answer is yes for this. How many of you leaders feel that when there is a rec open from your company, there is equal amount of talent across Indian market aspiring to apply for it? I'm saying, do your brands are recognized as the Googles and the Amazons? Sorry, the light is really on me. I can hardly see any hands going up. Is that what it is? But I see a few hands up there. Thank you. So there are few leaders who say that their brand is recognized. So you guys have already nailed it in the market. But there are so many leaders, hands did not go up, including me and Prashant, because for us, at least for Intuit per se, we say that our products are not out in the market. We have products in the US and other parts of the world, but for India, there is no market presence. We do not have a product on the streets of Indian market. So it really becomes difficult. How do I attract this top talent? I think so that's the topic that I've taken, and we're going to double down saying that how did we achieve this? So that is how we want to take this ahead. So with that said, if you have understood what is, okay, sorry, give me a second. Okay, now we are going to double down on this, saying that how did we achieve this? So what Intuit decided is that we do not have product in India. We have to, but we really need top talent because we are a technology company, and then we do great work at Intuit. We wanted to go out in the market, attract talent. So we decided we could participate in the various awards that are recognized in the market, and then we also started doing those. However, what happened was we could never be among the top 5s. While our technology is equal or better than the other technology companies, but then we were not among the top 5. So we tried to understand or double down on this. What we understood is that there is a lot of hustle behind us. We are applying for the awards, we are doing the nominations and all of that, but then what we understood is just our leaders are the face and doing this work. We wanted to really say that if what the product is not visible, we are going to sell on how that's the culture of our company, what we do internally. So what we did, we said, I'm going to take one example of this award. That's the Data Science Award that we have been participating with AIM. And I'm proud, since a couple of years, we are among the top 3 consistently for data science and data engineering field. So what we did, we set up communities of data science and data engineering within the company. And across various business units, we did have these good engineers join those communities. They started exchanging the work that they do together and then also build that rapport. Of the communities that were formed, there were champions who were emerging. So we said that these are the champions who are going to become the face of the technology of Intuit, and they really helped us take this forward. With that, we said that culture became our biggest asset to the outside world, and that's how, I think, so consistently we have been winning not just the AIM. We recently won Ivy Award. We have also won the GCC Tech Visionary Awards. So this, I wanted to just share that this was one of our secret recipes to win these awards. Yeah. So that's it from me. Prashant, over to you.
Thank you, Smita. Just rechecking again, we are basically connecting the strategy into operational excellence and actionable work so that for all of you, the GCC leaders, you're able to take it back to your teams and figure out basically take it back to your strategy and operations team and start figuring out where are you placed. With that, let me ask this question. I know I can read the energy of the room. So I'm asking this question to all the leaders out here. How many of you have an India leadership team for your GCC? Awesome. That's 70%. And how many of you honestly believe that the India leadership team believes in the GCC the same way as you believe? Awesome. Some less, but that's great. What I have seen over the last 10 years in my own company, which is Intuit India, is before somebody is declared as the GCC site leader, the question is the GCC site leader a piece of cakewalk? Like everybody understands your world, the global leaders know what is a GCC site leader. When they visit, you know exactly what is happening. Your own leadership team knows, your whole company knows. Anyone here who is saying GCC site leadership is a piece of cakewalk, everyone knows this. All right, thank you. Essentially, what really means here is that you have various stakeholders, you have the global leaders, you have your own leadership team, you have all the employees, and the title of the GCC leadership. So the site leadership team, you want that to be mini yous, mini GCC leaders, right? And at Intuit India, what we have tried to do over the years is to build this site leadership team of 15, 20 strong leaders who should actually, if you are not in the picture, and if there is a leader visiting from the HQ, and you pick any of your site leadership team member and put him or her in front of the leader visiting, can they do the same thing that you would do? Can they say the same thing that you would say? And that's been the work. But here is the problem. There is a 0 to 1 here, and then there is 1 to 10. So the 0 to 1 is to get your site leadership team, which is essentially the team where you have them working on certain BUs, working on certain silos, they have their work. They're not interested, sometimes they're not interested in what's happening with the site, the award, etc., because that's for the site leader to figure out, not for the BU leader. I'm focusing on my work. So the idea was for the site leadership team, the 0 to 1 is to get them interested in one thing of the site, not everything of the site, but just one thing. So for example, we have formed certain communities that Smita attributed to, and certain tech communities, and we have one member of the leadership team each as a sponsor for one of these communities. Now, if that works for you, try it out. It works amazingly well for us. What happened is this. We had this program, all of you run GCC, so you have the transfer pricing, and you have your revenue, you have your profit, and then you do 2% on that on CSR. We actually do a little more on that, on the CSR. We run this program, the Corporate Social Responsibility Program for the GCC. We had this sponsor, and we said, hey, help us with this, and we brainstormed. What we figured out is our program is this Intuit Rise, which is a girl-child education program, and we were happily sponsoring and transferring the money to the NGO. And then one day, we started figuring out how many girl children are we really educating, and who are they, can we get the list, can we meet them, etc. We suddenly figured out that the same NGO has probably sold the same list to probably all of us, or like many of us. And then we figured out that, hey, this is not what we really wanted to do. So when we went deep dive into that, we then said that we don't want to do it this way. So right now, what we have in Intuit is an employee referral program for the corporate social responsibility. And by that, what I mean is we open it every year for all our employees, and they kind of go and say, hey, I have I know somebody who's underprivileged, I have a maid, I have a chauffeur, whatever, and then you have the certain guardrails, but then they refer the children, and then the NGO vets and gets the distribution done. Now we know exactly who the 2,000 girl children are, what are they doing. In fact, our employees get their marks cards, and so it's actually become like a employee internal engagement program as well. So just one click down for you to think about. That's one of the 0 to 1. You can bring your leadership team into play into any of these sponsorship. Now we are a tech company. I cannot close my talk without talking about the tech aspect of it. We all have heard about this. GCCs are not cost centers anymore. It's innovation centers. It's value added. How do you prove it? And are we the ones saying it, or is the HQ and the leaders are the ones saying it? So in Intuit, we have been here for 20 years. What we figured out is this. Now imagine this. You have various business units, and each, like how each GCC is in a maturity curve, each business unit within Intuit is also in its own maturity curve. Now what we found is this. First is to get the work started in India. And for that, we actually used our entire partner network. We work with a lot of services companies, IT services companies, and that network we have access to. So when the leader starts thinking about outsourcing work, I use the word outsourcing with intention, outsourcing work to India, it's the services partners who get in. But we have actually ensured that there's at least one leader in India within Intuit, who's like an FTE, who will then manage that work. So you suddenly have unit of 1, 0 to 1, the work starts in India. And then slowly, over time, the ownership starts coming in. And then in the last 10 years, we also figured out that things moved in the era of PM and XD and whatnot in the tech world that some of you would know. So we started investing on it and going to the global leaders and talking about, hey, we have a great product management presence in India, great experience design presence in India. So the moment you have one module or one product ownership, we have cracked that 0 to 1. And suddenly, the discussions with the leaders in the HQ, etc., would go into the level of India can do more, and the ownership is more. Now, we have gone to the level where when we have the visiting leaders, they actually say that, please don't call yourself an India center anymore. You're like they don't say there's a HQ anymore. So it's like we are the same. So it's getting to that level, and we just wanted to take this time today here with all of you to kind of get to a little bit of operational excellence with this as to how we cracked some of these. It's an ocean. A lot of things can happen, and a lot of things have gone wrong, gone well. But we do have now the site leader of Intuit India is the CTO staff member, so we do have the seat at the table, and we wanted to share this story of the last 20 years of Intuit India in India, in Bangalore. We have the center to kind of bring how the great strategic vision gets aligned to the operational excellence and how we think about it. So I'll leave you with this thought. As GCC leaders and HR leaders present here, you would need a great strategy and operations person or team as well to kind of bring it all together, add it all up for you so that you can focus on the great work that you're all doing. With that, we'll take leave. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for that. In the interest of time, we're quickly going to jump into the next introduction. We're going to do a little hands-on sort of a roundtable conference, hands-on conversation for which I'm going to request the Senior Director, AIM Research, Sandeep Sharma, to step up on stage. Can you give him a huge round of applause while he makes his way to the stage? Sandeep, over to you.
Thank you, Vineet. I think this guy has an amazing talent. I wish I could do beatboxing and singing like him. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. The energy seems to be a little low in this room right now. Can we please have the lights on as well? And switch these off. Okay, so the energy is a little bit low in this room right now. Hi, how are you doing? Good afternoon. Okay, wonderful. So this is going to be a fun-filled, activity-based session. I'm not going to bore you with any presentations, any slides. So let me first of all ask you, so you're enjoying the event? Okay, so what's your favorite part of the event so far? Can we have any volunteers, please? Don't say this one. This one is going to be your favorite after this. What's your favorite segment so far? The fireside chat? Okay. What about the karaoke? Did you enjoy it?
Some people are also saying Rahul Bose, by the way.
Sorry?
That's the fireside chat, okay.
Okay.
Rahul Bose is what
Rahul
they say.
Bose
Yeah,
fireside chat. Yeah, that one was amazing. So over the last 24 hours or so, I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of leaders and have had the opportunity to interact with them. The topic that we are going to discuss and we are going to conduct these activities on is around culture. I think like digital transformation, like AI, culture is also a very used, abused word. But over the last few hours, I'm going to actually read out some quotes, some very interesting, funny quotes from the leaders that I've interacted. This is about culture. So the first one is, people say culture eats strategy for breakfast. I think we have all heard that, right? From typical HBS review, Harvard Business, we have all heard about this. He also mentioned that culture snacks on new initiatives and occasionally swallows up a roadmap. That's actually very, very true. In a lot of organizations, this is what actually happens. So this one is interesting. This one is even more interesting. In the future of work, culture matters more than ever, which is great, because we still haven't figured out the present. This is another great quote. We love innovation. We run hackathons every quarter, but we're still waiting for someone to approve an idea from 2021. I wish I could attribute the gentleman to this quote, but I'm afraid I will not be able to do that. But this one is actually quite great. And the last one, culture is what happens when the boss isn't in the room. Is that right? Okay. So let me ask you another question. So what we'll do is, for the next 2-3 minutes, let's have some conversation, and then I will tell you what the exact activity is. So let me ask you this. If you could gift your GCC one superpower next year in 2026, what would it be? What's your one wish list for the next year? Faster decision making, more innovation, anything that you would wish. Can we have some more participation, please? More autonomy, okay? Sorry? More empowerment, okay? Anybody else? More creativity? What about collaboration? More money, more budgets? Okay. Okay, and what do you think is one culture blocker for your organizations? Or in your experience, what has been a real culture blocker for you? Trust, okay. Cross-functional silos, organizational silos. This table is actually very silent. Global mandates. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Whilst we call ourselves the GCC or the strategic arm to the parent, I don't think we have the right mindset to start thinking as strategic leaders. We still believe we are executionists and order takers. I think that huge shift is required in the whole ecosystem, and the parent also starts to see us as a strategic powerhouse.
Where are you, ma'am? I think everybody's trying to locate you. Okay, great. Thank you for your response. Okay, so let's do this. So for the next 45, 50 minutes, we are going to discuss about one important aspect, which is culture, and culture can actually turn GCCs into catalysts. So this is the overall theme. So we are going to divide ourselves. I would request all the GCC leaders to divide themselves in a group of, so basically form 8 groups. So maybe leaders from 2 or 3 tables can huddle up together. You can form 8 groups. I have interesting caselets, 8 interesting caselets for 8 groups. I would request the members to give a name, a very funny name to each group. Take that caselet. I would give you about 15, 20 minutes time to brainstorm. So that caselet has some context and it has some questions. These questions are just indicative. You can essentially look at that topic, look at that theme, and you can add, modify questions as per your wish. The only request is that let's look at real life examples, challenges that you're facing. Let's look at building solutions to these real life challenges. I think we've all heard, we keep on hearing a lot of market buzz jargons. Let's use this session and come up with some real practical actionable solutions for our culture-related challenges. So at the end of 20 minutes, once the brainstorming is done, please select your leader as well. I would request the team and the leader, and mind you, you should have funny names for your groups. No simple names. So let's try to be as, not crazy, but let's try to be as creative as possible. Please come up to the stage after the brainstorming is done, and your leader, maybe one other speaker, can present whatever you have discussed, the key findings, the gist of whatever you have discussed. Okay, so can we have the groups, please? Can we please form the groups? I'll give you the caselets. So I need 8 groups in all. That's also okay. Okay, we have 6 groups. Okay, here's your caselet. Here's your caselet. Hello. Hi. Here's your caselet. हाँ 20 मिनट है आप लोग 2 ग्रुप बना सकते हैं इट्स अ लार्जर ग्रुप So your time starts now. You have 20 minutes for brainstorming. Join any group. Join this group. Which one? This one? Yeah. frankly, I believe that the backbenchers should have one more case slit.
No, 20 minutes are not enough.
No, I think there are a larger number of members in this group.
One more case study, you said.
No, I think there are many people in this group, so we can have two groups. No, different questions, different scenarios, different situations. I'm suggesting that you split into two groups.
We have only one leader. We already have name decided.
Okay, what's your name?
Fanny House.
Fanny House. Okay, wonderful.
You told everyone.
जब बोलूँगा तब ऑफ Quick time check. Let's take 5 more minutes. Attention leaders. Quick time check. 5 more minutes. 10. 7. Okay, I see some teams have already finished with their brainstorming. How much time do you need? 5 more minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, great. Attention leaders. I'm sure you're having a great time having this brainstorming session, but believe me, once you start hearing the views and perspectives of your respective group members, you'll really love it. So I think let's just 2 more minutes, and then we will start. Okay, so let's start, leaders. I think, sorry to use the word backbenchers. Okay, so let's start. Who wants to come first? Okay, please. Can we have the team on the stage, please? Have you selected a leader? No, you can all come up on the stage while the leader can speak. Yes, yes. Okay, so each team now has 5 minutes. The leader will actually provide a gist of the overall discussion. The discussion is based on the questions that were given in the caselet. So you will hear a lot of real-life examples, best practices that the leaders must have discussed. And I'm sure it is going to be very interesting. Can we please have attention? Can we please listen to their discussion? Please. Can we have the name of the group first?
The name of the group is Gabbar. I'm happy to have the people who came up with the name talk about why they came up with the name. But yeah, I think our caselet was essentially to talk about how we are a GCC that's excelled in operational efficiency, but we function primarily as a cost-focused execution center, and how do you really make that transition into a strategic global capability center. So some of the things that we discussed were very exciting, by the way. It was very fun to kind of talk about it. But one of the things that we talked about was the importance of really understanding global business priorities and pain points, because that seems to be the only way that you can really make your way from being a sort of satellite into a partner, right? So how do you really make that transition? And we really think that if you understand global business, global pain points, that's when the opportunities to really add value can emerge. The second is that sometimes we can get quite tired knocking at doors, asking for opportunities to prove ourselves. And so that's the point where it's really important that we create POCs that demonstrate unasked for value, right? So not waiting necessarily for opportunities, but really being able to go ahead and say, well, this is what we can do in terms of POCs. And the third thing that we talked about was how can we institutionalize the concept of innovation? So we talked about a showcase, awards, and all of those kinds of initiatives that make innovation a habit, and finding ways to get onshore context and end product context, because with that opacity where you really don't know where all of whatever work you're doing, what is really happening to it, I think it can be really impossible to create strategic use cases, essentially. The second thing that we talked about, which was very interesting, was just how important the operational backbone is, and we have a tendency to minimize it and to say that that's not quite as important as the strategic, the innovative, the upstream initiatives. And I think there was real consensus in the group to say that without that, essentially, everything falls apart, right? And so it's important to understand that the operational backbone is not just there as a cost value play, but it's really critical in ensuring that innovation does happen. And we had a really great way of articulating that, which was, you need to run the organization, maintain the organization, and then change the organization. And you need to know what teams and what tasks fall where, and be able to harness all of them together. That's when innovation can really happen. So the last one was, what kind of behaviors and signals can you really look for in your organization to show that you're making that transition? And the first one was that, if you see that your leaders are really sharing failures as much as they're sharing successes in town halls, in conversations, that's a great sign. The second is that, can we really acknowledge failing brilliantly, right? So people who are failing for a reason, right, in pursuit of a greater goal, and acknowledge the fact that there are great lessons to be learned there, right? And I think that's also going to foster a great culture of innovation. And another one that came up was the importance of skip-level meetings to really understand your own people and organization and where there are opportunities to be found, but also where there are problems that you can really effectively diagnose and take forward. So that's, I hope I summed up the conversation pretty well. Happy to pass on the mic if anyone else has anything additional
Anybody
to
has
say.
any other thoughts? Anybody wants to share a real-life example? So those were just,
we also came up with an award. We said for the most innovative person, we'll call it GCC Ke Shole, and the reward will be, his name will be Gabbar. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, can we have a big round of applause for the Gabbar team? Anybody from the audience has a question? Okay, great. So thank you so much for your participation. Thank you. Thank you. So who's coming next? These guys, okay. So who's the leader of this group? So what's your group called, sir? What's your group name?
Oh, our group name is Goa Chill Champions.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wonderful.
We just reformed the GCC to localized name, right? Okay. Hi, guys. My name is Raj, and we had a very diverse team. So I have been also given a very difficult task to do justice and be inclusive in my stuff. So I think our case was bridging the HQ GCC strategic gap, right? How the GCC knows what are the strategic directives from HQ. Technically, every one of us have been talking that the talent has been great. Technology is never a challenge for us, but how you make sure that outputs don't align with business priorities and how you bridge that gap, right? There were a couple of questions around this. Of course, how you embed the business context when you're trying to solve a problem. And I think obvious question is, before jumping into how, try to ask why and what, right? The question is about, do you know the big picture? What problem you're trying to solve for a customer in the way that it works for business? So you have a better understanding of the business context versus having a unidirectional way of someone is telling, here is the problem, you go and solve it without understanding the various aspects of it from a big picture view and stuff around it. The second question was how you bridge the communication and reporting structures, what kind of stuff you can do potentially. I think the one thing which we have been trying to argue and stuff is there's no difference between a team in headquarters and team in India, okay? I think many of you raised these questions about empowerment, autonomy, siloed. Did you ever went to your headquarters and asked the same question? The answer would be the same. They also have the same problems. They don't have a different problems than many of us are having here locally on the side. But the problem, what we try to do this is, most of our problems, half of the problems are solved when the communication and frequent touch points are there between all the stakeholders, and the communication flows bidirectionally, right? You should be able to ask the right questions. you should be able to take ownership of what you have been given a charter to execute and solve a problem for the customer. And then you should also, when you take the ownership, you should be accountable for the outcome you deliver. That's the most important piece, right? You cannot say as a GCC, you have been given a problem, but I don't own the accountability and I don't own ownership because the problem came from somewhere else. The moment the ball is passed on to you or the baton is passed on to you, you have to finish the relay race, right? Whether the relay race is between multiple teams in a global world or it's between HQ and GCC, does not matter. You have to take the ownership, you have to do your responsibilities, and eventually you are held accountable for the outcomes you deliver. The third question is, how do we empower local leaders to make strategic trade-offs while remaining accountable, right? So there are various tools and mechanisms, and I'm sure many of you are using, whether you're using OKRs or VSAM or different time of the things, is eventually everything gets back tied to the organizational goals, right? So you don't have a different KPIs or goals to do. If a goal is to solve a problem for a customer, then a group of teams comes together to solve a problem for that customer in the way that it works for business. And when it works for business, you are automatically tied to the goals of top line and bottom line, what the business is accountable for, right? And then, of course, who are the various stakeholders in this stuff when you are trying to have business context not available? You might have your salespeople, product guys who drive the product strategy and product priorities. You might have a business development guys, and then how you make sure that you are connecting to all of them and not just to the one people, which is product, right? The second thing we also said that the product engineering or product management is a part of the engineering itself. So you could have a product management sitting outside India, but then he has to be integral part of the execution when you're doing the planning. He does not need to attend every day, but he needs to be part of the priorities and part of the things which are changing. And how we can measure GCC's contribution to business outcomes in real time, I think we all agreed that the goal is the same, right? If I have to summarize in a very short word, there are only two kings, customer and cash flow. As long as you are contributing to those two KPIs, I think everyone is accountable for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for this team?
I will have my team members, whoever wants to chime in.
Yes, please.
That's a short summarization of what we discussed.
Okay, go on.
Hi, this is Abhishek Agrawal. So on the topic VR, this is from my own experience, is communication is very powerful. So like I asked my leadership team in India, saying that if they come, upset that I am not part of this and that. So I challenge them. Did you ask questions? Did you ask more? Did you ask for the seat at the table? Most of the time, answer is no. So people keep expecting, but they don't demonstrate they are ready to be part of the table. So this is my message to all, that go and push your teams. So that is one. Second, asking the HQ leadership as well, that I need to have people from India to be part of those conversations. Pushing them to do the early US hours meeting, asking teams in India to, do late evening logins and attend those meetings. So that's helpful.
Wonderful.
Yeah, only word of advice, don't ask them to do Friday meetings, okay? Friday should be absolute no. If you want to set that as a culture precedence in your organization, right?
We are having an event on Sunday.
So
we are having an event on Sunday.
So to make things very simple at the implementation stage, what we done in our GCC is, like what we talked about, we have divided each work or each project into 4 different categories, T1, T2, T3, T4. T1 is something which we are providing minimal support. T2 is something which we are engaged. T3 is something where we have the technical ownership with us. T4 is the nirvana state, which are the projects we are deriving from our GCC 100%. Like it's our own ownership, responsibility, we talk to the business. So there is no one involved from the HQ, like the headquarters in the T4. So if you divide this project into 4 different categories, there's a clarity who owns what.
Absolutely, that works. Any quick questions from the audience?
Can I say the last word?
Yep. Yeah.
I think we, as our DNA and culture, I think the art of saying no is very equally important. I think many of you will concur with that. So you need to build that art of saying no when you cannot do the things versus, oh, I'm trying to do it. Because that sets a different expectations, and being very direct at times, telling that this is not going to possible is not going to possible.
Okay, great. So thank you. A big round of applause for this team. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next team, please. After them. Who's the leader?
Attempting to be.
Okay.
He is.
Hello, everyone. So we are team Culture Vultures.
Culture
Yes.
vultures.
Yes.
I think
Culture Vultures.
that is a trend phenomenon that we want to avoid, actually. Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah, our theme is innovation without impact. So if innovation has to have impact, you should have that laser focus that a vulture will have on its target. Unless you have that kind of concentration, it's very easy to lose track of innovations, and which will not result in productization or taking them to the end. That's why we call ourselves culture vultures.
Yeah, we have a philosophy also. So the problem statement we have here is GCCs do multiple hackathons, idea challenges, etc. Yet only 15% or lesser reach production. And employees are feeling their efforts are not valued and their motivation is lowered. We also debated that 15% is probably a good number, either way. But yeah, so how do we address this? The first question was, how do you build a clear pipeline for converting POCs into products? So what we thought of are we situation ready? The idea is the idea or the problem statement relevant enough? Does the leadership have good understanding, relevance about the idea? Is it solving a business problem even before rolling out the hackathon? And eventually, once the ideas, etc., are formalized, is there leadership buy-in for time and capacity to implement the idea gradually? Not just that, okay, we finalized it and put it elsewhere. And then we discussed that how do you put this idea formally into the backlog? Like, where does it sit so that it has a formal structure? And then we thought of having a culture of innovation, and we'll speak about that subsequently. So second question was, okay, once the ideas are done, what governance mechanisms should ensure end-to-end accountability for the execution of the ideas? So for governance, we collectively thought that there needs to be a good program for innovation. And we referred some previous company examples like Vinnovation as a theme, an idea, which happens either every quarterly or showcase of ideas, etc. And you program manage the innovation agenda. And that needs to be a priority within GCCs with proper OKRs and KPIs of people tracked. Are they part of the innovation agenda? There should be a dedicated budget for the innovation agenda. And there should be proper R&Rs and visibilities for folks who are excelling in the innovation idea. So that's a governance. You have to have a program end-to-end and well executed to manage the innovation. Then how do you prioritize which ideas to eventually implement or not? And the answer was unanimous. It needs to be ROI based. And there were thoughts around what they do at other companies to prioritize, which shows a graph around performance versus potential. And whatever ranks to the top right can be one of the ideas. And then subsequently see if it fits the backlog. Where in your backlog is this idea and lying?
Have you actually discussed the answers to all questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
All
wonderful.
7.
Wonderful.
Then it was recognition. How do you recognize employees and what kind of incentives? So there was compensation, there was ESOP, equity, recognition, leadership recognition, on-site recognition was very important. And while there needs to be a culture to prioritize innovation and ideas and everyone should be participative in it, it was also important to recognize the winners. So there were 3 levels of winners: points for participation, points for winning, and then points for eventually the idea becoming into production also. So that's how we put KRAs around it. And then incentives were discussed, like certification, retention bonus. And there were another unique ideas from another company, like if someone has patents or 3 or more patents, they change their badges, ID cards to bronze or golden or otherwise, to know that they are valued and they're doing something innovative in the company. So that was unique. And that's it. Like, don't wait. They conduct annual days, town halls, etc., quarterly recognition, and do practice days also, like use case days, etc. Like, create a whole culture around, call international people around to deliver it successfully. Coach mindset, like how yesterday Rahul Bose spoke. So all of that came through and we got through the incentive idea. I'll let my team speak. Any additional points?
I think I will kind of add a small point, is that as a participant, if you kind of deal with that as if it's your business, right, then the chances of that being successful is very, very high, right? And that also ties with, feeling or becoming the owner of something. So, and that's how I think this idea of someone getting the equity as a part of the, successful execution of that kind of ties with that. So, feel like you are the owner of that, ownership, the ownership, and as if you are basically running your own business, right? That's when the chances of success is very, very high, I would say.
Okay, great. So thank you so much, Team Culture Vulture. Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for the team? Yes, please. Okay, can we have the next team, please? Right.
So, hello everyone. So our case was again on talent retention in a competitive market, and we chose a very innovative name for the team. It's called Fevicol ka mazboot jod hai, tootega nahi. That's what we want for the employees to stick with us. That's the name. So I'm going to read out the questions. What mechanisms can ensure employees feel ownership over impactful initiatives? A few things that we discussed is early involvement during the ideation phase for every employee, which is basically moving on the lines of shift left practices. We also want to flatter team structures and make decision making more democratic, because we feel that empowerment is what will drive ownership with employees. We want to eliminate information asymmetry across all levels. I think that often happens with GCCs, larger organizations, where decisions are made in sort of ivory towers, smaller rooms, but we want everyone to be part of the decision making as much as possible within the realms of the possibilities. And we want to build better brand equity, and we want to ensure that people are having a sense of purpose as they are part of the brand building. They want to share the name of the company. That's what's going to drive a sense of ownership, and that's when they'll participate more and more. So second question was, how can career pathways and upskilling programs be made visible and aspirational? I'm just reading out the notes. So one of the things that we discussed was individual development programs that are specifically designed keeping the requirements of the employees, particular employees in mind. Now, how will we get there? We can have skill maps that are specifically addressed to tailor sort of career movements for specific employees depending on where they are, what are their needs. We also spoke about a two-in-box kind of model where the succession planning for the employees and their career pathways are going to be intertwined and they are going to move in the same straight line. The third question was around cultural interventions that can make the GCCs feel like a product and innovation first environment. Anybody else wants to contribute? Okay. So one of the things that how can we improve culture? Basically, strong governance model to move ideas to impact, basically move ideas to market in the shortest path possible. Communication and inclusion, making sure that everybody contributes, everybody's aware of the company's roadmap and vision, and they are contributing in their own little ways, in the pods, in the functions, in the product lines that they are working towards the overall organizational goals. The next question was rewards and recognitions, how can they evolve to retain high performers? So simple answer, we'll keep it very short. Do it often, do it consistently. One of the other things very prevalent to GCCs, and from my own experiences and few of the folks at my table, we often do rewards and recognitions at the GCC level, but we also have global recognition programs. And there's a pushback almost from some of my employees that I have seen, hey, I got recognized at a India center level, but the kind of impact that this particular initiative has created ideally should have been recognized at the global level. So I think making sure that some of your GCC employees are getting recognized at global town halls, global recognition events is of utmost importance. What role can mentorship and leadership accessibility play in talent recognition, talent management? Yeah, so we feel leadership accessibility is very important, and it builds trust and psychological safety. It creates a sense of purpose and inclusion. It reduces hierarchy barriers. We have to make sure that the leadership is accessible to all employees. We have a formal program of sorts, whether this is in the form of a mentorship program, an apprenticeship program, an informal program of sorts, where the leadership, you can easily knock down a door and go to any leader and speak about your problems. Hey, I need help with my career progression. I need to move into a different function. Leadership should be accessible, and I think the talent retention flywheel operates for us in 4 stages. One is attract the right talent, engage with the talent, grow and nurture the talent, and that is going to lead to retention of the talent.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Any other points, quick points?
Just a quick point. Just a baseline maybe. It's all about how you define your talent strategy, offer the overall, employee value proposition to your employees, walk the talk. So what you talk during your appraisals or performance development, how you really transform it into the reality. So, and how you make at the end your employer as an employer of choice for the employees. So that's the baseline.
I'll just add, when you're partnering with your people, be it recognizing them, inclusiveness in decisions, or career mapping or mentorship, one of the essential thing is stay authentic, because they see through you. And people love to work with people who are authentic. So that way it helps in retaining people better.
Okay, great. So thank you so much. Okay, big round of applause for Fevicol ka jod टूटेगा नहीं. Okay, so next team, please.
We had a lot of fun in this topic called Resistance to Change and Legacy Mindset. And the name of the group is Transistors. Essentially, we transform this resistance to change. That is what this group does. We discussed many things, because technology is evolving so fast. We are trying to adopt AI, and we all face challenges of adoption, right? How do you address that mindset? How do you bring about that culture shift where people are adopting the change? So we discussed about psychological safety, creating that ecosystem where people are comfortable, and showing them how it can be done, right? So you may not get 100% participation from day one, but wherever you are seeing results, show that impact to everyone. Show how it is helping you achieve the goals of the organization. That just adds to it. And yeah, we discussed about incentivizing the teams. So recognizing those who are change makers, who are adopting the technology. And once you do that, then the others who are not doing it also start to contribute and participate in that change. Then there is a lot that needs to be done about change management, right? Giving them access to the right tools, because when you change something, then the process also changes. So how do you explain the new process in which the change would be impacted? We also discussed about measuring the change, and one of the things that we discussed was trying different things and avoiding that fear of failure, because if you don't try anything, then you won't move forward. Yeah, I think I've covered most of the points, and the best thing that, the funny thing, I'll let Saurabh do that, but it goes something like this.
Yeah, thanks, well summarized. But I think as a group, we realized that it's not only the individuals and employees who resist change, it's often the organizations as well. So we took an example where in one of my earlier organizations, a large bank, suddenly I saw a really old person on the floor. I mean, all of us will get old, but the person was really old, a typically granny profile. And I stopped to ask her, is she looking for somebody? Because a lot of family days happen, and she was struggling to walk. And I was feeling horrible that the way she was walking. And she said, no, I'm here from TCS. This is regarding your AS400 challenges. A very senior technical person, technically very sound leader. But the point we had was that the skill left in the organization is only a handful of people. And that required us to fundamentally go for a change now, because the platform does not have any more skill left in the market. Not to put DCS in the bad light, they've been a fantastic partners. But just that they know that somewhere customers will need this skill one day. And we said that in change, we have what's called CAVE people, C-A-V-E, citizens against virtually everything. They'll never say anything negative in the meetings, but they're constantly and secretly conspiring for programs to fail. And such cynical people need to be addressed on the sides. And there are then within change organization some NATO people, NATO, no action, talk only. So these people will talk, but he goes back and does nothing. So we believe that second. And third is, one input came in the group that a good interview question, if you're hiring for senior talent, is to ask people about their failures. Because I can vouch that in my 32 years, not more than 50% technology transformation programs have succeeded. And from HR perspective, you should be vulnerable to showcase that I failed, I messed up. But often always, candidates will never tell you about failures in interviews. It's a red flag, because all of us carry those scars on our shoulders. So those was a couple of points, yeah.
Okay, great. So I can see that this has been a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much for sharing these insights, and those acronyms are also quite good. Great, so thank you so much. Please, thank you so much. Okay, the last team. Can we have you on the stage quickly?
Just a reminder to the last team, we're running out of time. For the interest of time, I request you all to move quickly, please. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. The topic we got it is cultural integration of talent.
And the context is when GCC hires talent from multiple regions, but cultural difference create misalignment in expectation, communication, work style, misunderstandings, slow collaboration, and reduced efficiency. So this is the context. And the team name we have identified is a Fanny House, which means high on cultural spirits. Okay. The questions, we have 5 questions on this cultural integration. First question, how can we design onboarding programs that foster cross-cultural understanding? And we believe cross-cultural training is the key, which address unconscious bias being on the diversity and bring inclusivity. Second point we believe is during onboarding, it should be a immersive, seamless training through AR, VR, which will foster the onboarding process. Second points we have on what rituals or norms can bridge difference in decision making and work style. So ritual and norms, we think consensus-based approach, stand-up regular calls, which brings inclusivity and the decision-making alignment. Psychological-based training, distributed accountability, and the design thinking process. Third point we have, how can leadership create an inclusive environment that leverage diverse perspective? In that we feel build an avenues for speak up culture, hackathon, no retaliation approach, inclusive based practice, concept building in terms of designing, development, support, and all these things. Then we also believe global reward and recognition should help on the inclusivity. Fourth point, which tools or forum can enhance communication across cultural boundaries? So we think SharePoint, Teams, communication training, town hall, this can increase the communication across cultural boundaries. Our last question on how do we measure integration and engagement across diverse teams? We believe like engagement survey, weekly and monthly communication update to the large stakeholder and the communication team, pan-geo delivery across locations, shared responsibility, team-based approach. So these are the 5 answers to all these questions. Happy to pass it to my team if they want to add something.
Any other views from the team members?
You have given 2 minutes, but I think we have covered.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause? Team Fanny House. So, okay, great. So thank you so much. These brainstorming sessions have resulted in very insightful output. I think each team has done fantastic. And we are going to cover all of these insights in a specific report, and this report would be made available to all of you. I think all of you can actually read this report and learn from each other. Thank you so much. You have been a wonderful audience. A big round of applause to each one of you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
And thank you very much, Sandeep. Appreciate your time. That was a fantastic effort right there. Thank you for that. From one insightful session, we're going to dive into the next. This is a very critical aspect of a GCC's success. Can someone mute his mic, please? Someone mute his mic. Thank you very much. It's feeding on stage. Like I was saying, this is a critical aspect of GCC's success, which is talent management. And we're going to dive into the future of GCC talent management. This session will be headed by the head of Hyderabad Hub, Sanofi. Please welcome to the stage, Mrinal Dugal. Give her a big round of applause while she comes up to the stage.
Thank you, Vineet, for handing me the mic. Actually, I am a bit nervous because the same stage will be, we'll have the honor to have Sanjay Manjurekar and yesterday Rahul Bose on the same stage. So it makes you nervous, you know, what are the expectations from the session. And then I was also observing the last session. So I don't need to say anything. I mean, the leaders here know better than me. So maybe we make it more interactive. I know there's less light there, so it's easy to hide. But the more we interact on this session, the outcome will be better. So my name is Mrinal. I'm heading the Sanofi Hyderabad GCC. It's about 3,500 people there, almost covering most of the functions of Sanofi. A lot of processes are end-to-end as well now. We started about 6 years back, but we're very small for the first 4 years because of the COVID, also trying to understand whether we will still exist after COVID ends. But the last 2 years have been significantly growth years, and we've moved from 400 to 3,500 in just less than 2 years. Okay, so the topic is the future of GCC talent management. I just want to tell a story around it. This year, when I was filling my appraisal in Workday, and I'm sure everyone uses a different system or Workday, it gave me an option to fill my appraisal through AI, a coach, and then I entered 3-4 bullet points. It gave me a large summary of what you've done as a GCC site head. And I was like, wow, I didn't even remember. Okay, yes, this is what I can enter. So I just did a copy-paste, but that doesn't end there. I'm sure my manager will have a similar tool to analyze what I wrote and then provide her feedback. Does everyone agree to this? Yeah? So I think that's the future of talent we're talking about. AI talking to AI, AI doing things for us, and then we become less and less and less creative, and we'll forget email writing one fine day. When I started working, I was told, learn Excel. Excel in Excel if you want to excel. Does anyone resonate to that? At least one hand is up. So you guys are telling me without Excel, you've excelled till, and you are here where you are. Is that right? Without Excel? Exactly. So when I excelled in Excel, I was told that PowerPoint, you have to excel in PowerPoint to excel. You need to make the presentations very nice, just few words, only pictures, and need to talk through it. The talking points should be, remembered by heart. I tried doing that as well, and I think I was successful. Again, I got a promotion. Most of us here would have done a lot of work on presentations, given the generation we are coming from. Sorry, I'm generalizing, but when I saw everyone here, I felt it's almost similar age as I am. So I'm hoping that everyone agrees there. Then when I did this, I was told, what you're doing is mostly tactical. It's not strategic in nature. So try doing something or understand the strategic part of it. How many of you have heard of this feedback? At least one hand, 2 hands up. Thank you for supporting, more hands. I think there's a journey that I observed from Excel to PowerPoint to strategic thinking, and then very recently storytelling. How do you tell your story? You must be doing great in your GCCs. I'm doing great at my GCC, but what is it that I tell to my stakeholders? Do they really believe in it? Are they interested in it? So then storytelling became very important. So that's what I'm trying to master now. There was another aspect that was added, and which we've been doing all our life. Most of us have like 20 plus years of GCC experience, and all of us have worked with global stakeholders in these last 20 years. But we are still told that intercultural awareness or working with multicultures is very important. And that's the theme of what we are doing now. We are developing our talent to work with different culture. And I heard someone saying, start saying no. And that's a very important element. But have you ever tried doing that, saying no, and then how it comes back and says, are you sure? So there was this intercultural training that we were doing where there was a scale, and I work for a French company. So French on one side and Indians on one side, where there was a conversation style, and then the rating was done. The conversation was, one of the system points is not working fine, and we have to work on a Saturday. So this was coming from a French colleague. The Indian colleague said, okay, we'll try. Then this person says, okay, so you'll be there at what time? And this person says, it's my son's birthday. Oh, great, congratulations. So what, and then this person says, thank you for understanding. So the understanding was, French guy was thinking that this guy will come because he didn't say an explicit no. And Indian was saying, it's my son's birthday, so I won't be there, please understand. So different words, different sentences means different things for different cultures. This is what we are trying to learn now. I have a few slides, but just wanted to share this context before that. The slides, whatever is written, all of us know, all of us have experienced that in the past. A couple of questions for everyone to answer and think about it more retrospectively as well. We're talking about talent management. How many of us say that we are managing the talent when we are saying that our GCCs are around capabilities now? We don't say that we are enabling capability. And that's a very important question to understand. Are we just saying, okay, EVP, someone spoke about EVP, employee value proposition. Now, some people may want a vertical growth in their career. Some people may just want a flexibility, and I want to work only 2 days from office. And some people may want, okay, I just need higher salary, whatever level you give me. Are we just managing those conversations? Or are we really looking at how can we grow that talent to enable the capabilities at the GCCs? This is a very important question to answer. Again, coming from a pharma company, the purpose of our organization is very important for us. We care. We are in the care business. We chase the miracles of science to make people's life better. Now, this is proudly what I can say, that one thing I keep hearing from the youngsters these days is they want to work for a purpose. They don't want to work for a function. And are we able to connect them to the purpose of the organization? Now, every organization will have a different purpose. I was talking to, I think, Marriott in the morning, and then it was more hospitality. So we were just sort of in a conversation which company's culture is better, ours or theirs. But of course, every company has their own culture. Also, there is a lot of conversation around AI, around innovation. Now, do we call our employees as innovators or just operators? We can talk a lot about innovation in this closed room, outside, have case studies, but unless we start involving our people, unless we start telling them that you are innovators and get those ideas from them, I don't think that culture change will happen. So that conversation becomes very important of telling them that this is not just operations, it's being innovative here. Another important thing, I'm sure everyone here would have a sort of an employee survey for their organizations. Is there any company who doesn't do it? No, so I'll take that as a no. We recently conducted it, fantastic scores on engagement. But are we really translating those feedback that we get into concrete actions from engagement surveys that we get? And how seriously do we take it? If we have to prioritize, do we prioritize improving a KPI or improving the engagement of employees? And these are all retrospective questions, as I said. Just think about it. And we've all gone through this journey. I'm sure most of the, I know there are GCCs that have been set up 25 years back, 20 years back, 5 years back. Most of them have either gone through this journey or are going through this journey. From cost to capability to competence and then co-creation. Again, someone said about having a seat on the table. I feel for having that seat on the table, you need to have those capabilities, you need to have that competence. Now, India as a country is blessed with the population that we have, with the English-speaking population we have, and the balance that comes from the technical background that most of our folks sitting here have some, IIT or a good engineering institute degree or a STEM degree. Now that combination is very rare to find in any other country and at the scale that we offer in India. We have the competence then in that case, right? A lot of the global CEOs that we talk about now for IT firms like Microsoft, Google, Citibank, they are Indians, which means the competence is there. It's proven. The case rests there. Are we able to, again, going back to the same story, are we able to tell that story to our stakeholders? Are we able to say that this is what we can do and this is where we can draw a line? That becomes very important. Again, just going back quickly, yesterday's drivers, maybe for most of us, were security, pay, designation. Now people ask for purpose, flexibility, growth. And growth is not just vertical. Growth is also, are we able to help people understand what are the products, what is the strategy, what is the vision that the company has, and how can they expand their competence. So it's not just going vertical up, but also what can they do in different aspects. Cross moves, doing different gigs, understanding what is their interest lies in. Again, 4 Ps that just came up with: purpose, progress, people, pride. If you get this combination right, that's where people are there to stay. The Fevicol ka majboot jod can happen if these 4 Ps are there for people. Again, leadership, I just wanted to ask another thing. What is the longest duration? Let's identify the person who spent the longest time with their organizations. Any hands up for 10 years? Okay, I see 1, 2, a few hands up for 10 years. 20 years? Oh, wow, that's rare to see in India. Okay, 25 years? Okay, the GCC didn't, it was just starting up. But yeah, so what is that one factor that made you stay? And you raised your hand if you want to speak about it. Yeah. Without a mic, maybe you want to test your voice.
I think it's the growth, right? And along the way, and that's what I was also trying to say when I was on the stage, a part of our case study, is that once you kind of get that sense of being an owner of what you are working or delivering, and of course the organization has to reciprocate. They have to make you feel like, you are the owner of it, right? This is your business to run. And then you get awards or rewards or penalties or whatever, punishments, etc. It's all part of the game. So I think that's been the driver for me.
Absolutely. You spoke about empowerment. You spoke about evolution. Anyone who stayed in an organization where there was empathy was missing, and I see someone, yeah.
No, I think I was actually trying to add to the previous one. I had 2 10-year stints. So the current one, which I just completed 10 years, and the previous one I completed 13 years. Just to add, the gentleman, I think the one which encourages us to stay back is to see if you have potential opportunities to take up new challenges with the technology evolution, new business functions that you can lead. And thankfully, I think I've got enough opportunities in my current and the previous organization. Every 2 years, I've been leading a new function. So that way, I think you can always not think about vertical growth, but I think horizontally, you could do a lot of new, incubate new initiatives, incubate new functions. I think as long as you have that room, I think it serves the purpose. Thank you.
Absolutely bang on. I think that's what we were talking about, the cross moves as well. So all of that is what makes people stay. And I don't need to say that. I think all of us here, when we were doing the last exercise, were saying the exact same thing in different words. So again, as you said, growth, autonomy, how I can enable the projects that I'm working on, purpose and recognition, rewards that you mentioned. All of that is what the talent will make stay and make the Fevicol work. This is what I wanted to speak about, the future of talent. But again, some more questions to end with. retrospectively, just thinking about it, just think about it. Are we designing the work around efficiency or around experience? Experience is very important for any employee to stay, including us. If we are not recognized for the work that we are doing, we will start looking out. All of us here, maybe one or two for a different reason, but most of us will start looking out. So can we start building on that experience for people? If talent is truly our biggest asset, are we investing in their growth or just their output? And someone spoke about the development plans, individual development plans. Here it becomes very tricky to answer. Do we own their development plans or they own their development plans? I think it's the employees because it has to come from them, but we need to guide them, coach them, mentor them. What is it that they can do, they can explore, and understand where their interest lies? Are we measuring engagement rigorously as performance? Again, my last question, what do we prioritize if we have to prioritize between KPIs and the engagement? Are our leaders inspiring purpose or enforcing a process? Now, this will be hands on heart. How often do we talk about the purpose of our organizations to our people? And someone was saying town hall and some of the other communication. Do we do it enough? Anyone who says we do it enough? No, I think people are, yeah, you do it enough. Appella, thank you. And Marriott. But also, I know everyone is waiting for Sanjay's session, next session. And I was fortunate enough to give in this slot so that people are here in full strength for waiting for that session. But just to conclude, will your people remember this as a place that build their careers or just their calendars? This is a very important point. Are we helping them building their careers and thereby letting them stay with the organization? Or are we just filling their calendars, do this, and this is your KPI, this is what you need to fulfill from a performance perspective? So I rest my case here. I'm well within time. Thank you, everyone, for listening patiently.
Thank you very much for that, madam. All right, we're going to quickly break for a coffee break, and we're back in 15 minutes. Also, a quick note, to not take up the spaces with your bags and this and that, just in case you're not coming back on time. I understand this is India, and we're used to, blocking things with bags and scarves and shoes and whatnot. But yeah, please come back on time. And can we hear another round of applause for our speaker, please? That was fantastic. I took a couple of notes on how to present, by the way, from her. So, yeah, fantastically done. We'll see you all back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Jason here. And if you're wondering what a typical workday is like for me, well, here's a glimpse into my life as a technical support manager for an Australian company through KMC. And today, we'll be working at our One Ayala office in Makati.
One Ayala is an accessible public transport hub right in the middle of the metro. Located in the heart of the Makati CBD. A lively neighborhood with tons of cafes, eateries, and shopping malls nearby. It's super convenient, and there's lots to do around the area. We've got a full day ahead, and the best way to get started in the mornings is with a hot cup of Mad Max coffee. Now let's officially kick off our shift. We have an early meeting, so let's head over to the boardroom. Hey, how are you? Although we may not all be together physically, we connect with our Australian counterpart with the tech that our workplace is equipped with. We really feel like we're one team, seamlessly collaborating with our Australian team members. As a technical support manager, my day is packed with challenges and teamwork. I oversee a team, and together, we ensure our Australian clients receive top-notch technical support. This includes troubleshooting technical issues, assisting with software and hardware problems, and ensuring seamless communication between our teams. We value continuous learning and development, which is why we have regular training sessions to keep our skills sharp and stay updated with the latest tech trends. It's a crucial part of our role as technical support managers to ensure we're always at the top of our game. So, another successful day. Time to wrap things up. And guess what? It's not all work, it's also about taking care of ourselves. After the day, some of us get together for a workout after hours right here in the office. Maintaining a healthy work-life balance is definitely not a problem when you're in the middle of bustling Makati. Hanging out after hours is something I get to do pretty often as I catch up with friends at a nearby restaurant to unwind. Bye guys, see you. That's a day in my life as a part of KMC Teams, a dynamic blend of work, culture, and connections in the heart of Makati. As my workday comes to an end, I want to thank you for spending the day with me. See you, and until next time.
next. Everyone's chasing it, predicting it, promising it. But the future doesn't arrive because someone imagined it. It arrives because someone built it. At OGS, progress isn't a plan on a slide. It's what happens when imagination meets intelligence, when ambition is grounded in action, when ideas find roots. We are the inside edge, Omnicom's built-in engine of momentum. What makes us different isn't just what we build, it's who builds it. We are an integrated solutions engine that brings together vast expert capabilities. A place where the future gets tested, built, and scaled for the world's most ambitious agencies and clients. We don't just talk next, we operationalize it. Because for us, ideas mean nothing until they move, perform, and deliver. We're rewriting the model from the inside out. OGS, doing what's next.
I'm Diane, and we're here at Bonifacio Global City in the Philippines. I work as an accounts payable specialist for a US-based company through KMC. And here's a peek into my night shift work life. Here we are at our office. Now let's officially start our work day. Or should I say night? KMC is offering some yoga sessions tonight in the office. So I arrived a bit earlier to participate in the session before my shift. I love these little perks that I enjoy working at KMC. The culture of making work plus life better really makes it a workplace like no other. Here, I am not just an employee. I truly feel I'm part of a community. Although our company is located miles away, we remain bound by our shared mission. I never feel like an outsourced resource. Instead, I truly sense my worth as a valuable team member. Our daily interactions with our colleagues in the US solidify our sense of belonging, making us an integral part of the team. All of us here are well taken care of, enjoying other perks such as unlimited coffee all day, every day, and even free ice cream on Fridays. As an accounts payable specialist, I handle the company's bills and make sure they get paid accurately and on time. I also review invoices, track expenses, and communicate with vendors to ensure smooth financial transactions. Working the night shift doesn't mean we can't live a normal life. In the Philippines, many businesses are open for night shift workers, so we can still go out to eat during our breaks, even late at night. This means that having a meal out with the team is definitely something we get to do regularly. It's always a good bonding experience with my team. I love the way my American company does things. And one of the main reasons I took this job is that KMC is one of the best places to work in Asia. They do lots of fun things for employees to show they care about us. They even provided stylish place to live that's just for KMC employees. And it's really close to the office, so I can walk home easily. Now that my workday has officially ended, I hope you enjoyed what it was like to step into my shoes for a night. Now it's time to rest up and do it all again tomorrow. See you till next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to take your seats, requesting you all to please take your seats. In case you have colleagues outside, please give them a call, ask them to come in, take their seats as we're about to jump into our next session and hopefully be on time. So please make your way back inside and take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your kind attention. May I request you all to send out those messages, get people in on the from the outside, because we'd like our speaker on stage to not be interrupted while he is on stage. Requesting you to send those messages, get people to come back inside. We'd like to begin on time. Thank you. Also, phones on silent, please. Phones on silent. Just double check that your phones are on silent, please. Third and final request, if you all could get on your phones, send those messages and also make those calls. It is exactly 5 o'clock and we'd like to begin. Requesting you all to send out those messages. Third and final request. Thank you. Alrighty, people, this is day 2, MachineCon GCC Summit 2025. It's time for us to call onto the stage the host himself. Please welcome the principal presenter and host of AIM. Make some noise and welcome Sudhi to the stage.
Thanks, thanks Sachin for playing. Sorry, Sandy, did you play a Kishore song for me? Thank you, man. Very good evening, everyone. How's everybody doing? I can't sense the energy in the room. What's going on? Can we have a round of applause for you guys for being such a brilliant, brilliant audience throughout the day? The fact that you guys are still awake is brilliant. I'm so happy. All right, MachineCon, the second edition in Goa. Is everyone having fun? How was last evening? Nice. That means the food and the alcohol was good. All right. So, well, today is a very, very special conversation that I'm going to be having. This is somebody who has been, to me, a brilliant, brilliant sportsman. And I believe people who play sport are very special because, you know, there's no hiding in sport, according to me. Everything is public. Everything is out in the open. The criticism, the pressure. But it's also the brilliance that they bring with it, the dedication, the hours of work that go behind all of the spotlights, etc. And when we see that magic, that brilliant, beautiful cover drive smacked through of, let's say, a Wasim Akram, we all actually just sit up in awe. We never criticize. Of course, when they edge the delivery, we seem to be the coaches of the country saying, "Nahi, ye wala nahi khelna chahiye tha," actually. But here is a man who we are going to be talking about today, who is somebody who I feel did so much for Indian cricket and continues to do so. And, well, some people choose careers. Others have expectations. This gentleman was born into a family which was legacy. We all remember Mr. Vijay Manjrekar, his father. And I want to just read out the number of tests and the stats that his dad had. And he has been considered, including Mr. Sunil Gavaskar has ended up saying, Mr. Pataudi has ended up saying that he's probably one of the finest ever batsmen to have walked the earth. 55 test matches, scored 3,208 runs, and one of the most technically gifted batsmen of his era. This is Vijay Manjrekar. And as in his son's words, he ended up calling his father like the most amazing lead guitarist and artist who was actually, in terms of his vocation, was so skilled. Of course, the person that I'm talking about today is Sanjay Manjrekar, one of India's most prolific batsmen. And we all remember that tour of 1989 when Sanjay was in Pakistan. He scored 569 runs in 4 test matches at an average of 95. And suddenly, the world sat up and saw this one boy coming out of the Mumbai Maidans and making a huge impression. Of course, he went on to play for India, scored more than 3,000 runs at an average of 37. And then he decided that he's going to do something for Indian cricket and analysis and broadcast that a lot of people have not been able to manage. I have been somebody who has done broadcast, and trust you me, it is one of the toughest jobs to do because you do it in real time. And this guy does it with aplomb. He, of course, is somebody who I believe has played this game twice, once with the bat, and he continues to play it with a microphone. And he's actually still timing it so, so sweetly. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sanjay Manjrekar. I guess Sanjay is still padding up. Sanjay, are you still padding up? Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sanjay Manjrekar. ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Manjrekar.
Forget all the talk now. Let's sing.
Let's do that, actually.
Yeah, this is a guy who is, when I die, I'll miss him. Kishore Kumar.
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
So good to have you with us,
Thank
Sanjay.
you. Thank you.
Truly an honor. And I would, of course, like for everyone to relive, and that's where it's nice to start, which is that wonderful series, that tour that you had, 1989. I just mentioned that. And here you were, this young, strapping lad who was facing the likes of Wasim Akram under the captainship of Imran. And they were in their prime, Sanjay, and you scored 569 runs and 4 test matches at an average of 95.
Yes. So now you can see how times change, right? He mentioned Imran Khan, the captain of Pakistan at that time, bowling 30 overs per innings at the age of 39. And where is Imran Khan today? It tells you how the world changes. You know, who can predict the long-term future?
True,
So
but
think short-term.
True, but you're right. The world changed, everything changed. But what did that series teach you, which has lasted with you till now, Sanjay? Which is, I'll give you 3 thoughts. Which is, did it teach you patience? Did it teach you resilience? Or did it just give you the ability to ignore everything except the next ball?
Yeah, on a serious note, that was at the age of 23, 24. And there was a time in my career when I was coming through junior cricket in Mumbai. And, you know, I was this very impressive talent in the nets and not getting enough runs in matches. Unfortunately, I can't see the faces of people. The light is too bright on me. Can something change there? Because it'd be nice to see faces. Anyway.
Guys, could you please? That would be nice, actually.
So that was a time when people saw the obvious talent in me. They could see that in the nets. But match mein jaake, I used to get 30 and get out. And if you've come from Mumbai or, you know, if you've followed Mumbai cricket, they have this word called khadus, which means if you get a start of 30 runs, you can't get out. So I remember Dilip Sardesai, Rajdeep's father, who used to be extremely unhappy and infuriated by this tendency of mine. And he said, if you get 5 zeros and get 100, I'll have you in my team. But if you're getting 530 and getting out, you're not in my team. So wo ek tha thoda sa. To the extent that it was such an obsession in Mumbai, thanks to people like Sunil Gavaskar, who when he got 100, 200, 300, that everybody in the street, you know, the news spread that this is a guy who gets only 30s.
My God, that's a huge
Yeah,
pressure.
so people would come. There was a friend of mine, very simple guy, and he came to me and he said, you know, I'm not the believe in the 30. I'm the believe in the 100. You know, so everybody came and drilled that into my head. And then I found a way. Thankfully, there was a guy called Milind Rege, who's no more, and he told me, and he said, you've got to focus. You've got to concentrate. And everybody says that, you know, you've got to concentrate. So I asked him, what do you mean by, you know, exactly concentrating? What should I do?
Or kar kya raha hu main?
Correct, correct. So give me a key. I mean, give me a simple method. And then he actually thought about it. He also was never asked that question. And he said, I guess it is looking at every ball coming at you and thinking that your life depends on it. And you're not getting out to this ball. And I actually got that into my head. Wow. And the 30s then, I mean, very next month, I went to Baroda to play in an inter-varsity kind of tournament. And I ended up getting 600s in a row. Wow. And there was 180 in between. Wow. So I took that to heart, and then that became my sort of way of playing. So I guess looking at every ball as if your life depends on it. So it's just that kind of focus. Kishore Kumar used to tell Amit Kumar,
the same thing.
Yeah, that tumhara na focus nahi hai. So I guess focus is the main thing, and focus is relative. Your focus may not be as, you know, good as somebody else's focus. But that day I came to know what my focus should be to have a series like that.
And wonderful that you got that kind of focus, and the fact that you talked about focus, I'm sure that is one key line for every camera person here.
True.
Focus hona zaruri hai.
Yeah, focus on the good things.
But Sanjay, that innings, I mean, this entire series changed everything for you, right? I mean, in terms of the fact that suddenly everyone stood up and was watching you, and here is this amazing talent that has emerged. Then, of course, happened the West Indies tour, which was again an insanely quick bowling lineup that you were facing. I want to ask you this, that at such an early age, you were not afraid. And did that translate into life, or was it from where you were coming in terms of the legacy that fear never seemed to be daunting you at any level?
Yeah, so during our times, it's very important to talk about our times and today's times. And one of the things with batters in our time was that we came from the pre-helmet era. So when we talk about fear, it wasn't fear of failure. It was actual fear of getting hit. And most Indian batters at the time had to conquer that fear first, to not get hit. So that, I mean, a lot of the great batters in the past, they had conquered that fear. There were a lot of batters in the 60s, 70s who were good, but the moment there came a tearaway fast bowler, then there was a problem, because then the first instinct is to worry about the ball hitting you. And I had that experience on my debut test match. I retired.
You got hit in the eye.
Yeah, second innings I retired hurt. So matters got really bad for me, but I wanted to make a name desperately. I came from a middle class Maharashtrian family with low income, so what could I aspire for? So I wanted a little bit of fame and recognition, and I was willing to do anything for it. So then after that, I went to West Indies, and once you get runs against people like, Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, Malcolm Marshall, Ian Bishop, then you're sort of flying in the air. And then after that, I had to make sure that I was grounded. So Pakistan happened after that. Challenge was much lesser. West Indies was tough. So that was the time when I was really on top of the world.
Which actually brings me to this thought, Sanjay, that you just mentioned, and you mentioned it with so much of aplomb and so much of forthrightness, that you came from a family which was a middle class family, and finally it was that pressure that was probably goading you on. But did you think of it at that time? Because I remember reading that you did not even think of the option of you not playing for India. I mean, that thought never crossed your mind. So now when you sit back and introspect or think back or reflect, this line that you just mentioned, I'm pretty sure that they never even had a glimpse in your mind.
Yeah, good question. And now when I look back, I know exactly how it all panned out. My father played for India. Yes. So when I was growing up as a kid, the guests that would come to my house were all former players.
Umbrella man.
Yeah. And all superstars of Indian cricket. It's like having Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma.
Sorry, just to give you context, what umbrella man means is basically Sanjay and his family was staying in Dadar. So if a Sunil Gavaskar would come to their house to visit Vijay sir, they had at Gokhale Road, Sanjay standing at Gokhale Road holding an umbrella so that he would at some level mask the people coming in so that they won't get like mobbed. Except the problem was, Sanjay wasn't very tall at the time. So he would struggle with the umbrella to get it up to them. Not with Sunil Gavaskar, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but it actually got more attention. People were wondering, kaun hai ye? And, it didn't quite help. It's a bit like a lot of celebrities now have security around them, right? It's not really to keep the mob away. It's perhaps to get the mob in. Anyway, so yes, I mean, I wanted success, and so when I see these people coming to my place, and I was young, naive, so mera calculated bhi tha. My dreams were all very calculated also. I didn't aspire to be a tennis player or a table tennis player or a badminton player, because I knew cricket mein thoda, there is fame, there is recognition, there's also security, financial security, because more time pe public sector companies would employ cricketers even if you didn't play for India. If you played first class cricket, you would have a secure job. So that was my first plan of action.
And that was the calculation.
Yeah. So that was my thing. And I thought playing cricket with an ambition is playing for India. It's later on there came a stage when I realized it's not going to be that simple. But that is the confidence and somewhere some kind of blind belief that I'll play for India. And that maybe helped. And if you came from Mumbai, it was a realistic dream to dream. to play for India. I remember a lot of young players who would come from smaller towns.
At the time, Sanjay, because
Yeah.
Mumbai was producing some amazing cricketers
Yeah.
at the time.
And they were all around us at the club level. So I remember youngsters from Pune and all that just were so desperate to be face to face with the Sunil Gavaskar. So for them, it was a very distant dream. For a Mumbai guy, just because I was not born in Mumbai, I was born in Mangalore, but my roots were in Mumbai, that helped.
Which actually made me think about this, that were you ever fighting thoughts? Because that is something which tends to happen in sports, Sanjay, at a big level in terms of whatever level you're playing, but you're constantly at battle with your own thoughts. So did you end up feeling that you would be able to fight your own thoughts before you started to fight the bowlers on the field? Or did you just overcome it with ease?
I think you know the answer as well. So there might be a few people like me here. So I overthink. And somebody mentioned, that I cut out an album in '96. I sang the favorite songs of my teammates, and I told that person that I was a better singer then than now, because I'm now taking singing very seriously, which means I will self-destruct. And so that's my nature. I think something to learn from. And after that kind of start that I had, more than the actual challenge of the bowling attack and everything, it was me having to fight my own thoughts. Because to put it very simply, if I would get a double hundred, I would sit in the room in the evening and worry about the 3-4 bad shots that I played. So that was my nature. I wrote in my book that failures were in bold font for me, and success was like default, ye hona hi hai. And that, even today, that is the case. So that is not helpful at all. The people who focus on success and, sort of brush away failure, like a Virat Kohli is a great example. Doesn't lose confidence easily. And these are the greats who actually don't take failure to heart. It's nothing too different from a great player and a very good player. It's just that they bounce back quicker.
That actually, I've always wondered about this, Sanjay. I mean, and you're we will get into it at a slightly later stage in this conversation in terms of your broadcasting and everything. And I have to say this, that you're amazingly insightful, very analytical. Sanjay loves stats. He spends most of the time in broadcast. He sits with the statistician, just a story on the side. But the fact is, I wanted to ask you this, Sanjay, when you watch these greats, for a Virat, for example, you've played with Sachin. All of the new boys, Shubman, all of these guys. When you're sitting down and actually commentating and analyzing their skill set, how does it not happen to you that you tend to compare yourself, because you were prolific when it came to your own technique? How difficult is it for you to kind of, detach yourself from that and not see yourself probably, and then just see them and figure it out? You know where I'm going with this?
Yeah. So that happened almost like automatically. The moment I quit cricket and became a commentator, very rarely you'll hear me talking about the way I played or, give an example of mine. Today I'm talking about myself because that is the topic. But I was a broadcaster, and analyzing comes very naturally to me. So even as a player, there was one, I look back and I think about it. It's so funny. We were in South Africa, '93. The first series, first tour of India to South Africa after the apartheid regime. And I was struggling. I wasn't getting runs. But I was sitting in the coach, in the bus, after a game, a day's play, and I was drawing, a pitch and the stumps and everything to Javagal Srinath, the fast bowler, Srinath. And I was telling him, the mistake that you're making is this line that you bowl. I think you should be focusing on bowling outside the off. And that is how I was, and I was not so much thinking about my problem, but it's something that is natural to me. I analyze everything. And Akash Chopra, who is another formidable analyst, he keeps saying forever analyzing. So constant analysis. So this second innings of my life came very naturally. Even in team meetings, if opinions were sought, I was the first one to give my opinion. This has to happen and stuff like that, yeah.
Okay. So what was harder? That actually brings me to this. What was harder? Was it basically facing the fast bowling that you did, which was like, honestly, one of probably the best crop of fast bowlers, Sanjay, that you've faced, and you faced it with so much of ease. Was that tougher, or was it tougher in terms of facing, for example, a nation? In terms of the criticism, in terms of everyone has an opinion in our nation about people who play the game. And which for you was tougher? Because there were moments in your career where after you had done so brilliantly well, then suddenly when the runs dried up, and you yourself being an analytical mind was constantly checking your position, you're constantly checking your technique, but there was a lot of noise also coming through.
So playing days noise, this is actually very interesting. I remember after that tour of West Indies, when I came back home, my family had kept press clippings of, what was written about me. And I read a few from some reporters, and they were praising me to the skies as if I'm the best thing to have happened to Indian cricket. And mujhe laga ki thoda ye zyada ho raha hai. So very early, for me, that didn't matter.
So it didn't go to your head, huh?
No, it didn't matter. I had my own, the strongest critic was inside me. So I didn't care about what was said. So that was my thing. As a player, the outside noise didn't matter. As a broadcaster, it's something that's there. That's my market. And I have to care about, what they think, because if there's too much of backlash and there's too much of hate for me, I won't have a job. So I've always had to sort of walk that very tightrope, where I have to say things, but not say in a way that I start losing platforms. Then, all these opinions, kiske saath share karu? My wife has no time, my daughter doesn't have any time, so I have to make sure that I balance that properly.
Which is a very tight rope, to be honest, because I have to say this, you come from the heart a lot of times on broadcast, you say what is in your heart and your mind, which actually brings me to, I have to ask this question and I have to do it now. मुझे एक बहुत गंभीर सवाल पूछना है. You know where I'm going with this.
Yeah. He's the hot topic currently, isn't it?
पूछ लो.
Yeah, of course, ask me anything.
टेस्ट क्रिकेट कहाँ जा रहा है संजय? मुझे बहुत घबराहट और दर्द हो रही है. My soul cries at night. 2 whitewash series.
Yeah.
And गंभीर सवाल है.
Yeah. Good one. So now you want to, it's about Indian Test cricket, right? So I don't think we should worry too much, because itna popular sport hai ye, that we'll keep getting talent, and we tend to forget one thing, that all the other nations that India is competing with, unka cricket is not their first sport. It's not the most popular sport. It's the second, third, fourth. And India ke liye that is it. So every youth wants to play cricket. So we'll have quality talent coming through. Problem hai aaj ki tareekh mein, it's like classical singing. Test cricket is exact replica, analogy is classical singing. And it's not economical, to spend hours and hours learning, doing riyaz and learning classical singing. You're not going to be a very rich man. So we've got these other formats where reaching excellence is a little easier, and the rewards are too much, financial as well as name and everything. So test cricket ke liye bahut alag tarah ki mehnat karni padti hai. You have got to play it unconditionally just because you want to prove yourself. But if you saw the young Indian batters in England, you would have seen that they care about test cricket. The batting that I saw from Jaiswal, Shubman Gill, KL Rahul is slightly more senior, but all the young players, they were incredible. ये जो series जो 3-0 and 2-0, I put it on Instagram, and that the reason is more, it is not so much, that there is a crisis or a problem, is that the youth of today, the ones that are playing in that series, or played in that series, haven't played spin as much. It's something that they haven't had a practice of. All these batters who struggled against New Zealand and South Africa, they were all better players of spin before they played for India. Wow. So, kya hota hai ki I said on Insta that when you play for India, you become like an NRI. You sort of travel everywhere. It happened to us also. There was one year when we traveled and played everywhere except India. And when I came back to India, I felt like a stranger at home. Because turning pitches and the challenges that come with it.
That difficult to adapt that quickly?
I mean, you have that deep inside you because that is how you've grown up. But you lose touch. So when you look at all these players that have struggled there, they have played more overseas in the last 3 years and less at home. So straight away into a turning page, typical Indian conditions. It's exactly like an NRI coming home and feeling a little, ye kya ho raha hai? So ideally, they should be playing a lot more home if they want home success. But don't forget, in the 90s, we were brilliant at home and struggled overseas. This team, post Ganguly, has done really well overseas.
There's
much
no two
better.
ways about it.
It's home ka bhi problem hai. So it's a problem that can be easily resolved. I don't think it's a
No
crisis.
alarm bells
No,
ringing.
alarm bells is for the format.
For the format.
Test cricket.
For the format. So फिर भी मतलब गंभीर है ना सवाल.
टेस्ट क्रिकेट गंभीर है क्योंकि अभी तो 4 ही टीम बच गए हैं. I don't think Pakistan will ever reach the heights. West Indies is finished. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, all. So अभी South Africa is holding the flag high. New Zealand, England, Australia, and India. So 5 teams left. And आस्ते आस्ते वो कम होते जाएंगे. So that's alarm bells.
That's why I love the honesty. It's always clean and straight. Pretty much like your drive. Okay, so I have to ask you this, which is the broadcast bit, Sanjay. Should a commentator protect the game's romance or genuinely, like you just did, puncture the illusions around it? And that's a very tough rope, tight rope that you were talking about, because let's face it, you're a passionate player. Of course, the fact that the day you retired, you never missed the game. And that is fascinating. I wanted to ask you about that. I mean, here is somebody who spent so much of time honing your skills, and the day you retire, you're like, acha, theek hai, thank you.
Yeah.
I would rather now maybe watch cinema, I would listen to music, I would read, I would find people who are non-cricketers to enrich my life. By the way, Sanjay is a huge cinema fan. Like, he watches everything and anything.
After the Hunt.
That's the film that he's talking about.
Latest
yes.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Julia Roberts.
Fair. But what was it like for you in terms of this bit, that when you commentate on the game, does it become easier for you to do it because now that you've retired and there's no love lost as such, that you don't romanticize the game?
No, it's much easier for me, and I rarely get emotional unless it's a World Cup final 2011 where you start having that Indian bias, or the Eden Gardens, VVS Lakshman Dravid partnership. That's when you get sucked in. Otherwise, I'm very, very clinical, and that's why I'm able to say things that ought to be said. But the problem is that there is too much of trying to mold the voice around a cricket match. Mera ek simple funda hai, if you've got 6-7 commentators, let each one bring their own flavor to it. Right? So somebody might be liking forthright talk. There might be somebody who wants to hear good things about the game. Or there might be somebody who just wants a light-hearted, overall review of the game. So when you have different characters in the commentary box, each one gets what they want. The problem today is that they want every commentator to enhance the viewing experience. So they don't look at cricket and sport as entertainment per se, as in pure entertainment of what's happening out there. There is pressure on people like us to make it entertaining, which shouldn't be the case. If sport needs support of commentators to make it entertaining and watchable, then we have a problem. So that's why I believe it has changed a little bit. There's also a certain amount of, marketing of any nation's cricket that is happening. It has changed. 10, 15 years back, it was like people would sit in the commentary box and have a go at the administration, the pitches, the facilities at the ground. Yeah. You can't do that anymore. So things have changed, and it's got a lot to do with the stakes getting a little higher. And because all cricket boards now control broadcast, this is something that's bound to happen. Earlier, the broadcasting and the production was done by an independent agency or a channel that didn't, where the cricket board once gave the rights, had no control over the production. Now they have control. And you can understand why that should be the case, because it's their product. But this is the natural fallout.
But tell me this, is 2 parts I wanted to ask you this, Sanjay, that the voice of a commentator and somebody who's played for India, like yourself, and like a Mr. Gavaskar, or, authority, voices of authority. when you comment or at a debut of a player, right, and you say wonderful things about that player, I'm pretty sure that has an impact on the selection, or for that matter, maybe not in a big way, but the fact that at least that voice matters. That is point one.
Yeah.
And point two, pretty much, I'm pretty sure everyone wants to know, like you said, there are 7 different commentators, everyone brings in their flavors.
Yeah.
Please, behind the scenes anecdote about what are the different flavors that everyone brings in. And the fact that you guys are very prim and proper, as I've heard you live on broadcast, but सही में जब कोई गलत shot खेलते हो तो क्या mic really want to know that.
So even when you think, I'm being very forthright and I speak my mind on air, it's still 50% of what's inside. So it is a little filtered. But to answer your question, there are 2 parts to it, right? I mean, when you look at the Indian commentators, for example, take Ravi Shastri. For the big moments, you need him. And it's something that, comes naturally to him. He has that voice, and it is not a put on. And he keeps it very simple. And he's actually reacting to what's happening. And he's enjoying the game. He loves watching cricket. I don't. He watches everything.
That's amazing.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, that is me. So I bring another flavor. So that is Ravi Shastri for you. Harsha Bhogle is another very interesting, yeah, and see, he also has to be on the panel. Because he's somebody who hasn't played the game, but has every right to talk about the game because he's been so closely associated with it, with great passion and loyalty, a bit like Tony Cozier in the past. So he brings that to the table. I bring my stuff. Sunil Gavaskar gets his legendary status. And sometimes he just, when he loses his shit. And I love it when that happens. And I encourage him to be more like that because that's when he really comes out. And he's a very intelligent man. So he holds back a lot. But eventually, wo volcano jab erupt hota hai, and when it comes out, I just enjoy it because that is what he's all about. And he never is unable to articulate it. And he has the gift of language as well. So everything that comes out brilliantly. So every time that happens, I say, nice. And he said, oh God, now there's going to be another controversy around it. So that's the thing. I forgot the first part of the question.
First bit was, Sanjay, for example, somebody making a debut.
Yeah, the voice.
Yes, the importance
But
of
I've never
the voice.
actually gone in thinking that I can make or break careers. We can't. But it has a huge bearing. Yeah, and a lot of my Mumbai, cricketing colleagues have a complaint against me that I don't talk enough about Mumbai players or young players. So somewhere maybe it matters. But it's something that I have never felt strongly about, that I must, encourage Mumbai players.
Why is that? Any particular reason
Yeah,
for that?
I think naturally I'm very humble.
To be neutral?
No, I'm humble in my role. My role is to, speak while the match is on. Players are far too powerful, and it's because of them that I have a job. Tomorrow they decide we don't want to play cricket, I'll be out of job. So that humility I have, and I never ever think that because I've said something may happen. I just say it because, and I keep saying to the players when they say, we don't care about the outside noise, and sometimes they have some angst against us. And I said, we are such unimportant people, because if you're good, you'll come through. One word from us, or some people have an agenda to make or break careers, but I don't think they've ever been successful at it.
I have to ask you this. I mean, this was a very important moment in all our recent memory and will always be etched in history. Virat retirement. We are all still very confused about it, Sanjay. Why did it happen? He still at least had 4 years to play. And since you say that you talk to players and you pretty much, I'm sure, talk to everyone, any insights on that bit? Why?
Let me thoda sa be like Uncle Tom and educate the audience a little bit, because I'm quite senior in age also now. I don't think there'll be too many people of my age.
Lagta nahi hai, by the way, with your fitness program that you are very...
So the whole idea is to look younger, and yeah. But I'll say this, that even the hardcore cricket fan sometimes doesn't, doesn't understand cricket the way it should be. Now, Virat Kohli, why did he quit? or not in the test team. जो मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि अगर when you're looking at cricket, please at least I can maybe influence whoever is a cricket fan here. It's like a chef, right? A Chinese chef, somebody who makes great sushi in Japan won't make a great tandoori chicken, right? So वैसे ही है cricket का ये जो 3 formats हैं ना very very different. Food industry है लेकिन sushi is different from tandoori chicken. So Virat Kohli is a very interesting, interesting, exceptional Indian player, where if you look at his record, he played for 15 years. His first 5 years, he averaged 36. Beach ke 5 years when he was at his top, in test cricket, only test cricket I'm talking, he averaged 60 and above. That is when, he was truly great and getting runs against the toughest players. Last 5 years, average of 31. So rightly dropped or left out or retired, whatever, because 5 years you can't be having an average of 31. In the meanwhile, 50 overs cricket, he's been phenomenal. So people think, yaar, itna form mein, I think he's got 100 today as well. So I'm sure there'll be talk that he should come back into the Indian test team. Connection hi nahi hai kuch. T20 is also the same. So we've got to start looking at all 3 formats. So when somebody, if you're saying that Virat should be in the team, you should say, which format? Based on which performance? So yeah, important for us to understand, because it's the same sport, but all 3 formats now are chalk and cheese. And quickly I'll also squeeze in one thing, that 50 overs format is the worst. It is the worst. Because you've got T20 where there is some kind of excellence of power hitting, hitting under pressure, financial stakes in the IPL. So there's tremendous pressure on the bowler and the batter. 50 overs cricket is like a thoda Goa resort holiday thing. Because there's absolutely no pressure. Harsha Bhogle had once said that it's a no aggression pact of both sides, because virtually 30 overs or 40 overs of a 50 overs game is where a team is happy to get 5 runs and over, and the opposition is happy to concede 5 runs and over. Test cricket, of course, is another challenge. So 50 overs cricket, in fact, in my view, breeds mediocrity a lot. And if you're batting in the top 3, you'll see all the top run getters in 50 overs cricket will be guys who have batted in the top 3. That won't be the case in T20s or test cricket.
Valid point. We are sitting in a room full of leaders, Sanjay.
Oh dear. Yeah, abhi mere ko thoda sink in ho gaya.
ये जरूर पूछना है. You've played in teams, who've had superstars. You've played in teams, who've been great together as a team, but there are no superstars. You've won in both situations. So I need to ask you this. According to you, what actually turns, let's say, a dressing room or a team into a unit? According to you, what is that secret sauce?
So every country needs a different leader. When Australia is still a good team, but when they were really dominating, it didn't matter whether a Steve Waugh led them or a Mark Taylor led them or a Ricky Ponting led them, because it was like a well-oiled machinery. No matter who the leader was, they would just go and do their job. And it's something that I used to tell Ian Chappell, who I respect a lot. And his funda is very simple. He said, it's a no-brainer to pick a captain. Just pick your squad and make the best player in the team your captain. But it doesn't work like that in India and Pakistan, and to an extent Sri Lanka. Pakistan, I'll give you an example. When Imran Khan captain, Pakistan won matches, won world titles. When Javed Miandad became captain, there was a revolution in the team. Nobody wanted to play under him. So when there are temperamental people,
because we all remember what he did to More, you remember?
Yeah, absolutely. So India is also very similar, but India is also becoming a little more professional, well-oiled machinery. So leadership is the key in India. You just look at Dhoni's performance, whether he's playing for CSK or he's playing for India.
Commendable.
Had a lot to do with leadership. CSK have won with mediocre teams, just because of Dhoni's leadership and understanding.
They are known as the daddy team.
Yeah, that year, when they were the oldest team, they won. When they were out for 2 years, when they came back, they won. So leadership in India is very important, as I think most of these leaders would know, because they're temperamental people. We are emotional people.
Which of course then brings me to this thought, which is, in sport, it's very important that, silence can be strategy. We've seen that with Dhoni in a big way. He's a cool as a cucumber. वो उसके बेचारे के खुद के बाल सफेद हो गए, बहुत से झड़ भी गए, but he was always calm and cool. But this point, Sanjay, is, do you feel that in leadership, is being silent a strength, or is it surrender? What's your thought?
Again, it depends on the kind of team that you had. I'm sorry, I keep going back to Imran Khan. It's a way back in time, but he was one of the best I saw. Now, this is a guy who
did just, I mean,
yeah, he was. I mean, he would mingle with the glitterati of London and that kind of social circle. But the kind of language he spoke on the field, with the bunch of cricketers that he had, I mean, I couldn't repeat what he said.
But please, बताओ ना.
हाँ, नहीं, बहुत ही गंदी language है वो. And but he needed to use that kind of language. MS is somebody who delegates. I mean, I'd love to hear later from people sitting here. Dhoni is somebody who delegates. So there were occasions when, I've been a little frustrated with what happened towards the end of a game. And then you have to do a post-match interview. And I said, kya hua? And then he would give reasons, like a proper analyst. He would tell you, yaar, ye ho gaya, wo ho gaya. I said, but couldn't you tell them, is level pe bhi agar batana hoga, to fir kya? So he was somebody who let people be. Very rarely he would, micromanage or something. But I am a big fan of, if you have that kind of a team. Because my philosophy is this, that if you've got a young bunch of players, extremely talented, like the kind you had in England, and if you had somebody like a Rahul Dravid, now just imagine that talent and Rahul Dravid's brains coming together. But it doesn't happen in cricket. It's the captain is given the complete control. So he does it in his own way. But
do you believe that it's the correct way to go about it? Because, I mean, shouldn't there be a wonderful little marriage which is taking place?
Yeah, जैसे football में होता है.
Correct.
Yeah, cricket में way back, people would remember 99 में Bob Woolmer and Hansi Cronje had that gadget.
Exactly.
And I loved it.
Yes.
Because see, what viewers want is greater quality of performance. And if the tactics and the strategies are going to get better with the intervention or even suggestion of somebody who's sitting outside, a wise man. Because sometimes when you're out, you're also looking at the larger picture and you're seeing a different situation. Just suggestions. And could just become a better performance, because tactically things would change. I'm a huge supporter of that. But cricket runs by tradition a lot. Where the captain is allowed to do what he wants. And some coaches want to get in, but it's still very much run by coaches. That's why I believe when coaches get the blame for a loss, like for example now with Gautam Gambhir, or too much credit as well, I feel it's a little misplaced. And it's something that I've always believed in cricket, because the contribution is marginal. In other sport, it's a lot more. I remember Rahul Dravid once when they won some kind of event, Champions Trophy or maybe, and he met me later and he said, Mr. Manjrekar, I had some role to play in that. You might think that I've done nothing, but I had some role to play. In jest he was telling me. I said, maybe yes.
I was another brick in the wall, huh?
Yes, true.
Okay. As far as this is concerned, Sanjay, so I mean, the way I understand it is, if I were to sum up the aspect on leadership, you believe it's better to be hands-on, you believe it's better to navigate.
Yeah, depending on the staff that you have.
The people that you have, and finally, at the end of the day, there has to be a lot of back and forth to make the entire experience a lot more enriched.
Yeah, because I'll give you a quick, actually, the experience that I've had. In a team meeting where a mistake was being made, and then you had a review of the match. We lost the game, important game, and then the captain was tearing his hair out, and he said, you should have bowled there, and this should have happened, and that should have happened. And Manoj Prabhakar, is a very simple guy, and he said, why you didn't tell then and there?
True.
Why not address the problem there? So if a coach sees something from outside which could be a disastrous move, he can prevent that from happening, but it doesn't happen. थोड़ा सा वो होता है कि नहीं करने दो उसको. Like Ashish Nehra in the IPL is थोड़ा hands-on.
Very hands-on.
And look at Hardik Pandya with Ashish Nehra and without Ashish Nehra. So somewhere I think depending on the kind of captain that you have and the team that you have, hands-on, leadership from outside, I don't have a problem with it.
Wonderful. We are obviously talking about numbers whenever we talk about cricket. Sanjay, you are somebody who is an exponent, a brilliant mind as far as the analysis is concerned. We are obviously in the age of AI. So I have to ask you this in terms of the fact that we all know that AI is something which is supporting, enhancing our overall experience. But what do you feel? What's that one decision in, for example, life, cricket, understanding of whatever, or in leadership for that matter, that you feel that machines should never make? What's that one decision according to you?
It's a good question and tough one. I think until now I've been able to answer everything confidently. This is slightly outside my comfort zone. Like I know Rahul Dravid is a huge fan of technology. There was an
Anil
occasion,
Kumble as well.
Yes, and they look it also, and they come from a place of
true.
Yeah. So there was an IPL game, and Carlos Brathwaite, I think, was playing for Rajasthan Royals, and he got the Player of the Match award. And the next match was going to be in a different venue, where they felt that Carlos Brathwaite's skills were not going to be useful, and he was dropped the very next match. So that is Dravid doing things completely based on data, because he saw the data. And that happens a lot today. But the obvious answer is that you can't be completely, ruled by it, because instinct is basically, we should never take instinct lightly, because I believe it's a millions of years kind of evolution of our mind, which tells us that something doesn't seem right. MS Dhoni is a modern day captain with a great success record with minimum use of data.
And
I, as a commentator, I find great, it's a great tool for me.
But it's very different, because when you're facing a ball at 150 kilometers an hour, you won't really wonder about the analytics and the mechanics of it. You just want your instinct to take over, which I'm pretty sure, because you've been on both sides of the coin.
Absolutely, because in our time, we weren't able to see ourselves properly, performing technique and everything. So I believe in your world, technology is at a much advanced stage, and you all will make greater use of it. Cricket, thoda sa abhi bhi, may still be getting a little used to it. But to just give you an example, an interesting one as to how technology opens eyes. There was a time when everybody was talking about a suspect bowling action. Pata hai wo chucking wala,
Muralidharan was a big one.
And Bishan Singh Bedi, who had the cleanest action, and he said, ye dusra kya hai? What is this? It's like a mistress. Illegal delivery, because there was a bent arm, which is a very great statement. But when they ran all the suspect bowling actions through the very super slow technology and watched that arm at, whatever, 1,000, 1,200 frames per second, even Bishan Singh Bedi's arm had a slight bend.
Oh, wow.
So that is when, everybody's eyes were open, and that's why that, people criticized it, that 18 degrees was allowed, 14 degrees, because after that, if the bend was more than 18, it became visible to the naked eye, but technology had seen it. So the rule, as per the rule, it is an illegal delivery. Bishan Singh Bedi would have bowled all deliveries, the slight bent arm. I don't know how many people are into music. My son is actually really into music. And the new generation, because मेरा एक सुर का एक knowledge है कि सुन के पता चलता है ये सुर लग गया है या थोड़ा कम पड़ गया है. They find a problem with every sur. Every sur they have a problem, because their technology tells them that it's not in sur, and they are dictated by that, which is again very interesting. So that's how it is. But with cricket, as I said, it's still nascent stage as a sport technology.
Sanjay, very quickly, I would need, and I know you've been very quick in terms of facing fast bowlers, so the obvious segue, this is the rapid fire. I tried to, be creative, but I failed miserably. Anyway, so here it is. Your favorite shot?
Yeah, I actually thought about it on the plane. People mention straight drive, cover drive, but these are shots played to the ball that's pitched up. So I would pick a back foot cover drive as one of the most difficult. And my dream shot would be a pull shot, which I never played. Yeah, a fast bowler, it bounced you.
Nice.
Trying to hurt you, and then you sort of slap him.
Nice.
Like Virat used to do it. So that would be my dream shot.
The toughest bowler you have ever faced?
Depending on form. When I was out of form, everybody was tough. But I would say, Richard Hadley, I'm sorry I'm taking names of people in the past, but इनका mention होना चाहिए क्योंकि आजकल के coverage में you won't hear about a Vivian Richards or a Richard Hadley. I mean, Richard Hadley was a master of his trade. So he was the best bowler I faced. I faced a lot of great bowlers in the first couple of years of my career, but he'll stand out if I have to pick one.
All right. The one thing Indian cricket must stop doing.
There is a narrative to lead people to believe that everything is great with Indian cricket. I think wo thoda hona nahi chahiye. Let people decide. Give an honest coverage of that and let people decide whether it's great or not so great.
One belief that Sanjay Manjrekar has changed.
I'm tweeting less. Yeah, very little tweeting now, because earlier when I used to, once, the state of mind I was in, frustrated after a match and show, mujhe laga I'm sending a WhatsApp message to my producer and I tweeted that, honestly. And you can imagine private WhatsApp message going on Twitter or X as it's called now. So tweeting less is a real growth in me.
One rule that you would like to share with young leaders, people with a voice that matters?
I think man management is very important. And anybody who has a great perception of people, I think will be a very good leader. I think that is, for me, is the paramount sort of quality. I'll be interested in hearing what they have to say about it. But if you're a good man manager, I think you'll do well as a leader.
Fabulous. And the final thing is this. In one sentence, how does one speak with purpose, Sanjay?
First, you've got to believe that what you're saying is, you believe in it. Like, again, a bizarre example is a Govinda, the dancer. He said that people enjoy watching me dance because I enjoy dancing. So anything that you say with conviction that you believe in, works and resonates. There's a tendency in some young broadcasters today who know that this guy is probably going to get 100 in the next 5 minutes, 100 aane wala hai. So already their script is ready. And when they sort of say that on air, it never has the kind of effect that, say, a Ravi would just react to that moment. And, sometimes they stumble as well because their script is ready, but the guy has done something that you didn't expect, like a Rishabh Pant.
Right,
that little thing. Correct. And he is onto his script and usne wo kar diya, to then there is a problem. So just keep it simple.
So basically, Mr. Navjot Singh Sidhu is a guiding light for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, he does that in the studio. In commentary, nahi kar, so it works there.
Okay, fair enough. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sanjay Manjrekar.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have about 10 to 15 minutes that I would like for this session to open out to the audience, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people have some very interesting stuff to ask Sanjay. Sanjay, are you happy? Are you okay?
Sure.
These are not nets, huh? All right. Yes, sir. We'll start with you.
Hello. Okay.
I would request somebody with the mic to probably, or I'll walk down. Sorry. Thanks. I'll do it.
No, I had a question as well.
How are you doing? Sorry.
Yeah. You finish it, then I'll ask.
Am I allowed? Thank you.
Yes. You
Okay,
finish, then I can ask. I'm
Fair.
Thank you so much. Hi, Sanjay. Wonderful conversation. Thanks for this. Maybe if you could share your most embarrassing situation while doing the live commentary.
Where do I start? Ek to my first couple of years, thoda English, I was not educated in a great English school. I was in an English medium school, but us school ne mera Marathi powerful kiya, English nahi. So the one that I was really embarrassed was speaking wrong English. I used the word fatal with an injury that happened, because I used to think fatal means very serious injury. And there were some great commentators over time. David Hooks was not with us anymore. And I said, it looks a little fatal, And I said, well, Sanjay, not yet, So that was an English mistake. The other one was, I think, was barring that, a little thing that I had with Harsha, which is the only one that I think I was wrong with. All other things I still stand by. I'm actually, my opinions have created more news and tweets have created more news than what I've actually said on air. I stand by with Harsha. Once I said that you say that because you have not played cricket. That is why I was trying to, because he was getting under my skin, which is his habit. So that is the other one that I'm a little embarrassed about, not proud of.
Sanjay, thank you. My question is, I see the software engineers that we have in the IT industry is very similar to the cricketers that we have in the sports, because we have them in abundance and with the talent that we have, right? So now, my question to you, you talked about the test cricket. So given that we are struggling in certain, some overseas conditions versus Indian condition that you talked about, do you see with the abundant talent that we have, cricketers, can we stand up different team for Asian conditions versus Sena conditions? Of course, you will have your core set of people who will stay common, right, across different conditions. But I was just wanted to hear your opinion and thoughts around that.
Absolutely. And you're quite right, and I completely agree that should be the case. But as I said, cricket ka tradition weighs heavily on its shoulders. Tradition, nobody wants to go rock the boat too much. Now this series that we lost, and the one before that as well, where we had Virat and Rohit who were struggling against, spinners and turning pitches keeper, and there were signs before that as well. I'm telling you, in this series, if they had the top 6 run getters in domestic cricket playing in that series, they would have handled spin better. And it's not a reflection of the people who are playing in that series, because these are all class players, but just as you said, in these conditions, a Sarfaraz Khan makes more sense than Sarfaraz Khan, say, maybe in England or elsewhere. And I think itna sab India, pioneering things in India is doing. We should start with this as well, fatafat calls of Indian pitches ke liye completely different looking batting lineup.
I just want to ask you, you're, sir, an analytics man, right?
Yeah, I do manage.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yes, sir.
Hello, Sanjay sir.
Hi.
Yeah, what Indian cricketer you are in young days now, you are really excited about? One name at least.
Yeah, good question. I mean, a lot of people that you can be excited about. जो इंग्लैंड में मैंने देखा, like an Yashasvi Jaiswal, who has a strike rate of 160 in IPL in the first 10 balls that he faces, can be happy not getting off the mark for 40 balls. Shubman Gill, Rishabh Pant, just incredible, modern day young batters who are a force in T20 cricket, but can make that adjustment in Test cricket. So all these people, I mean, India का वो है कि ये talent जो है will keep coming, and these are just 3 names that I've mentioned, and I know I'm going to think about later. I should have mentioned Kuldeep Yadav is another guy. I mean, look at the talent Washington Sundar has. So yeah, let's not worry about quality talent coming through. There'll be plenty that will keep coming. But I just mentioned a few. And for me, Rishabh Pant just stands out as a genius kind of batter.
You're not worried about his form?
No.
Okay, fine. I'll take one question with sir and then one more question.
Thank you. Hi, Sanjay. Just like we have different, captains for white ball and red ball cricket, is it possible sometime later also to have different coaches for white ball and red ball cricket?
I know where you're getting with this, but
ये गंभीर था.
Yeah, ये गंभीर सवाल है. Yeah, I was a little surprised that he was made the test coach a bit too early, I thought. T20 I could understand. So yeah, completely with you. And I think we had, we had T20 coach and 50 overs coach and all that. But yes, I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Hi, Sanjay. Thank you
Hello.
for the lovely session. We have 2 things in common, by the way. We have the same first name, and I'm also from Bangalore. You're, of course, born there. I'm in Mumbai.
Yes, proud Mangalorean.
Thank you. So the question is, Sanjay, in the stadium where you have thousands of people cheering, sometimes jeering when things are not well, there is pressure. I mean, cricketers are also human beings. There's pressure at the workplace. So very simple question, but also maybe difficult sometimes to understand. How do you handle that pressure, especially when the chips are down? Can you give us an example, something that you went through there's so much of pressure, you have to, make the runs and win the match. So some technique, what do you do to handle that kind of pressure? Thank you.
See, crowd pressure nahi hota, because once you start playing for India, you get used to the crowd being there. It's like a default setting. You're just used to it. In fact, when we used to come down and play Ranji Trophy cricket, that was unnerving for us because there was just 10, 15 people watching. So wo thoda alag lagta tha. So the pressure is mostly within you. External pressure, maybe Sharjah we felt the animosity and the support for Pakistan. But everyone handles it in their own way. Some are very good at it. Some feed of it. Virat Kohli feeds of, crowd vibe that he gets. Some get unnerved. So everyone has their own style. But good players will be indifferent. They'll be more worried about, the bowling, the pitch. And so it is you're playing in front of so many people. You don't even think that, how many people are watching. So it's a very intimate thing that is happening there. So just give you a quick example about crowd ka jo impact hai. Once we had a team meeting, before an important game, and the coach stressed on this thing about, cheer each other up and, you seem a little flat, come on, shout out and talk to each other, cheer karo ek dusre ko. And then when the match started, it was so loud on the ground that there was no way my voice could be heard by, if I'm at point and somebody who's 20 meters away couldn't hear it. So we gave up after 1 over, catch cheering because nobody can hear each other. So that is the actual reality on the ground. It's a very personal thing in front of so many people that happens, the dynamics.
Sanjay, you'll need to field a few questions from the boundary. Huh?
Absolutely.
This was close slip cordon.
Yeah.
I'm going to the boundary now. Okay. Hi.
Hi, Sanjay. It's a nice discussion. I played a little bit cricket. I'm from Calcutta. So I just wanted to know, I've seen one of your photos where your one eye is completely, so how you dealt not with the failure, how you dealt with your injury. When you are really in the home, you cannot see, so how you motivate yourself? That we need it.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it happened in my debut test match where, I got a little lazy because I was playing quite well and there was a nasty bouncer that came in and it wasn't like I was caught off guard. In fact, if nobody will have the footage, but I played that also very stylishly, where the ball came and hit me and everything was very stylish in the way it happened. But it was a serious facial injury, and facial injuries can be psychological. It takes a while to recover from that. But my theory was the moment the eye opened, my theory was my approach was to get back into the thick of things, get back in the line of fire. The only way you can overcome fear, because if I had prolonged my comeback, would have been a problem. So yeah, it was unfortunate. But war time when you're young, and the eye being shut, it was a picture that was there in the Times of India, and baptism by fire and blood bath begins and all that sub headline देख के मेरे अंदर से खुश हो रहा था मैं कि अरे मेरा फोटो है Times में and all that. So that was, youth का जो होता है. So I was it didn't bother me too much. I liked the attention because it was new. But yeah, I overcame that very quickly.
The last two questions.
There was a lady there who had raised her hand. I think we should give preference considering that they are actually keeping India's flag higher.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done. I like that. ये मतलब
एक तो मुझे बहुत ये होता है when I'm in, because ratio of women liking cricket थोड़ा सा कम है, with all due respect. So I always feel if the lady who wants to ask a question, cricket question must.
But ये तो बिल्कुल on the up covers के ऊपर से छक्का था यार संजय.
But sorry to disappoint you, this is not cricket question.
Okay. Technology.
Not technology either. So one of the comments that you passed was you believe in self-critic and then noise doesn't bother you, either good or bad or whatever. But when everybody is talking highly about you and then you are kind of self-criticizing yourself and analyzing your own performance, that time, during those phases, how do you keep yourself upbeat? As in, it doesn't allow you to feel happy about whatever you have achieved. Maybe it's just 90% and not 100%, but then How do you keep yourself upbeat is the question, yeah.
See, this quality of mine I'll take to the grave. It's something I can't work on. It's there with me. Even after this session, I'll be thinking, I won't go feeling very happy about what I did. So, ye jo hai, mera swabhav, it is something that I cannot change. But I saw that actually in Rahul Dravid. So, I'll answer your question with Rahul Dravid's example, who, when he was growing up, he was idolizing me and modeled his whole approach on me.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. And he, once he started making it, he once took me in a corner and he said, what happened? Why didn't you flourish as much as, because I used to love your batting and things like that. Incidentally, he played for India, made his debut, we were sharing a room. And then I was always analyzing others, right? Forgetting about my own job. And I saw Rahul Dravid, we went out for dinner and he was doing, I said, table ke piche. And then he had also got out, I think, in the morning and he was thinking about how he got out. And I worried about it. I said, he's going to be my replica. But and I asked him that. Uska ek antenna tha, where he thought, that it's getting a bit too much. He would immediately unwind. And there was a time, 2011 in England, where India was losing every match and I think he got 300s. And I remember I had, I'm not trying to boast here because he's a friend, I'm Rahul Dravid for the world, but he actually went out for dinner a lot with us. And the only reason was to sort of basically chill a little bit and not think about it because he's a very intense character, thinks a lot. And one of the, I think, only or one of the very few intelligent thinking cricketer who became a great sportsman. True. Because the less you think, the better it is, I think, for a sportsman. So he knew, I think there should be an antenna. If you have a personal coach, in hindsight, if I had a personal coach who knew my nature, he would have been able to guide me. So then if you don't have that, then you should have your sort of red flag up when you realize this is not helping.
All right. Well, with that, I have something very special to tell everyone. We're going to be having, obviously, the GCC Excellence Awards, which Sanjay will be giving out to everyone. Guess how Sanjay is actually going to celebrate that moment? He loves doing one thing, and he still does it brilliantly well, of course, which is he's going to sing us into those awards.
While giving the award?
No, not while giving it.
What, I'm singing right now?
Right now would be wonderful.
Now, this is very embarrassing. Huh?
No.
And after you heard Kishore Kumar, when you hear me, you'll be like, what do I do?
Your favorite song, whichever the one.
So I'll just take 30 seconds. I'll sing a song that nobody knows. So I won't be judged. I can't sing Ruk Jana Nahi. So I'll, I know 50, 100 songs by heart. I know 13 or 14 Bengali songs by heart, sung by Kishore Kumar. So I'll sing one of those. Purano she diner kotha bhulbi ki re hayo she chokher dekha praner kotha she ki bhola jay hay are ki bar hay re shokha praner majhe hay mora sukher dukher kotha kobo pran juda detai.
Beautiful.
So this is a Rabindra Sangeet Bengali song. Forgive the diction. And there is an institute, Bengali, anybody who follows Rabindra Sangeet, they actually certify whether somebody is good enough to sing a Rabindra Sangeet composition. And I have not taken that certificate.
One last one, because I want to do something very special. I would like for the audience to maybe join in that chorus when you sing it, any song that you want.
Sure.
It would be beautiful to bring that energy into that room.
Which one is your favorite? Chalo, huh? रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के कांटों पे चल के मिलेंगे साए बहार के.
Louder.
रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के. माइक दे दो उनको. कांटों पे चल के मिलेंगे साए बहार के. ओ राही ओ राही ओ राही ओ राही ओ राही ओ राही
gentlemen, Sanjay Manjrekar. Truly,
I was
truly.
tempted to finish it with thank you very much. Because Kishore Kumar used to finish every song of his life like that. Thank you very much.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Sanjay. It's been a true honor. Very grateful. And of course, Sanjay will be now joined by Navneet. Where are you, Navneet? Ah, there you are. He'll be joining because the awards are going to be given out. And these are the GCC Excellence Awards. Of course, Sanjay would be handing them out. And Sanjay, as always, will be playing on the front foot. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, yes, if you could stay right there, if you don't mind. Right there would be fantastic. And before we get into the awards, may I request you to just take a few more steps forward? Can we get a picture with him and the audience? Can we do that if you all don't mind? Yes? Could you all kindly rise to your feet, please? Everyone from the front to the back, make sure your pretty faces are seen. We shall very quickly get this done. You can turn around, face them. People of the audience, this is GCC Summit 2025. This is MachineCon. You want to get a formal picture or an informal picture? It's left up to you all. Apparently formal it shall be. One person wants an informal picture. Okay, everyone, that's the formal picture. Now put your hands up in the air and make some noise. Come on, everyone, from the front to the back. This is MachineCon GCC Summit 2025. The man himself, Sanjay, on stage. Thank you very much, sir. Truly appreciate your time. It's time for us to jump into the GCC Excellence Awards 2025. This is something that a lot of people await for every year. We're going to do this in a very respectful sort of a way. In case you want to click pictures, please give your phones to the people right now. Please don't bring your phones on stage to click selfies and take up time. We'd like to get this done quickly. Do we have a deal? Yes? To the 5 people and +1 on stage, thank you very much. No selfies on stage. Please give your phone to someone else just in case you want that picture. But we are getting the pictures and videos. It will be up on the website and on social media platforms. So do not stress on that. Sir, you have the honor of giving out these next set of awards. People of the audience, it's time for us to get down to this. Welcome. This is the GCC Excellence Awards 2025. I'm looking at my team to make sure that everything is good to go. Yes, everything is fantastic. The first award-winning category is Excellence in Talent Development and Management. Can we have some music in the background so I don't sound this dry? The organization walking away as the winner in this category. Please make some noise and welcome to the stage, Align Technology. Align Technology designs and manufactures the Invisalign system, the most advanced clear aligner system in the world. This is a technology that's the building blocks that enables enhanced digital and restorative workflows. Can we hear a big round of applause to your winner on stage, Align Technology. Your second winner, and this is under the category of Leadership in Sustainability and CSR. Your winner is Alliance Partners Global Business. Please give them a huge round of applause while they make their way to the stage. APGBS GST India is a strategic arm of Alliance Partners established in November 2021 and formalized a new legal entity in November 2024. It's funny how when I stop speaking, the music also disappears magically. Moving on to the next award-winning category. This is for Best Innovation in Process Optimization. Your winner is Cargill. Established in 2015, India Capability Center is the largest global capability center within Kargil, operating from Bengaluru and Gurgaon. With more than 3,000 employees, ICC has transformed from a resource hub into a center of strategic excellence. Your winner on stage, Kargil. Congratulations, Kargil. We move to the next award-winning category. This is for outstanding contribution to digital transformation. Your winner is Carrier Digital Hub India. Make your way to the stage. With a 700-strong team across Hyderabad and Bengaluru, Digital Hub India represents Carrier's latest global digital workforce, operating as a digital twin to Carrier's worldwide headquarters. On stage, your winner, Carrier Digital Hub India. Your next award-winning category is for outstanding contribution to digital transformation. And your winner is Cisco Systems. Cisco making their way to the stage. They are a global technology conglomerate renowned as a leading provider of networking hardware, software, telecommunications equipment, and cybersecurity solutions. Your winner on stage for the outstanding contribution to digital transformation, Cisco Systems. Joining the winners for the next award-winning category. By the way, requesting all of the winners to stick around. We'd love to get a picture with you and the gentlemen on stage. Moving on, the next award-winning category is for Emerging Technology Pioneer. Your winner is Dario Health. Dario Health Corp is a leading digital health company revolutionizing how people with chronic conditions manage their health through a user-centric, multi-chronic condition digital therapeutic platform. Your winner on stage, Dario Health. Give them a huge round of applause. Congratulations, Dario Health. Much well-deserved award. Your next award-winning category is for excellence in talent development and management. Your winner in this category is Dentsu Global Services. Dentsu's Global Capability Center, DGS, is shaping the future as an innovative engine. DGS has 5,600 plus experts that specialize in digital platforms, performance marketing, and product engineering, data science, automation, and AI. Congratulations to our winner, Dentsu Global Services. Your next award-winning category is for Best Innovation in Process Optimization, and your winner for this category is Best Buy. Best Buy making their way to the stage. They are a multinational consumer electronics retailer committed to enriching lives through technology. Your winner is Best Buy. Quick pictures and quick photos. Congratulations once again, Best Buy, for Best Innovation in Process Optimization. The next award-winning category is for Best Collaboration and Partnership Model. And your winner in this category is SLB. SLB, are you in the house? SLB, last call. They are not here with us this evening. Congratulations nonetheless, SLB. The next award-winning category, and this is the second last for the evening. This is Excellence in Talent Development and Management. Your winner is Pattern. Pattern was founded in 2013 by Melanie Adler and Dave Wright, who incorporated the company within 24 hours of meeting to discuss a digital business idea. What began in Mel's living room has grown into a global e-commerce accelerator, helping brands scale profitably. Please give you a big round of applause for Pattern in the house. Put your hands together for them, please. Audience, you have one job, which is to clap and celebrate people's success. Come on, make some noise for them. There we go. Much better. The last, but definitely not the least winner. By the way, this is in no particular order. The last winner in this winning category is for outstanding contribution to digital transformation. Your winner is Warner Bros. Discovery. Warner Bros. Discovery, making their way from the back to the front, is a leading global media and entertainment company that creates and distributes the world's most differentiated and complete portfolio of content and brands across television, film, and streaming. Your winner in the outstanding contribution to digital transformation. On stage, Warner Bros. Discovery. Make some noise for them, please. Congratulations, sir. Please stay on stage. Please stay on stage, Warner Bros. Requesting all of the winners to please make your way back onto the stage. The winners and the winners only, please. Please make your way back onto the stage. The same rules apply. Please do not bring up your phones with you. If you can bring up your plaques with you, that would be fantastic. We'd love to get a picture with all of the winners of the GCC Excellence Awards 2025 and Mr. Sanjay himself. We're gonna pump up the volume for this one. Your winners on stage, ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience. These are your GCC Excellence Award winners 2025. Make some noise for them, come on! Thank you all very much. I request you to take your seats in the audience. Mr. Sanjay, if you could stay on stage, the winners can make your way and take your seats in the audience. This event, Mr. Sanjay, please stay on stage. This event was put together by a super hardworking team. I'm going to request the good people from AIM to please come up to the stage. We'd love to get a picture with our presenter on stage. People from AIM, sometime today, if you don't mind, come up on stage, come up on stage. I'm looking at y'all, come up on stage. Please don't be waiting for the rest. The gentleman in front of me, please come up on stage. People from AIM, come up on stage. The people at the console, quickly, if you don't mind, quickly. Sakshi, quickly, please. On stage, thank you very much. These are some of the many faces that made MachineCon what it is, along with our presenter and special guest on stage. Please give them a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience. This is MachineCon GCC Summit 2025. This is just day 2. We have one more day ahead of us. And these are some of the faces making this event happen. Mr. Sanjay, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for being with us. Please make your way off stage. Thank you once again for your time. We truly appreciate it. I'd like to request the audience to also give the gentleman some space while he makes his way off stage. We're going to give the gentleman some space. It is time for y'all, after giving him a little bit of space, to step out and head outside for your funny tasting session. It's been a lovely 2 days. My name is Vineet Vincent. I will be signing off and not be stepping on the stage for day 3. But thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I shall see you all on the flip side. Have a good evening. Have a good night. Thank you.